the baby born in the underground labyrinth. He became an orphan as soon as he was born. He could only drink the milk of monsters to grow up. So this child has extraordinary power. He is so powerful that he is not considered human. As the battle progresses, children like this are constantly being rescued. Jim is a child who was rescued from the underground labyrinth more than 10 years ago. He was later adopted by the Amira family because he spent his childhood in the underground labyrinth. He was commissioned by his younger sister to join an underground photography team as a guide. Who would have thought they had only been in the underground labyrinth for less than 10 minutes? Trust Fund Kid and his sister were tired. Despite the warnings, they insisted on stopping to rest in place. Jim could only compromise with this. He reminded the accompanying bodyguards that they should not use firearms if they encounter monsters, and they should try to avoid conflicts as much as possible. Unexpectedly, his reminder was met with ridicule from the bodyguards. They taunted him, saying he was just a timid guide. Seeing this, Jim stopped speaking. While you guys are chatting here, a bloody slaughter may be happening somewhere in the labyrinth. Sure enough, with a cry from the Trust Fund Kid, everyone's heart immediately jumped. Following the direction, they could vaguely see a blurry figure in the darkness. At the same time, low growls could be heard. As the dark figure appeared, everyone finally saw that it was an injured horned beast, bloodied and limping. The bodyguards immediately raised their guns and moved to the front, forming a battle formation. Jim hurriedly tried to stop it, but it was already too late. The bodyguards had already pulled the trigger. Massive damage, causing the horned beast to let out a huge roar before its death. The reverberating sound waves made tears flow uncontrollably from the bodyguard's nostrils. Fortunately, the horned beast quickly fell dead due to its severe injuries. The bodyguards then gradually recovered from the shock. They began to feel scared afterwards. Luckily, there was only one horned beast, and it was already injured. Just the monster's roar alone had already made them lose their ability to resist. If there were two more monsters, the outcome would have been unimaginable. They all endured their fear, looking at each other with awkward smiles. The bodyguards at least put on a good show in front of the boss. Maybe there will be extra rewards after the mission is over. However, Jim was secretly nervous to the point of clenching his fists. He urged everyone to drop the package and leave quickly. Return to the ground. But these people ignored him and continued to boast about their brave performance just now. At this moment, several roars of monsters could be heard. This sudden sound caused Jim's pupils to shrink. It must have been the gunshots from earlier that attracted the monsters. The sound still seems distant. If we escape to the exit now, we might make it in time. I didn't expect those bodyguards to lose themselves in boasting to each other. They actually wanted to stay behind to kill more monsters. The horned beast that they easily dealt with just now is worth millions. If a group of monsters come later, they will kill 2 each as planned. Each person will earn over tens of millions. This is much more than what a regular mission pays. Jim on the side overheard this, and thought these were unrealistic words of a dreamer. He then remained silent, and decided to leave with his sister and Trust Fund Kid. But the younger sister was not willing to leave like that. She thought it would be great material for filming. She was about to speak when she was shaken by Jim's icy eyes. She could only obediently follow Jim's footsteps and leave. Unexpectedly, the more she ran, the more unwilling her little sister became. After all, she had prepared for a long time, and spent a lot of money to come here for this shoot. She became angry and insisted on dragging Trust Fund Kid back to continue shooting. She even sarcastically called Jim a coward. But before Jim could offer any words of comfort, a few gunshots and the monster's roar from far away responded to her. The sound frightened her, causing a change in her facial expression. Jim suppressed his anger and said quietly, "Quiet! Let's hurry. Those few bodyguards won't delay for long. We can't let Monster notice. We were separated from that team. Otherwise, they will catch up soon." Upon hearing this, the younger sister also realizes It seems the older brother had already anticipated the outcome of those bodyguards. She, bursting with holy virtue, in turn challenged Jim why he didn't persuade the bodyguards to leave at that time. At this moment, Jim was no longer hiding. The injured horned beast appeared inexplicably. It means that it is another group of monsters hunting down the prey. If I wasted time trying to persuade the bodyguards at that time, I guess we would all have died there. However, Trust Fund Kid, who had been filming with a DV camera on the side, noticed bloodstains on his shoes at this moment. He turned the DV camera around and started filming. On the screen, a monster with full of sharp teeth suddenly appeared. Next, a gaping bloody mouth was approaching him. The sound of the falling DV camera caught the attention of the brother and sister. He turned his head to see that Trust Fund Kid had become the monster's meal. He appeared to be on the brink of death. However, he was still stubbornly shouting for help. He was born in an underground labyrinth. He grew up drinking monster's milk. He was rescued at the age of 6 and later adopted and raised by a kind family. To repay his foster family, he plans to prepare a generous dowry for his sister. He promised to serve as a guide for the underground photography team Trust Fund Kid in return for this. Little did they know, under his guidance, not a single team member survived. Jim recognized at a glance. This is a monster called Wolf Ape, agile in its movements and possessing boundless strength. It is tricky as this type of monster belongs to a group. Sure enough, the Wolf Ape group has charged into the team for slaughter. In an instant, several teammates became food in the mouths of the monsters. Jim even saw a Wolf Ape pounce towards his sister. In the blink of an eye, Jim ran over quickly. At the same time, he swiftly reached behind with his right hand to grab the sheath of the knife in his backpack. He drew the knife with his backhand and held it in his hand. At this moment, his pupils unexpectedly turned black. He scanned Wolf Ape's entire body with his eyes. In an instant, Wolf Ape's weaknesses appeared in his eyes. Then his figure transformed into that of a swimming dragon from bottom to top. A set of silky continuous moves. He accurately targeted the weak points all over the Wolf Ape's body. Where the blade passed, blood arrows erupted instantly. Suddenly, he caught sight of another Wolf Ape sneaking up behind his sister out of the corner of his eye. It raised its arms, ready to strike down. In an instant, he boldly threw the long knife in his hand. It carried a strong wind and shot straight at the Wolf Ape's face. He used the force from his toes to kick fiercely, and then leaped off towards where the Wolf Ape was rushing towards his sister. At the moment he landed, he immediately lifted his sister up by the waist. I told you to throw away the package a long time ago. Carrying such a heavy bag on your back. If I run later, it will break your ribs. But there is no other way now, you have to hold on. The Wolf Ape on the other side, with its eyes scratched, has been stimulated to its animalistic nature. Ignoring the pain, it swings its huge arms around chaotically. But Jim is faster. In the blink of an eye, he has already moved several meters away. The Wolf Ape then endured the pain and pulled out a long knife from its eye. It found that all the team members had been eaten up by its companions. It was so angry that it howled towards the sky with a hoarse roar, as if venting its frustration at not getting any food. On the other side, Brother Jim and his sister had already escaped to a certain distance and stopped to rest. Amira, please adjust your condition quickly. The Wolf Ape may still come after us, so we need to hurry. Temporary safety. Let the sister recover from the shock just now. But along with awakening comes her saint complex. She began to accuse Jim with tears in her eyes, clearly possessing martial arts skills. Why didn't he take action to defeat all the monsters and save his teammates? The younger sister looked at him accusingly with blame in her eyes. At these words, Jim's face immediately darkened. Because it was agreed upon in the contract that his duty was only to be a guide. And along the way, he warned in advance of any possible accidents. He was diligent and responsible, but was completely ignored by these stupid teammates. If it weren't for the safety of his sister, He would never want to revisit the old place in any case. Suddenly a strange change abruptly appeared before him, and it inexplicably lit up. Through the brightness, it could be seen. The pattern that emerged on the stone wall was that of a badge. Jim was suddenly shocked and turned pale, because he knew it was the labyrinth badge. He had just dragged his sister to dash into the house crazily, and suddenly the ground cracked and collapsed beneath his feet in the labyrinth. No time to react. The siblings fell into the deep pit together. Jim didn't know how long it took for him to slowly regain consciousness. He only realized that his left arm was broken when he struggled to lift himself up. But even worse, he couldn't find any trace of his sister Amira around him. He had already vaguely made the worst assumptions in his heart. Looking at the labyrinth sign on the gate in front of him, he guessed that he might have fallen into the central chamber of the labyrinth. He planned to leave the chamber and go out to look for his sister. However, just as he was about to pass through the gate, he accidentally saw the giant snake twisting on the badge come to life. It stuck out its forked tongue and stared at him with its eyes fixed on him. Before he could react, the giant snake swiftly attacked him. It bit his injured left wrist at a very tricky angle. In an instant, a wave of dizziness hit him. He thought to himself, "This is bad. It seems that he was going to die here today." However, a voice echoed in his mind. "You will inherit this ominous underground labyrinth." His consciousness gradually became blurred and fell into a coma. The man was preparing a dowry for his half-sister. He risked becoming a guide for the underground labyrinth, but encountered frequent challenges along the way. First, there was a series of silly actions by his foolish teammates. They attracted a large number of fierce wolf apes. This almost led to the entire team being wiped out. They barely managed to escape. He was bitten by a mystic serpent. He passed out. I don't know how long he was unconscious. Jim suddenly opened his eyes and found himself still alive. He calmed down and began to recall the previous weird events. He could clearly feel the numbness and weakness spreading from where the snake had bitten him. But now not only had his body healed, even his severed arm had regenerated. But it wasn't the time to think too much at the moment. He had to quickly find his sister and leave the labyrinth. Not long after, he found his sister near the entrance to the first floor of the labyrinth. Although his sister suffered serious injuries, she was still breathing. She must be quickly taken to the hospital for treatment. So he carefully lifted his sister up and walked towards the exit of the labyrinth. It has been a week since the last underground exploration. This matter has become a news story reported on television. Everything has returned to normal. The only difference is the location where he was bitten by the snake on his wrist. There appeared an eerie snake-shaped tattoo there inexplicably. What's even more bizarre is that every time he touches it with his hand, the tattoo lights up with green light. Soon after, a control interface appeared, presenting various parameters of this named Garo tribe labyrinth. And Jim became his 123rd master. Out of curiosity, Jim searched online for a long time, but he didn't find any useful information. However, today he accidentally touched the control interface and pierced it. With a loud noise, the space in his own bedroom shattered like a mirror. Everything happened so suddenly that he didn't have time to react. A sense of weightlessness swept over him as he fell backwards. But in the next second, the scene instantly switched to a dark and dimly lit secret room. Jim, looking bewildered, calmed his mind. He looked around and saw the familiar emblem of the coiled snake and sword on the wall. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, rustling sounds came from above his head. He looked up and was instantly scared out of his wits, causing his hair to stand on end. That snake came back to life. Its big eyes stared straight at him. That's too much bullying. Want to take another bite, huh? At the same time, his brain was working rapidly to come up with a countermeasure. He recalled that he had suffered before because the snake moved too fast. He decided to take off his coat and prepared to seize the opportunity. Sure enough, Mystic Serpent used the same trick again. With a flash, It had swooped in front of him. Jim seized the chance and threw his coat to cover the snake's head. Then he swiftly tied a few tight knots. It turned out to be effective. Mystic Serpent seemed to have lost its target. He crawled back to his original position slowly. "Next time I'll bring a knife and cut you 7 inches. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. "You have become the inheritor of Labyrinth and have taken the throne of Garo. But you are still too weak to bear the weight of the crown. I believe that all of this is the arrangement of fate." This inexplicable remark instantly frightened Jim. Because he had an unbearable experience living in the underground labyrinth, when he was young, he grew up very resistant to and opposed to everything related to the underground labyrinth. This time, he took on the commission to become a guide in order to prepare the dowry for his younger sister. He followed the direction of the sound, roaring in refusal of the other party's nonsensical comment. But the voice fell silent, never to reappear. Just as he was raging helplessly, little did he know that in a dark corner, a figure was quietly observing him. Being secretly watched, he suddenly felt it and turned around abruptly. However, he seemed to only see a tail flash by from the darkness. Just as he was about to step forward to investigate, the voice of the younger sister came from outside the room. He felt helpless all of a sudden. How could he explain the sci-fi-like scene in front of him? "Forget it, just open the door first. But don't let her into the bedroom." He rushed back into the bedroom in one big step. But his movement was too large and knocked off several large pieces of the spatial barrier. However, the next second, a tearing pain surged through his body like an electric shock. It made him shudder in horror instantly. After a quick check, he found himself unharmed. At this moment, he had no time to think and quickly opened the door. He slightly shifted his position to block the way and took the initiative to ask about his sister's purpose. Who would have known that his sister hesitated for a long time before finally lowering her head? She apologized to him. Jim pretended not to care and responded. He told his sister not to take it to heart. He then reached into his pocket, planning to use the earnings as a dowry for his sister. He realized that the payment was actually in his coat. He subconsciously looked towards the direction of the labyrinth. But the scene before him made his pupils contract suddenly. A little monster had taken the coat off the snake's head and was rummaging through the pockets as if stealing something. He felt something was wrong in his heart. When he turned around, he found out that his house had been stolen by a minion. What kind of feeling is it to suffer a loss of 500,000 due to theft by a minion? However, the man remained calm and bid farewell to his sister. He then hastily closed the door and quickly locked it. He quickly rushed back to the secret room and hurried towards the stairs. But at this time, the stolen minion was nowhere to be found. He quickly picked up the coat and poured out the items inside. He suddenly felt his mood sink to the bottom of the valley. Damn it, everything else was there except the envelope containing money. He angrily threw down his coat and slumped on the throne in frustration. That was the hard-earned money saved from working painstakingly for a long time. That was to repay the kindness of his foster family. He planned to prepare a dowry for his sister. At this moment, his palm inadvertently touched the pearl on the armrest of the throne. A set of control interface appeared in the air. It turns out that the pearl on the throne and the tattoo on the arm can both summon the control interface. According to the system prompt, in order to find that minion, Jim must first complete, synchronize, and activate the labyrinth entrance. He presses the sync confirmation button without hesitation. The originally dim secret room suddenly lit up with dazzling white light in an instant. Immediately, a low voice sounded in his mind. "Garo Labyrinth, 123rd Generation Master Jim, activation successful." As the system syncs, obtaining Jim's personal information. The dark and eerie secret room that was there before is gradually undergoing changes. Before long, the labyrinth is reorganized. Compared to its previous appearance, what lies before us has been greatly enhanced. Summon the control panel. Other than the additional information about the entrance to the labyrinth, there have been no other changes. But what does this mean? We agreed to synchronize and activate the entrance to the labyrinth. Then we can find the minion and get the money back. Just as Jim was full of complaints about this, when he turned off the control interface, a sneaky figure appeared at the entrance of the labyrinth. They locked eyes, verifying that this was indeed the one he was looking for. Minion immediately turned around to flee. Unexpectedly, Jim flashed even faster and appeared behind Minion in the blink of an eye. He reached out with one hand and grabbed its neck directly, lifting it up. Such subtle tactics clearly did not scare the minion. The little guy's ingratitude did not sit well with Jim. He delivered a big iron fist straight to the face of the minion. The effect was immediate, and the minion immediately became obedient. "Before I kill you, quickly return the money." Minion unexpectedly shook his head repeatedly to indicate no. "Very well, I'm starting to appreciate your courage now." His fist clenched once again as he spoke. Don't say that the minion is also a discerning one. It hurriedly reached into its clothes to search. The next second, a large red gem was handed to Jim. "I want money, not your crappy stuff," he said. However, when he looked closely, it turned out to be velvet gem. This is a type of gem that condenses on rare plants growing in geysers. Due to its rarity and unique growth environment, it is almost impossible for humans to find it. Usually, people have to take risks, go kill dangerous monsters to obtain it. Therefore, its price remains high. Just 1 carat can be sold for millions. This one in front of me could easily fetch tens of millions. Jim's hands were shaking with excitement, and the strength in his hands involuntarily increased a bit. His actions, in the eyes of Minion, had a completely different meaning. It broke out in cold sweats, obviously trying to survive. One is not enough, more money. It instantly understood and reached into its clothes to search for it. This time it actually took out a blue velvet gem. This scene left Jim unsure of what to do. These 2 gems are worth tens of millions. He grip tightened in excitement, but Minion's face was now flushed red from being squeezed. It seemed like it was nearing its limit. It couldn't help but let out a loud roar. The gem in its hand was also thrown out as a result. In the blink of an eye, Jim quickly let go and released Minion. His figure quickly flashed in the direction where Jim was falling. I didn't expect that he only caught one. The other one touched his wrist and bounced away. The gem fell on the steps. At this moment, Jim turned around to catch Minion, but it was too late. Then Minion had already leaped several times, and was about to escape out of the door. He was pretty fast. But considering these 2 velvet gems, I'll spare you. He didn't realize that the gem that fell on the steps was slowly floating up. In an instant, the outer layer of the gem inexplicably shattered. There was a vibration inside the sealed room. This movement gave Jim a sense of foreboding. He slowly turned around to look behind him. The man was accidentally bitten by a snake on his arm 7 inches. Unexpectedly, he inherited an ancient hidden chamber of the Garo tribe. Therefore, he was able to freely navigate the dangerous and opportunity-filled world of the underground labyrinth. Today, he accidentally dropped a gem worth millions. In an instant, it was unexpectedly sucked up by the secret room, ready to be absorbed. Jim suddenly turned around. The control interface unexpectedly popped up a prompt. Consuming a medium gem will repair and upgrade the durability of the labyrinth. Seeing this situation, he immediately exerted his strength and pounced towards the altar with the gem in hand. But it was too late. The energy of the gem has been absorbed by the altar and turned into ashes. Pop-up window shows 24-hour durability repair. Labyrinth upgrade will be completed after 72 hours. He felt like 100 claws scratching at his heart at once. That gem is worth millions. He had no choice but to sell the remaining red gem for 18 million to the swindler. 2 days later, the younger sister married her beloved with this generous dowry and the blessings of her relatives. Upon returning home, Jim still couldn't let go of the gem that had been consumed by the labyrinth. Just have to hope that this upgrade will be worth it. Only 24 seconds left until the labyrinth upgrade is complete. Soon with the system prompt. The labyrinth has successfully upgraded to level 2. He couldn't wait to stand up and say, "Open the door!" There was a space in front of him. It cracked like a mirror, revealing an entrance. As he stepped in, the control interface of the labyrinth also appeared. One of the prompt messages piqued his interest. That's when the labyrinth ascends to level 2, unlocking the Garo's nest. He couldn't wait to walk into the room and investigate. On the wall inside the room, there were several compartments filled with straw, but they were all empty. Curious, he walked into the room, intending to find out more. Unexpectedly, after only taking a few steps, he felt something eerie making noise behind him. Shortly after, creepy noises started to sound from all around, and they were closing in on him. However, the next moment, what appeared before him were 6 cute baby snakes. He summoned the system panel to display. They were summoned as Labyrinth upgraded. He could command them to do whatever is within their capabilities. Looking at this group of level 1 adorable pets with big eyes, they seemed to be waiting for their owner to assign tasks. He scratched his head. But luckily, he had played strategic MMORPGs before. He divided the 6 baby snakes into 2 groups, with 3 in each group. One group was sent out to explore the surroundings of the labyrinth. The second group is assigned to be laborers at home. They need to dig out a storage room. But Jim doesn't have high expectations for these baby snakes. After all, judging from their appearance, they are all short and small. Who would have thought? These 3 baby snakes at home work exceptionally hard. They dug the storage room in just 1 hour. The baby snakes set out to explore soon returned. How come there is only one left now? He felt a sense of unease in his heart. Is it so dangerous outside the sealed room? Did the other 2 die outside? With doubts in his mind, he quickly ran up to ask Baby Snake. It turned out that they had harvested too many spoils while exploring. So those 2 baby snakes stayed behind to guard the spoils. What a lucky break. No matter how you look at the baby snake in front of you, it's always cute. The baby snake obediently passed the map over. Jim opened the map and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The baby snakes have investigated the situation around the secret room in great detail. This can bring great convenience for future development. On the other side, Baby Snake has poured out all the spoils brought back. But it disappointed Jim greatly. Distinguishable from appearance and condition, they are all broken, rusty miscellaneous items and weapons. It looks like they are all antiques from the Geyser War era. However, based on these items, one can deduce the location of the secret chamber. It should be in a remote area of the underground labyrinth, otherwise these items would have been picked up long ago. Suddenly, a few shining objects caught Jim's attention. He quickly rushed over and started searching through them. It turned out to be 3 velvet gems, although 2 of them were very small. Baby Snake looked at him in a way that seemed he had never seen the world before, indicating that along the way, he had seen many stones like this. This suddenly made Jim smell the scent of money. He excitedly grabbed Baby Snake and shook it. He immediately got up to go search. But just as he ran halfway, he suddenly realized his own secret chamber defenses were still so weak. What should we do if monsters come to steal while we are away? But soon he had an idea. That is simply to upgrade the secret room with these gemstones without hesitation. Just do it. He ran straight to the platform and threw the gems into the altar. With the prompt from the system, Jim finally realized. Did he just consume the valuable gem again? Worth tens of millions. He has successfully moved one step further away from his small goal. Now he finally understands why humans, knowing that the underground labyrinth is very dangerous, still flock to it, even risking their lives for it. Since it's so interesting here, and I'm bored to death lately anyway, then I'll have a good time playing big in this underground labyrinth. revive the glory of the Garo Empire. The man was accidentally bitten by a snake on his arm 7 inches. He unexpectedly inherited an ancient Garo tribe labyrinth. At the same time, he also got these 6 adorable pets that are short and small. However, in this labyrinth, there is only a broken chair. The rest is just air. Even the mice that come in have to cry and go back. In order to turn the situation around, he gritted his teeth and sacrificed a few velvet gems. According to Swindler, those are gems worth tens of millions. Shortly after the upgrade of Labyrinth, there was a prompt. Now there are 2 types of units that can be summoned. The first type is called Garo Guard, praised as the fearless ones. They are skilled in various combat techniques. The second type belongs to a managerial unit with high intelligence. They can handle labyrinth affairs and lead troops in battle, but are weak in combat, being purely intellectual workers. Both types of units are urgently needed by Jim. However, the only thing that bothers him is the summoned soldiers require a certain amount of gem consumption every month. This makes him even more eager to get velvet gem. Now he can only live frugally to make ends meet. With his call, a spatial rift appeared out of thin air in front of him. After a dazzling white light, in front of him stood a fierce Garo guard. This set of weapons and equipment is capable of both attacking and defending in battle. It looks quite reliable. Immediately, he gave orders to the Garo guard to guard the warehouse. This guy's huge build. I estimate he could push through levels 1 to 3 of the underground labyrinth by himself. Then he used up 2 lower-class gems to summon management-type troops. Another spatial crack appeared in front of him. Suddenly, things seemed a bit off. The crack in front of him was unexpectedly large. The control system also popped up a prompt at this moment. Due to the activation of the mysterious geyser, the one summoned this time will be a hero-level figure. Administrator Dominic. Before Jim could react, a graceful figure appeared in front of him. What's going on? Is this a maid outfit or a Lolita outfit? Call up the control interface. He realized that the person in front of him was extraordinary. This is a true management genius dedicated to helping the master handle all kinds of tasks. At this moment, Jim remains impassive. But in reality, he inwardly sighs with relief at having struck gold this time. It seems that the days of driving a Ferrari single-handedly are not far away for oneself. So he immediately began to arrange the task at hand. Let's call you Domi in the future because the name Dominic is too long. Later, he shared the map information with Domi after some investigation. Near the Garo Labyrinth, there are not only mineral veins, but also plants that can produce velvet gems. In order to come up with a reasonable maintenance plan, the two decided to conduct an on-site investigation first. After a thorough on-site survey, Domi proposed many schemes beneficial for the development of the Garo Labyrinth, such as breaking through the fragile cave walls, shortening the distance to the vein, and setting up collecting stations along the way. At the same time, she made arrangements for the harvesting of velvet gems near the geyser. Of course, since she has come, she naturally wanted to harvest the gem that had already formed. Jim looked on in astonishment, secretly giving her a thumbs up. She is someone who knows how to live. This behavior of not picking up money when going out is considered a loss. Isn't it an excellent quality of a manager? There are defense installations. The details such as drinking water supply are well planned. Of course, to accomplish all these tasks, a large number of personnel is needed. Therefore, she suggests Jim to increase manpower and upgrade the labyrinth as soon as possible. But Jim just wants to be a figurehead. He plans to leave all these trivial matters to Domi to handle. After all, he can't be watching over Labyrinth all the time. Little did he know, both suggestions made by Domi are things only the owner of Labyrinth can handle. Even with her high level, she cannot substitute. This suddenly made Jim realize there is a fatal problem. If he does not serve as a good master, will these Garo people leave him or rebel? Upon hearing this, Domi assured Jim not to worry too much. Even if a monster harms the master of the labyrinth, It cannot inherit the labyrinth, because only those chosen by the labyrinth can become its master. So no Garo people would be foolish enough to overthrow the royal family that protects them. In this way, Jim finally has a rough understanding. He consumes another 3 intermediate gems to upgrade the labyrinth. He also returns to the surface and arrives at Swindler's shop. He plans to sell the velvet gem in his hand. During the period, Swindler subtly tried to learn about the origin of the gem, but Jim managed to sidestep the issue with just a few words. But Swindler is not planning to give up, because now there is a gem brought back by the explorer from the underground labyrinth. The gems are becoming scarcer, so he has always been in a situation of high demand and short supply. Swindler said that he would provide Jim with information about the underground labyrinth for free. But he needs Jim to prioritize selling the gem to him after obtaining it. Jim is indeed very interested in Swindler's proposition. Swindler then provided him with some information. Inside the underground labyrinth in the P State, there is a group of infernal spiders there, and there are rumors that they have the velvet gem. The transaction went smoothly this time, just as Jim was about to take the money and leave. The swindler said, "Young man, I know you have a family to support." Upon hearing this, Jim was suddenly furious. He turned around and punched with all his might. He angrily smashed the big counter in front of the swindler, and the counter shattered with a loud noise. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He said sinisterly, "How dare you investigate my background?" The parents of the baby were humans, who had once ventured into the underground labyrinth. The child they gave birth to was raised by monsters, drinking monster milk as they grew up. From the age of 3, these children were driven away by the monsters. He dug tunnels in the perilous labyrinth. Everyone run, damn it. He actually dug into the nest of the infernal spider. "Please help me. Please save me." Jim suddenly woke up from a nightmare, his face turning pale. He looked like he was weak and bloodless. Domi, frightened, quickly approached to inquire about the situation. Jim said it was just a nightmare about the past. In fact, he has always been taboo about letting others know about his past, so he did not want to say much. Unexpectedly, as he looked up, his eyes happened to meet the gaze of this group of adorable pets. From their clear eyes, revealed a hint of silliness. This made Jim feel particularly at ease. Couldn't help but scratch his head and smile. His mood also became less tense and relaxed. He then ordered Domi to strengthen the guard around the labyrinth. If the presence of infernal spiders is discovered, it must be reported immediately. At this moment, Domi reminds that the labyrinth has successfully been upgraded to level 3. Upon hearing this, Jim immediately became interested. He opened the control interface. He found that 6 Garo workers were summoned again. At the same time, the core of the labyrinth had been successfully unlocked. The moment it was clicked open, a 100-pound iron lump fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. But this clumsy appearance really doesn't look good at all. At this moment, Domi noticed something unusual about Jim. She immediately started explaining the core of the labyrinth to him. If the core is destroyed, the entire Garo labyrinth will malfunction. Of course, if it remains intact. Even if the Garo labyrinth is razed to the ground in battle, with it, everything can be restored. Jim's attention was suddenly caught by a pop-up window. It displayed that the core had been activated. Monsters in the distance all sensed the presence of the labyrinth. Unexpectedly, a warning followed closely. It indicated a group of 20 horned rats rushing towards the labyrinth. They are expected to arrive in 59 minutes. Upon seeing this, Jim immediately felt a little flustered. He quickly shared the information with Domi to seek a solution. Domi's proposed solution is to summon a sufficient number of combat units immediately, because at present they only have 1 Garo guard stationed at the warehouse. Jim summoned the control interface. After creating the level 3 labyrinth, for new types of troops were indeed added. They are the Garo archer, known for their accurate shooting skills. The mighty Garo berserker with extraordinary combat power, the Garo mage known for their excellent magic skills, and the Garo cleric with the ability to heal wounds with skilled hands. These unit types cover various aspects and are all very powerful. Of course, they also require a large amount of gems to use. But right now, you only have 21 gems on hand. How should you summon units efficiently? Just as Jim was troubled by this, Domi reminded him that the Horned Rat's actual combat power is not high. A Garo guard can single-handedly take on 4 Horned Rats. A Berserker or a Cleric is equivalent to 2 Garo guards. The combat power of an archer corresponds to 3 Garo guards. Mages correspond to 5 Garo guards. She also emphasized that apart from Berserkers, the other unit types have weak melee attacks. So it is important to pay attention to the unit composition. Through Domi's easy-to-understand comparison, Jim had an idea in his mind instantly. With limited time, he immediately started summoning. After a flash of sparks with lightning, 2 figures exuding a strong sense of oppression appeared before the crowd. A total of 1 Garo guard and 2 Garo berserkers were summoned, their imposing figures indeed too formidable. However, the Garo guard that was summoned together could only dodge to the side, trembling in fear. Jim was also delighted to see this, and instinctively sought validation. He even felt the urge to immediately lead Garo Berserker to find Wolfape to avenge their previous humiliation. Suddenly, he noticed that a baby snake seemed somewhat resentful. Now is the time to prepare for battle. Such emotions cannot be tolerated. Domi provided a clear explanation for this. Baby snake is actually a subspecies of these high-level warriors. The stronger the subspecies, like the Garo people, the higher the chances of their birth. Although the subspecies moves slowly and lacks willpower, they exhibit remarkable endurance and strength. So they are very reliable as logistic personnel. Upon hearing this, Jim suddenly understood. He immediately ordered the assembly of all Garo logistics personnel. Domi was also deeply puzzled by this. Unexpectedly, Jim picked up the hoe standing in the corner. I know that the Garo tribe values honor the most. Currently, our Garo labyrinth is about to experience the first battle. At this glorious moment, all Garo people should participate regardless of any distinctions between them. Even a hoe can become a weapon for the warriors at this time. Upon hearing the words, the unhappy Garo baby snake's eyes suddenly regained their spirit. Jim looked at baby snake with encouraging eyes. It was eager for glory and eager to fight for Garo. Following that, Jim raised his arm and called out, "Let's kill all those bastards who dare to invade the Garo labyrinth. Kill them all!" Instantly, morale soared and blood boiled among all members. The mouse is not afraid of bloodline suppression. It only thinks about eating snakes in its mind. Just because it wants to lead the Horned Rat clan, standing at the top of the underground food chain. They want to break free from the identity of underground laborers and achieve the status of prey for other predators. In Garo Labyrinth, Jim is also making final mobilizations for the upcoming battle. 3 miles away from Garo Labyrinth, a thick smoke could be seen rising. Vaguely visible were the weapons being held upright in the ranks. After this aggressively approaching team got closer, it turned out to be a group of mice with long horns on their heads. The leading Horned Rat saw that there were only 3 Garo baby snakes standing at the entrance of the Garo labyrinth. He was immediately overjoyed, guessing that the new owner of this Garo labyrinth was a foolish noob who didn't know how to create troops. My horns are the biggest, so I am the smartest. You all have to believe me and listen to me. In front of us, there is a nest of baby snakes in this labyrinth. Let's charge in and eat them. Then your horns will become as big as mine. This sentence is like a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan, instantly igniting the fiery passion of all the Horned Rats present. Their minds are filled with images of growing bigger and longer. Immediately after, the Horned Rats, in a frenzy, followed the direction that Ricky pointed. They shouted and charged towards the Garo labyrinth. The 3 baby snakes that were arranged at the entrance as bait were already trembling in fear. They have brought shame to the Garo tribe. They forcefully suppressed the urge to turn and run away. Suddenly, a horned rat leaped up first. The long sword in its hand was about to draw first blood. Unexpectedly, a figure shot out from the side. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved several meters away. Wherever he passed, not a single horned rat was left unscathed. Blood splattered on the spot. Join me in defending the honor of Garo, brave companions. As soon as the words fell, 2 Garo guards instantly stood behind Jim. At the same time, the Garo berserker, wielding a 40-meter-long machete, blocked horned rat's retreat like a god. This is the tactic devised by Jim. They are going to trap the horned rat group from the front and back, blocking them in the narrow entrance passage. They charged forward from both sides at the same time, crazily harvesting the lives of the horned rat. The sudden change in the battle situation caught Ricky off guard. However, it suddenly recalled the words of the man in black robes, who approached it a few days ago. If the horned rat clan wants to break free from the identity of laborers in the labyrinth, and the fate of being eaten due to their weakness, there is a rare opportunity at hand. The man in black robes informed Ricky of the location of the labyrinth and instructed that as long as the control core inside the labyrinth is devoured, it will be able to become the new owner of the Garo labyrinth. At this moment, Ricky suddenly had a goal. Through the gap between the Garo guards, it saw the location of the labyrinth's core. So it gathered the horned rats around it and deployed a battle plan. They then began to act separately. Just saw Ricky taking the lead and charging toward the entrance of the labyrinth. The other horned rats were also inspired by the sight. They launched a fierce feint attack against the 2 Garo guards. Sure enough, under the fearless protection of the horned rat, Ricky carries the hopes of the horned rat clan. It successfully broke through the defense line of the Garo guard and entered the interior of the labyrinth. Domi reacted quickly, loudly calling for Jim to fall back. However, Jim turned back indifferently, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty intent. He snatched the knife from Garo guard's hands. He lightly stepped on his toes and leaped up, running towards the labyrinth. Unexpectedly, Ricky's skills were impressive as well. He dodged the obstacles on the road and swiftly approached, having already bypassed the layers of hindrances from the baby snake. In the twinkling of an eye, the blade carried a sharp whistling sound as it sliced through the air. In an instant, the area around the core of the labyrinth was engulfed in billowing smoke and dust from the impact. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jim landed, he received an alert that the core of the labyrinth had been damaged. He looked up at the core of the labyrinth again, only to find Ricky impaled on the platform by a knife hole, but its fangs in its mouth still unwillingly poised to bite towards the core. Jim couldn't stand it. He went up and gave it a good whack. It turns out that Jim's thrown knife caused damage to the core of the labyrinth. This is a bit embarrassing. This is almost a rhythm that could have killed oneself. On the other hand, with Ricky's death, the morale of the horned rat was severely hit. Resolving them is just a matter of time. At the same time, Jim also discovered that the Garo people are indeed fierce in combat. Due to the tail, their center of balance is particularly stable. This makes them not hindered by the bulkiness of their bodies. Instead, they are more agile and swift. If it were him facing such an enemy, he would probably find it difficult to deal with. At this moment, the battle is approaching its end. Little do they know that a figure in black robes has long been hiding in the dark, silently observing everything. In a certain location in the underground labyrinth, the man in black robes is kneeling, reporting the battle situation to a giant beast. The master has already ascertained that there are only 5 combat units in the Garo labyrinth, consisting of 1 hero-level unit and 4 ordinary soldiers. And their master seems to be just an ignorant rookie. Although they pose no threat to us now, they consider themselves descendants of dragons, claiming that even with impure bloodlines, they can also dominate in this underground world. This man in black robes seems to have some intention of sowing discord. The gigantic beast on the throne was indeed angered and let out a low growl. It ordered the man in black robes to organize another team of monsters to launch an attack. This mouse actually wants to swallow this bead in order to make its antlers bigger and longer. Sure enough, the final outcome can only be death. After the battle ended, the control system quickly compiled the data. Unfortunately, due to Horned Rat being too weak, Jim did not receive any substantial rewards. Instead, due to the tactical arrangements of flanking from the front and back, he gained a slight increase in charm points. He was awarded the title of Junior Commander. This battle also sounded an alarm in Jim's heart. He even felt fortunate. His first opponent was this group of weak horned rats. The Garo Labyrinth is located in the geyser area. There must be strong enemies lurking around. He originally intended to play defensively and develop, slowly revealing his fangs afterwards. Who knows now the appearance of the core of the labyrinth? It exposed the existence of the Garo Labyrinth. This made Jim inexplicably restless. He must quickly develop and become stronger. With a series of instructions issued by him, suddenly, the entire labyrinth began to operate in an orderly manner. At the same time, he also has many plans that need to be refined and developed. But all of these require a large number of gems. However, the gems collected from plants and veins are simply not enough. Suddenly inspired, I remember the horns on the head of the horned rat. Perhaps you can get some money from the swindler to buy gems. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at the swindler's place, he was doused with a bucket of cold water. Because the value of this horn is not great, the purchase price is not ideal. Unfortunately, he could only go to Swindler again. Listen for news about Infernal Spider. He was informed that the first expedition team to Infernal Spider had unexpectedly set off. If he wants to join again, he will need to provide proof of ranking. Only then can he join the main lineup. What is your rank, young man? If you have the required rank, I can help you apply for a spot through my connections. The old man has even conducted a background check on me. I don't know my rank. Actually, even Jim himself is not sure about this issue. He only knows that he was born and raised in the 12th level underground. It is governed by a Duke-class monster in the labyrinth. Upon hearing this, Swindler was immediately stunned, and the shock on her face was hard to conceal. You are probably the player with the highest level in the underground dungeon in the country at level 12. Jim was puzzled by Swindler's reaction. What's so surprising about level 12 that it could make such a fuss? Swindler seemed genuinely clueless about the classification of underground levels. He then picked up a pen, planning to educate him on the matter. But his artistic skills were so lifelike that no one could understand. He explained that these were the children who came out from levels 1 to 3. When they grow up, they are only slightly stronger than adult men. They can only work as guides in the exploration team. The strength of children from levels 4 to 6 when they grow up. They can serve as members of the assault team. They are considered to have the strength comparable to Captain America. From level 7 to 9, it's remarkable. That's where the monster territory begins. Children who can grow up and survive there correspond to the strength of the Hulk. Below level 10, it's unimaginable. The monsters there are all on the level of Thanos. So far, no assault team has been able to penetrate. Simply put, the children from deeper levels are stronger. They have special abilities that are different from ordinary people in terms of strength, speed, or other aspects. Speaking of this, he asked with interest if Jim has any special skills, such as breathing fire or having laser eyes. Jim saw him making fun of himself like this. He instantly shot a cold glare at the swindler. He coldly said, "In my eyes, your whole body is a weakness. In less than a second, I can send you to report to the underworld in advance." Stop, stop, stop! Young man, hold on. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. After all, he still remembers that Jim can easily smash his desk to pieces. He quickly changed the topic, saying he would declare it as soon as possible to get Jim into the main team. Unexpectedly, Jim didn't want to attract attention. He just wanted to be declared as a level 7 entry. Swindler did not dare to ask more, and readily agreed to it. He will first arrange the affairs of the Garo labyrinth for the near future. Because he estimates that he will not be able to return until 2 weeks later, he asked Domi to bring the gems collected these days. He threw all the gems into the altar. He summoned a Garo archer, but it looked ridiculous with its eyes covered by tattered cloth. Are you sure it's not here to be funny? Alright, since it's here, let's have it guard the gate first. He also left 2 gems in the tent for Domi to use for daily maintenance. At this time, Jim asked Domi, "Can this portal be opened and closed at will? Or adjusted in size? After all, it seems a bit inconvenient for this door to be always open like this." The man was originally a powerful level 12 expert. Yet he has to lurk in the expedition team, working as a level 7 rookie porter. Simply because he only has 2 meager gems left in his account. At this moment, Jim has already sneaked into the besieged entrance of the P-State Underground Labyrinth. Main force of Infernal Spider. Claire, the woman wielding a large machete, is the leader of this squad. This mission requires all Infernal Spiders on the 2nd level of the labyrinth to be killed within 2 weeks. The team consists of 7 main members. An additional 15 ordinary assault team members are provided as support. Once the head count was confirmed, they immediately set off in full gear. As the entrance gate of the labyrinth slowly opened, Captain Claire emphasized to the team members once again, "Be sure to follow orders. And we need to pass through the 1st level of the labyrinth quickly." They need to reach the 2nd level to join forces with the advance team for the battle. Unexpectedly, the team encountered obstacles right from the start. The appearance of the whiptail lizard in front of them. In an instant, it devoured one of the team members. Captain Claire quickly organized the team members to respond. However, these main forces were calmly smoking and joking on the side. It had been rumored that the current strength of the Special Forces team members had declined. "I didn't expect it to be so unbearable." Before the yellow-haired man could finish his sentence, the sound of a blade being unsheathed caught his attention. This guy seems to be a level 7 rookie brought in by the captain. In the meantime, Jim leaped into the air and slashed at the lizard's neck with a knife. Instantly, a horrifying wound was left on the lizard's body. Captain Claire is also experienced and adept at seizing opportunities in battle. She ordered the assault team members to direct all firepower towards the lizard's wound. The crisis was resolved shortly afterwards. However, the team member who was eaten had already passed away due to severe injuries. Claire sighed deeply at this. She quickly adjusted her mood and immediately started to rearrange the personnel. She had to lead the team to evacuate before the smell of blood spread. She immediately turned around to pick a fight with Jim afterwards. "Your skills are quite impressive. Whiptail lizard tough skin, but you can easily break through it." But the conversation suddenly changed. "If you don't follow instructions and act recklessly next time, I will kick you out of the team." It's a typical combination of benevolence and authority. But Jim doesn't buy into her approach at all. He replied that he is just following his heart. In order to avoid conflicts and differences, Claire can only patiently explain. "The 7 of us must preserve our strength as the main force of the team. Because the upcoming battle, regular assault squad members simply cannot handle it." Jim also agreed with her statement and stopped talking. A week later, they finally arrived at the entrance to the 2nd underground level. The whole team stopped first. They did some simple replenishment and rest. Suddenly, a team member responsible for standing guard around the area noticed something unusual. It seemed that something fell and hit his helmet. The team member picked it up and found out that it was a valuable velvet gem. This discovery immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Each one of them was exhilarated. This is a chance to get rich. But why would the gem fall from the cave roof? The team member who returned from patrol on the other side is reporting to the captain, Claire. The mission of the patrol team was originally to search for the markers left by the advance team, to facilitate timely rendezvous and coordinate with the rear for combat. However, when following the marks and searching to a certain location along the way, they suddenly disappeared. Judging from the traces left at the scene, it is determined that the advance team must have encountered a spider, and the battle was quite intense. At the same time, it was also discovered that a gem fell from the top. Strangely, when a team member tried to pick up the gem, their body was immobilized in midair. Upon hearing this, Claire immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. She quickly rushed to the scene with her team. Indeed, it was as described. One of the commandos hung in the air like a puppet on a string, in a strange and eerie position. She immediately ordered all personnel to be on high alert and prepared for battle as if facing a major enemy. At the same time, she ordered the launch of illumination flares towards the cave ceiling. One flare was launched, revealing humanoid cocoons hanging upside down on the ceiling. This caused everyone present to have their hair stand on end instantly. Claire forced herself to remain calm. In a deep voice, she ordered there to be only 10 bodies here. There should be other members of the advance team still alive. Hurry and evacuate from this place to regroup. Just as she was speaking, unbeknownst to her, a spider had quietly appeared behind her. The teammates' startled cries alerted her to the emergency situation behind her. Without thinking too much, she tightened her grip on the large knife in her hand and swiftly turned around, instantly beheading the spider. The assault team reacted quickly without hesitation, opening up their folding defense shields. At the same time, they swiftly and orderly regrouped, forming a closed formation. The main team members all displayed their weapons one after another, creating a defensive line on the periphery to protect them. When the illumination flare went out in an instant, the spider's attacks followed one after another. Jim immediately flashed behind Claire to block with a knife. He instantly felt the knife tremble. Sparks flew in an instant. Launch a flare quickly. Just as the words fell, the second flare was launched. However, a spider quietly appeared behind it. A large group of spiders was slowly descending along the silk threads. To these spiders, this team seemed most suitable for becoming mummified in this manner. However, facing a giant spider can bring immense and oppressive despair to people, but not to the hell babies. Because from the moment they can remember things, they have been struggling to survive in despair. The man with yellow hair had a cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face. His figure leaped up. With a long knife in hand, he swiftly took down the first opponent with a flick of his wrist. Immediately, he took advantage of the downward momentum to ruthlessly stab down with his knife, nailing another opponent to the ground. At this moment, a spider suddenly leaped from the side and pounced towards him. This came just in time. The yellow-haired man quickly drew in his leg to tighten his core strength. In an instant, he kicked and thrust simultaneously with both feet, sending it flying. Teammate Nolan also did not back down. Holding dual knives, he took care of one as well. He immediately kicked the ground hard again. He fired at the spider in the air, his knife moves opening and closing in a grand manner. In an instant, he severed and cut off the spider's limbs. The spider, losing its legs, rolled on the ground like a ball. Then Nolan crushed its head with one kick. The sophisticated tall guy on the other side was quite unexpected. He relied on brute force to output madness. So basically, with him, it's one punch per spider. His way of fighting is even more overbearing and unreasonable, dragging and pulling forcefully. The whole scene is most exciting when he plays. The elegant man holding a flower sword next to the tall guy is also worth paying attention to. Wearing a padded jacket in the middle of summer may seem somewhat puzzling. But elegance is always timeless. This does not affect the 10-cross sword flowers trembling in his hand at all. His movements are smooth, elegant, and full of European aristocratic atmosphere. In the end, he even scolded the tall guy for stealing his kill, which prevented him from enjoying it to the fullest. Their casual banter and jokes made the nervous SWAT team member beside them suspicious, wondering if they had come to the wrong set. Please, we are being surrounded by a large group of spiders. Suddenly, a mutation occurred out of the blue. Two large spiders suddenly leaped from the side and pounced on the assault team. At this moment, a figure swiftly shot past, instantly dismembering the spiders. The figure then landed directly among the group of spiders, only to see a black light flash in Jim's eyes. He immediately moved like a swimming dragon, charging and striking through the spider group. Every strike landed on the weak points of the spiders. Is this guy still human? Is there still justice? Whoever dares to say he is a level 7 newbie, I will kill him. The others stopped their hands. They stared blankly as Jim solos by himself. Soon, the spider was almost completely eliminated. But it left Claire deeply puzzled, feeling that something was not right. According to records, the infernal spider belongs to the powerful monsters in the deep layers of the underground labyrinth. They have never appeared on the second floor, so very little is known about them. But logically speaking, monsters living in the depths of the labyrinth should all have strong abilities. Now they have been easily resolved by them. It seems very unreasonable. Claire's statement quickly gained everyone's agreement. Because from the battle just now, it can be felt. These spiders are weaker compared to the whiptail lizard encountered on the first floor. But some people also comfort everyone not to overthink. Because this time, he has prepared enough bombs to deal with it. So whether the infernal spider comes or not doesn't matter. Unexpectedly, Jim made a new discovery. Through his identification, it turns out that the spiders that were just killed were not infernal spiders. These spiders not only have a small size, but also thin skin and fragile bones. They should belong to a subspecies of infernal spiders, or perhaps a lower-ranking species. Moreover, their fighting styles are different. The infernal spider is like a patient hunter. They set traps and then wait patiently for their prey to get caught, rather than actively attacking. When Jim turned around, he unintentionally noticed something unusual around him. He didn't know when it started, but many thick spider silk threads were hanging from the cave ceiling. He also found the entrance to the second level of the labyrinth. The place was already covered with spider webs. It seemed like something was intentionally blocking their way out. He was suddenly filled with a chilling sensation and a sense of foreboding. He realized that the infernal spider was nearby, and they have already been quietly setting up their plans. He patiently waits for them to fall into the trap. He immediately found the demolitions expert, asking him to bury the explosives at the entrance of the second floor as soon as possible. He warned his teammates to stay vigilant at all times. The battle was not over, as the infernal spider was lurking nearby. However, the yellow-haired man thought that Jim was just being mysterious. Claire also had doubts. Why did Jim know so much about the infernal spider? In fact, Jim should be the only one among their group who has seen and knows about the infernal spider. Just as Claire was about to ask him to clarify, a scream caught everyone's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, there was only Elegant Swordsman in front. Suddenly, an incredibly huge spider appeared. Jim hurriedly shouted for him to escape. This was indeed the real infernal spider. But Elegant Swordsman seemed to have just been injured by the infernal spider. At this moment, his mind was filled with only thoughts of killing the spider to vent his anger. He paid no attention to Jim's dissuasion. Unexpectedly, in that split second of distraction, his body was instantly pierced through by Chella, hanging on it like a torn cloth. In the fleeting moment of dilated pupils, Elegant Swordsman probably never dreamed that the final image of his life would be this gaping mouth dripping with blood. As a master-level martial artist, his sword movements were also simple and unadorned. Yet, due to underestimating his opponent's strength, he was pierced through by the monster's claw, ultimately becoming food in the mouth of the infernal spider, accompanied by a piercing howl from the infernal spider. In the depths of the silent and dark labyrinth, echoes of countless rustling sounds can be heard. In an instant, numerous spiders of various sizes slowly emerged from the darkness. Claire immediately turned around and ordered all personnel to gather urgently. Unexpectedly, it was already too late as casualties had occurred in the team. However, the scene before their eyes seemed so familiar to Jim, because this scene had occurred in his childhood. this deeply ingrained in his mind, accompanying him through countless sleepless nights in his childhood. Suddenly, Claire's questioning interrupted Jim's thoughts. It seems like your judgment was correct. What are you staring at? Quickly regroup and prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, Jim stared at Claire as if she were a fool. Thinking about facing the enemy head-on was as good as handing them the victory. However, he restrained himself and analyzed the current situation for her. Not only is there a spider emperor, but also 2 commanding infernal spiders and countless low-level spider subordinates. With our small group, winning is absolutely impossible. The only way is to quickly make use of the bombs to gain more time for retreat. Don't worry that the explosion will cause the cave to collapse. The infernal spider should have been on the cave roof, covered in tough spider silk. Seeing this, Claire was confident. The level 7 newbie in front of her not only understood the infernal spider, but also seemed to have experience dealing with it. On the other side, the other main team members have already engaged with the spider at this point. But the number of spiders is so overwhelming that it's despairing. What is the purpose of the advanced team that went in early? Why are there so many spiders left unresolved? Are you stupid? The advanced team has become dried meat hanging above your head. The rest probably have been eaten. He immediately turned his head and urged the assault team to hurry up and bury the bombs. But the cultured big guy didn't think so. He believed that there was no need to be afraid if you felt unjust and just act on it. There is no need to pay attention to the one pretending to be a spider expert. It's just something said by a level 7 newbie. The original purpose of entering the underground labyrinth mission was to eliminate the infernal spider. There is no reason to flee upon discovering the target. At this moment, Jim in the front line fighting the spiders turned around. Startled, he warned that the infernal spider was about to attack. It came just in time. We were just waiting for it. He exerted force under his feet and leaped fiercely. He shot towards the infernal spider like a human cannonball. Jim was furious and exasperated. Indeed, it's impossible to persuade someone who wants to die. At this moment, the tall man had leaped close, gathering all his strength into his fist. The heavy blow fell heavily on the spider's head with great force and weight. A crisp sound. The big guy's arm broke with a bone spur piercing through the skin. The excruciating pain spread throughout his body in an instant, making him unable to help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. But the moment of the miserable scream came to a sudden halt, because by then, he had already been pierced through by the spider. The next moment, he was cruelly devoured by the infernal spider in front of everyone's eyes. Just as the yellow-haired man and Nolan were shocked by the scene before them, unexpectedly, another infernal spider suddenly leaped towards the 2 of them in the blink of an eye. Jim rushed out from the side and wielded his knife to block Chella. He then raised his knife and positioned himself in front of the yellow-haired man and Nolan, with black light flashing in his eyes. Jim's actions were no different from a spider seizing its prey, instantly stirring up the enraged beastly nature of the infernal spider. Several sharp Chella, accompanied by a strong wind, stabbed towards him rapidly. He only saw him bend his waist, and immediately the movements in his hands were as fast as lightning. Waving the knife, shadows filled the sky, blocking each spider one by one. Level 7 masters, please accept this person's knees. When he came to his senses, he realized that the yellow-haired man had already dashed away into the distance. Returning to the battlefield, Jim dodged the passing attack of Chella by crouching down, then quickly stood up and swung his sword to block Chella's attempt to counterstrike. Suddenly, a glimpse of movement from the side made him feel uneasy. That was close. Jim narrowly escaped being smashed into a pancake by another infernal spider that leaped up for a surprise attack. He forcibly stabilized his mind to adjust his own state. Because at this moment, he is facing a pincer attack from 2 commanding level infernal spiders. It seems that he needs to reveal some of his hidden cards in order to deal with the current situation. In an instant, Jim was suddenly surrounded by flickering electrical arcs, with a remarkable momentum. He took a big step forward and slashed at the infernal spider with his knife. Letting you leak a card is not the same as letting you leak electricity. At this moment, Claire also received a report that the explosive package was ready. She decisively ordered to detonate immediately. With the explosion of the bomb, others are quickly entering the passage to retreat from Labyrinth Floor 1. Don't forget to notify Jim to escape together. Who would have thought that the moment the words fell, Jim flashed in front of them. He immediately knocked Claire into the passage behind him. However, the attack by the infernal spider quickly followed with a claw swipe. But Jim was faster and instantly leaped into the air. He also caught the machete dropped by Claire in passing. Next, he twisted his body. Taking advantage of the momentum, he lifted his foot and kicked the huge stone at the top of the cave entrance. The huge stone shattered and fell with a loud crash. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Claire was the first to realize his intention. He was trying to block the passage with the huge stone to buy time for everyone to escape. He hurriedly shouted to stop him from going together. It's impossible for him alone to defeat the infernal spider. No matter how he shouted for Jim, he didn't pay any attention. The huge rock that fell quickly sealed the passage tightly. Jim slowly turned around with dual swords in his hands. Facing two terrifying infernal spiders with indifference and no fear in his eyes, it finally quieted down. "So let me find some fun," he said, as a dazzling electric light suddenly burst out from his body. The space in front seemed unable to withstand this soaring electric pressure, and shattered in response. The next moment, the Garo labyrinth under his control appeared startlingly, led by Domi. It seems that the violent gang has been waiting for a long time. In the underground labyrinth, a spider that has been hungry for 18 years glows with a hungry red light in its eyes. Seeing the spiders surrounding them, Jim quickly arranges his troops. 2 Garo berserkers are assigned to deal with them. One of them leads the spiders. The rest of the Garo tribe berserkers' task is to guard the palace gates. The only thing currently troubling Jim is the huge spider emperor, but fortunately, the narrow passages of the labyrinth's second floor restrict its movement. So far, it has not made any reckless moves, fearing a collapse and being buried alive. This is also why Jim dares to stay and negotiate with the infernal spider. Take advantage of the spider emperor being unable to move. Quickly get rid of these little spiders first. At the same time, the spiders have already leaped and pounced towards them. Just as Jim's pupils flashed with white light, electric arcs instantly surrounded his body. In an instant, he had leaped into the air with 2 knives in hand. One knife, with great force, fiercely chopped towards the head of the spider leader. Unexpectedly, as another spider leader attempted to sneak attack from behind, a lightning-fast arrow suddenly shot through, accurately hitting the spider's head. Although the appearance of Archer with the cloth-covered eyes is puzzling, his accuracy is indeed impressive. Following that, Archer quickly knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring. The arrow he shot exploded like a cannonball. The arrow scattered the group of spiders in all directions. The scene on the Garo berserker side is relatively relaxed. The leader of the spiders was beaten by the 2 of them. It was thrown to the ground and couldn't recover in time. It had already fallen to the ground and given up resistance. The performance of the Garo people. Jim silently watched. Their overall performance was better than he had expected. Of course, it may have something to do with the cheerleading squad organized by Domi. Organized division of labor in combat. Jim also had fun abusing the Spider Emperor a little bit. Careful, the Spider Emperor has started to act. Thanks to Domi's alarm. When Jim came to his senses, he only felt the overwhelming pressure coming from all directions. His body instinctively leaped aside just in time to narrowly avoid it. As he rolled over and looked up, only then did he realize that the terrifying blow just now was actually just the Spider Emperor extending its chella. The Spider Emperor must have sensed the weakness of the Spider Leader, prompting it to intervene. Suddenly, the Spider Emperor let out a loud, mournful howl. The sound waves shook to the core, causing Jim to panic and cover his ears to resist. At that moment, a system pop-up window appeared, displaying the roar of the Spider Emperor. It brought the combat power of the spider colony back to its peak. Can we still play like this? He immediately turned and looked towards the entrance of the Garo labyrinth. Sure enough, the Garo guard was covered in spiders, and it looked like he was about to be overwhelmed. The Spider Emperor's combat power surged, as if it had taken adrenaline. Spotting a vulnerability, it cut off Berserker's arm with a claw, turning the once promising situation into a collapse amidst the cries of the Spider Emperor. Jim instantly made a decision that he must shut the Spider Emperor up. He immediately grabbed a knife and leaped up to chop towards the Spider Emperor. A sudden flash of a cross-shaped knife light flashed by. The Spider Emperor also fell down under this blow. He then anxiously inquired about the battle situation in the Domi Garo labyrinth. The master is barely holding on. There are simply too many subspecies of spiders. You must hold on and persevere for a while longer. Unexpectedly, the attacks from the Spider Emperor are coming one after another. But fortunately, Jim dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been chopped off half of his body long ago. His repeated evasions made the Spider Emperor rotate his body shape. He turned his back to the Garo labyrinth. His brain was quickly working out a plan of action. He caught a glimpse of the magic summoned by a Garo baby snake unintentionally. He suddenly had an idea in his mind. While he was distracted, Spider Emperor's Chella attacked again. Jim quickly raised his sword to defend. He immediately dashed towards the direction of the Spider Emperor. The Spider Emperor, which had just been mercilessly abused by him, had lost its fighting power at this moment. Jim acted without hesitation, going straight up with a knife to sever its lower jaw. From this angle, you can see that there is a large velvet gem embedded in its upper jaw. He then reached out as if taking something from a bag and grabbed the gem. Just as he struggled to grab the gem, the venomous fangs of the Spider Emperor were also coming towards him. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the smoke and dust. At this moment, Jim's eyes were sharp. He fiercely threw the gem in his hand. Just as a red light accompanied by a strong wind was rapidly shooting towards the labyrinth. It was past Domi in an instant, flying towards the altar of the labyrinth. The gem was absorbed by the altar in an instant. Jim immediately issued a summon, the command of Garo Mage. Immediately, a terrifying lightning struck down. A Garo Mage holding a staff slowly emerged. A gem worth 1 billion is stuck in the monster's jaws. The man, however, managed to pull out the gem with all his strength. He threw the gem towards the core of the labyrinth. Because the infernal spider leader's nest produced a top-quality velvet gem. So this time summoned. It turned out to be a rare-level Garo Mage. The Garo Mage raised his hands, and with his every move, a large magic circle appeared out of thin air. Immediately, a bone-chilling frost quickly spread out. This sudden freeze caused the tunnel, which was originally covered in spiders, to ice over. In the blink of an eye, all spiders except the Spider Emperor disappeared. They were all sealed within the ice spikes. A group of spiders that they struggled desperately against but couldn't resist, were easily dealt with by Mage with a flick of his fingers. The spider leader suddenly broke out of the ice, which really scared Berserker. He instinctively took a half-step back. By raising his knife to block and resist the sharp commissary of the two attacking, he resolved the life-threatening crisis. Unexpectedly, seeing the ambush failed, the spider leader immediately stretched out a limb from the side, and rushed straight towards the back of Berserker's head. At the critical moment, Berserker only felt a white light flash by. The spider leader was unexpectedly split in half. Taking a closer look, the hand of Berserker, which was originally severed, was magically transformed into a fierce ice blade. I didn't expect Garo Mage to perform such a magical operation. Domi immediately reported the news of the spider leader's destruction to Jim. Very well, it is obvious that at this point the Spider Emperor is left alone. But Jim couldn't think of a good way to deal with it for a while. It's said that the eyes of the infernal spider. He knows the weaknesses such as the mouth, but the size of the Spider Emperor is indeed too large. Even if the Spider Emperor stands still and lets him poke its eyes, he cannot injure the brain and cause fatal damage. At present, he must create a condition for a one-hit kill to be successful. He ordered all Garo people to stand by in place. He is now going to attack the cave ceiling. He ordered to create a passageway leading to the lower level of the underground. He said this, and then swiftly leaped towards the cave ceiling. Although Domi didn't quite understand his plan, it was too dangerous to confront the Spider Emperor alone. However, Jim did not heed the advice, and continued to obstinately persist. Domi felt very self-reproachful about this. As a subordinate, he should have made every effort to protect his master. Now, she can only watch helplessly as her master ventures into danger alone. She can't help in any way. In her eyes, her master's actions are to prevent casualties among the Garo people. With Domi's thorough analysis, Jim's image instantly became towering among the Garo people. Jim's actions naturally caught the attention of the Spider Emperor. It immediately pounced towards him. "Good! I was worried you wouldn't follow." In the moment, the Spider Emperor pounced towards him. Jim's figure also leaped up in an instant. The speed at which he moved has left behind multiple afterimages. Narrow passageway ceiling. There, shattered stones fell from the passageway ceiling dug by the Spider Emperor Chella. Jim secretly delighted at the sight. Everything happening was within his expectations. He leaped up again, continuing to lead the Spider Emperor towards the cave ceiling. At the same time, earlier, as Jim protected the escaping group to the first level of the labyrinth, a sudden intense tremor occurred underfoot. Terrifyingly, the tremors were getting closer and closer to them, as if some colossal abyssal beast was about to emerge. Suddenly, the open space not far ahead of them twisted and cracked. The next second, two incredibly huge Chella burst out of the ground. The yellow-haired man and a few others were terrified, their livers and gallbladders almost rupturing, standing there dumbfounded. At this point, Jim also received a pop-up notification. A new passage between levels 1 and 2 has been opened. At the same time, he happened to see the backs of the yellow-haired man and a few others not far away. This confirmed that he had dug his way to another level. The Spider Emperor was stuck between the rocks of the first and second levels because the opening was too small. But you can't let it climb up one level. He immediately ordered Garo Mage to cast ice magic. With Garo Mage's chant, a lifelike frost giant snake suddenly appeared. It struck the Spider Emperor from bottom to top directly. From the frightened expression of the Spider Emperor, it is evident. It seems to have suffered extreme pain. Instantly, its whole body went limp and powerless, and its figure fell down. Because the cave wall was already covered with a smooth layer of ice, the fall of the Spider Emperor was particularly rapid. With a dull thud, the Spider Emperor fell heavily to the ground. Although Domi is not aware of Jim's specific plan, but she is now rushing forward. Holding down the Spider Emperor to prevent it from turning over is definitely right. With Domi's command, the Garos immediately became excited and displayed their unique abilities, rushing towards the Spider Emperor. The mage waved his magic wand, manipulating a rock to entwine the Spider Emperor. The two Garo berserkers then leaped to both sides, firmly suppressing the head of the Spider Emperor. And at the top of the 100-meter-high cave, Jim was already surrounded by electric arcs all over his body. He was ready to go, and in the next second, he pushed off forcefully with both feet. He shot towards the bottom of the second floor. In an instant, a dazzling starlight had already flashed before Spider Emperor. He wielded a big knife in his hand, enveloped in overwhelming power, and fiercely cleaved towards the head of Spider Emperor. The giant beast in front was suppressed by the relentless attacks of the Garo people. This allowed Jim to cleave its head with a single stroke. After the battle ended, the control system quickly calculated the data. Since the killed Spider Emperor is a Duke-class behemoth, and Jim's final blow achieved victory in an overpowering manner, so his charm is greatly enhanced. He was promoted to the rank of official commanding officer. The benefit of this is the combat instructions he issues, which can give the Garo warriors a 10% increase in combat power. Soldiers participating in this battle have all been promoted to 2-star ranks. The changes this brings are also beyond Jim's expectations. Originally unfriendly looking, Garo Berserker's appearance has become even more ferocious after the promotion. Their facial features all seem to have their own thoughts. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Berserker will grow into in the future. Unfortunately, the one-armed Berserker did not regenerate his arm due to promotion. Strangely, Garo Mage did not get promoted either. He truly deserves credit for this victory. Domi is quite clear about the reasons for this issue. Firstly, Mage needs a huge amount of experience to advance. Secondly, they also need to provide a well-equipped laboratory for Mage. So, currently, Garo Labyrinth needs to be upgraded to level 4. At that time, you will be able to establish a laboratory and forge. All problems will then be easily resolved. Okay, isn't it just gems? I have plenty of them. Killing this group of spiders should yield at least 20 to 30 of them. When he opened the control system, he found out that upgrading actually required 50 gems, causing Jim to widen his eyes in surprise. Just as he was about to complain, he noticed that Baby Snake was running towards him excitedly. Dozens of small and large velvet gems were all cleaned up and collected by Baby Snake from the battlefield. Who could have imagined that there would be so many of them? Jim was overjoyed at this moment. But he didn't show it on his face. He picked out 2 top-quality gems and threw them into the labyrinth. The core control system sent a prompt. It will reach level 4 in 120 hours. In that case, take advantage of these few days of downtime to rest on the ground. At the same time, in order to avoid suspicion, he picked out some lower-grade gems to take back. Just as Jim was about to leave, he immediately realized that he had made another major oversight, as a large-scale battle had just taken place. This is bound to attract the attention of nearby monsters and adventurers. I believe they will soon swarm to the scene. He instructed the Garo to clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible. All materials that can be harvested from the spiders should be stored in the warehouse. After he leaves, use magic to seal up all the entrances to prevent the exposure of the location of the labyrinth. His command shook the mage to the core. Domi saw this and immediately explained. The previous battle had depleted Mage's magical power. He was obviously exhausted. Now, it's even difficult for him to stand. Seeing this, Jim stopped pressuring him. He turned around and ordered a few berserkers to go and roll some boulders to block the door. After giving instructions, he proceeded to search for some supplies on the battlefield on his own. After all, it will take several days to return to the entrance of the first level of the labyrinth from here. At this moment, he found that Domi had been following behind him, looking hesitant and struggling to speak. He suddenly realized what was going on in his mind. This time, Domi really owes you a lot for your improvisation. You ordered to hold down the Spider Emperor's body, so it couldn't flip over. This made up for my incomplete plan. Upon hearing this, Domi immediately beamed with joy. To receive the master's affirmation was a great encouragement to her. In addition, the other participants, Garo included, all did very well. Feel free to ask for any rewards you want. I will fulfill them all when I come back in 5 days. Indeed, true feelings have never been able to retain. Only tactics can win people's hearts. Employers always motivate employees in this way. When Claire and a few others returned to the Peace State camp in a miserable state 5 days later, they found that Jim had arrived ahead of them. After that, Claire can inquire about the situation on the second floor of the labyrinth as she pleases. Jim joked around and avoided the issue. He expressed that he was lucky at that time. He successfully escaped from the spider's encirclement. After all, good luck is also part of one's ability. In the end, Claire really had no choice. He asked for Jim's contact information. The two agreed to act together if there is a mission next time. Soon after, Jim arrived at Swindler's shop. He sold a whole bag of low-grade gems to Swindler for 4 billion. This price naturally allows Swindler to make a huge profit. But he has a condition, that is to let Swindler find a remote place for him to stay. In response, Swindler readily agreed to return the favor. Inside the Garo labyrinth, everything is running as usual in an orderly manner. A spatial rift suddenly appeared beside Domi. Jim walked in dejectedly. It turned out that his foster father knew he was planning to move out, and as a result, lectured him all morning. Domi observed his facial expression and realized that he was feeling down. She then pondered on talking about some topics that Jim is interested in. She immediately hurried to inform Labyrinth that the upgrade was completed, unlocked a variety of buildings and personnel quotas, and Labyrinth has a guest waiting at the entrance at the moment. Jim was suddenly intrigued that there was another guest. Domi knows very little about this guest's background, only that their organization's influence is powerful enough to cover the entire underground labyrinth. They can freely move through every level of the labyrinth. As they spoke, the two of them had already walked up to this person. I only heard the slightly built guest humbly kneel on the ground. The black market merchant specially came to pay respects to the great ruler Garo. I am very much looking forward to the opportunity to gain your friendship and cooperation. This old weirdo serves as a black market merchant and sells everything. As long as you dare to pay, it can even chop off its horns on its head and sell them to you. Being approached by such a person, who has no idea where they came from, is inexplicable. Jim's inner instinct is resistant. He immediately bluntly asked the black market merchant how he found this place. Faced with Jim's unfriendly questioning, the black market merchant seemed unfazed and talked freely. It seems like this kind of situation is something it has dealt with many times. Nowadays, the brave Garo monarch. The feat of slaying the infernal spider has long been spread. Our organization admires you extremely. I am specially sent here, hoping to gain your friendship and cooperation. Jim was suddenly disinterested by the uninformative official response. He was just about to dismiss it. Just then, Jim received a voice message from Domi, black market merchant, their master, and they are free to move around the entire underground labyrinth and monitor everything that happens inside. There must be an extremely terrifying presence behind them. It is advisable to maintain boundaries. It's better to give it a picky and quirky image. Don't show too much friendliness and let it underestimate you. Jim silently pondered for a moment upon seeing this. Tell me, what kind of cooperation do you intend to establish with me? Upon hearing this, the black market merchant joyfully lifted the parcel behind him. Immediately, it all spilled out onto the ground. There were quite a few things: various scrolls, gemstones, weapons, and some unknown bottles and jars. As you can see, we hope to establish friendly trade relations with you. However, Jim took a casual glance and didn't find anything rare. He was about to have the black market merchant exchange the batch of items when he was pulled aside by Domi. I know what you're thinking, master. If we just casually brush it off and send them away, it will definitely anger them. At that time, the black market merchant will spread our information everywhere. We may inexplicably become targets. In that case, it is very unfavorable for our current development. So we might as well cooperate with it for mutual benefit, because they do have many valuable goods in their hands. Hearing this, Jim was unhappy in his heart. But the situation is stronger than people. Why not go spend money to buy peace of mind? Seeing Jim walking over again, the black market merchant seemed to take the lead in speaking. You have a great servant, Lord Garo. Please take a look and let me know if there's anything you need me to introduce to you. But Jim remained silent, arms folded across his chest. He then picked up a bottle of purple potion and started introducing it on his own. This is an extremely rare single-celled parasite found inside the underground labyrinth. Of course, it comes with a very high price tag. To trade for a top-quality velvet gem, it almost feels a bit impolite to say this. But I'm not sure if you can afford it. How come this guy talks like those high-end store salespeople? That being said, this bottle of potion is filled with large fat maggots. This successfully sparked Jim's interest. He couldn't help but pick it up and examine it closely. Then he turned his head to look at Domi Domi, who obediently nodded at him. Okay, let's go with that then. He then generously took out a top-quality gem to pay the bill. Jim felt really painful spending that money. But what he didn't know was that the fat maggots in the bottle would make him even more uncomfortable. Finally dealt with the black market merchant. Jim curiously opened the bottle, intending to study it. Unexpectedly, what poured out was a creature with sharp mouthparts and several eyes, of unknown origin. Before he could react, the creature instantly burrowed into his arm, leaving him shocked, and a sense of ominous foreboding crept over him. He felt he was one step further away from the term human. The control system also prompted at this moment. A parasite has invaded your body. The parasite is beginning to assimilate with the host. But then he resigned to it. After all, he was no longer an ordinary person. Fortunately, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. He then turned his attention to the labyrinth development plan, considering that the early development was too rapid. This will result in many basic facilities not being completed. After discussing with Domi, he decided to slow down the upgrade of the labyrinth level first. The main focus now is on internal equipment construction and military strength. He has drawn up a list of buildings. There is a cattle farm on the list that can provide food, a combat center that can enhance military strength, a bar that can gather intelligence and receive visitors. There is also a blacksmith shop, magic laboratory, fossil temple, and so on. At the same time, he pulled up the map. He asked Archer to reinvestigate the number and strength of the monsters. He needs to establish new defense outposts. He is bound to turn Garo Labyrinth into an ironclad fortress. After some wildly imaginative planning, he then used all the remaining gems to summon the Garo army. Basic construction was mostly completed after a week. The newly added military forces are also on duty, conducting patrols and training in rotations. Everything is progressing steadily and orderly in the ongoing development and construction. But the only thing that worries Jim is that his gem has run out again. But fortunately, he has now moved out of his foster father's house. This makes it easier for him to come and go from the labyrinth. He can also go out to the wild at any time. It's just too awesome. Finish today's schedule and say goodbye to Domi. He plans to go home to sleep. However, as soon as he entered the bedroom, the control system popped up a warning alert. Parasite has completed assimilation. It is attempting to gain control over the host. Jim had not reacted to the pop-up message yet. A sharp pain instantly filled the entire right eye. The bursting blood vessels shot out 2 scalding blood marks. At this point, he felt like his right eye was being roasted in flames. The piercing pain made him unable to resist grabbing at his right eye. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched it, he felt that half of his face was covered with fleshy fragments, seemingly with eyeballs growing on top. It was truly as chilling as a biohazard, making people shudder. Dead for hundreds of years, fat maggots. It had evolved fangs in its mouth and 6 eyes all over its body. The moment it was released, it suddenly burrowed into the man's body. He suddenly felt a sharp pain. The intense pain instantly filled Jim's entire right eye, causing him to scream uncontrollably. I don't know how long it passed. A figure appeared in front of Jim's house. Claire found her way here by following the address. A heart-wrenching roar made Claire outside the door realize something eerie. She pushed the door open in a panic without saying a word. However, what came into view was... it was Jim's devilishly handsome face. His crimson right eye emanated a terrifying red light. Before long, the two of them sat down as host and guest inside the house. Claire still felt a lingering fear from the previous scene. What exactly happened just now? It looks like half of your face is melting. However, Jim pretended not to care and said nonchalantly, it was an eye disease contracted while living in the underground labyrinth during childhood. Clearly Claire didn't believe his ghost stories. After all, she is also a labyrinth baby. She also lived in the underground labyrinth when she was young, even after she grew up. She has never seen any of the labyrinth babies she knew and came into contact with. Unexpectedly, Jim left her speechless with just one sentence. Do you know that the labyrinth baby you are familiar with is also on the 12th level? Hearing this, Claire was suddenly at a loss for words and secretly pondered in her heart. Children who can escape from the 12th level are indeed rare. Some of the terrifying diseases they have heard about seem to be normal as well. By the way, no wonder he knows so much about the infernal spider. After a brainstorming session with Claire, she managed to convince herself through successful mental reconstruction. She no longer dwelled on this issue. Actually, the main purpose of her visit this time is to invite Jim to go explore the labyrinth together tomorrow. Jim naturally agreed happily, because the construction of the Garo labyrinth cannot be separated from Jim's investment. The next morning, entrance to the P-State underground dungeon. Jim saw his companions on this trip. The yellow-haired man and Nolan had already met him in the previous operation. The friendly uncle is named Leo. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jim finally found out. The main team members for this operation are only these 5 people. In addition, there are 10 assault members as support. They plan to explore the 6th floor of Labyrinth for 2 weeks. But the confusion is that Claire asked the unremarkable Leo to lead the team. When Jim asked about this, Claire pretended to be mysterious and did not answer. After entering the underground labyrinth, Leo arranged for Nolan and the yellow-haired man to be in the center of the team, responsible for central support. Jim and Claire are responsible for covering the rear, not to mention under Leo's leadership. The team is always able to stay far away from monsters and other exploring teams. This allows the entire team to efficiently and systematically avoid risks and move quickly. This inevitably made Jim amazed. He once again asked Claire. Claire then explained the reason. That is, Leo has a very strong sensing ability. He is able to detect all living creatures within a range of 500 meters. It is no exaggeration to say that with this ability to anticipate enemy movements, the team can ensure victories and avoid dangers most of the time. At this moment, Captain Leo summoned them to gather in front of an abandoned labyrinth entrance. I sense that the wolf ape is lurking not far ahead. To avoid them, we have to go from here. I have detected that there is no danger inside this labyrinth. In that case, the few people here have no objections. Jim secretly made a note of this location. He wanted to include this abandoned labyrinth in his collection. Before long, the team arrived at the throne of this abandoned labyrinth. They planned to set up camp here to rest for the night before continuing their journey. Suddenly Jim received a pop-up notification from the control system. Activate the parasitic ability Reconnaissance. Immediately he felt a surge of scorching heat flowing into his right eye. The sudden turn of events made Jim unable to help but let out a muffled groan. This caught Claire's attention. She asked him about his condition with concern. It's nothing, just my eye condition acting up again. But to prevent causing panic if others see it. He asked Claire to help drive away the people nearby first. After Claire left, his eye also seemed to feel no pain. Just as he slowly put down his hand, a red light flashed in the broken altar ahead, catching his attention. He quickly covered his right eye again with his hand, and when he looked with only his left eye, he couldn't see anything. Strange, could this be the investigative ability of the right eye? He couldn't help but feel doubtful. He walked forward to investigate. Sure enough, he dug out a strange stone from the ruins. When he held the stone in his hand, a pop-up window appeared again. This is a fragment of the abandoned labyrinth's energy. It can still be used despite its age. Jim lacks interest in this. Obviously, in his eyes. This broken pebble is not as attractive as a lower-class velvet gem. Who would have thought that just as this idea arose in his mind? His right eye seemed to be following orders, increasing its surveillance of the surrounding environment. When he looked up again, the scene before him was so shocking that he couldn't believe it. Could it be that these flickering bright spots Are all gems? The next morning, everyone set off early, well prepared. But Jim's anomaly was keenly noticed by Claire. You look very tired, but your mood seems good. There doesn't seem to be any problem with your eyes, right? Can his mood not be good? Relying on the ability of the right eye. He snuck around at night and collected dozens of gems secretly, hiding them away. He plans to retrieve them when he is alone next time. This guy is really sly. He suddenly stopped in front of the assault team ahead. Just as the two were puzzled, the assault team member brought the order for Captain Leo to assemble. Leo pointed his finger towards the end of the corridor and said, "The exit is behind that stone wall. However, I detected that there are two groups of monsters fighting over territory there. Judging from the sounds, one group is Megaphone Bat, and the other group is Ghost-Faced Mandrill. There are about 20 Megaphone Bats, while there are only 8 Ghost-Faced Mandrills." Based on Leo's description, everyone has a general understanding of the current situation. Next, everyone will discuss countermeasures together. Yellow-haired man suggested waiting until the two groups of monsters fight each other to the point of mutual destruction before rushing out to clean up the mess. This proposal did not receive everyone's approval because dozens of monsters are fighting each other, creating a huge noise and intense smell of blood. This may attract even more monsters and put the team in a difficult situation. At this time, Nolan suggested that we take the opportunity to strike first before these two waves of monsters engage in combat. Let's go all out and wipe them out in one go. His proposal was echoed by Claire. She was originally thinking of relying on Leo's ability to avoid fighting until they reached the 6th floor. But at the moment, this battle is inevitable. Their decision left Leo, as the captain, in a panic. These are monsters living on the 3rd floor of the underground labyrinth, and there are a total of 28 of them. Let's just go and slay them together, 5 of us. On average, each person needs to defeat 5 of them. Are these young people not afraid of death? Are they so confident in their own martial arts skills? Seeing this situation, Claire couldn't help but make a joke. Don't panic, don't panic. It's time to show you how awesome Jim is. Jim wastes no time. He drew his sword and walked to the front of the team. No problem. I will be responsible for killing half of the monsters in a moment. No one is allowed to steal them. Meanwhile, the battle between Ghostface Mandrill and Megaphone Bat has begun, just as Leo detected. Nearly 30 monsters are fighting in a group. Today is really unlucky. I actually encountered this group of roadblocks while Leo was still muttering in his mouth. Just saw Jim first crouching his body. He suddenly kicked the ground with both feet. He rushed into the group of monsters like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Immediately, his figure was like a swimming dragon, slashing left and right like a tiger among wolves, every strike hitting its mark. Leo was terrified, never having seen someone like Jim fight so cleanly and efficiently. Because the fighting style of each labyrinth baby is related to the level of the labyrinth they once inhabited and the environment they were in. For example, the fighting styles of the yellow-haired man and Nolan involve bold and aggressive moves without much consideration. This is the fighting style of the majority of labyrinth babies. However, Jim's moves not only have the potential to kill with one blow, but also consistently target vital points. Simple, efficient, and considered an art form of combat. At the same time, he surpasses Nolan and the yellow-haired man by more than a mile in terms of both speed and strength. Possessing an ability to detect, Leo seems to be able to discern more details about Jim. At this moment, Claire on the side interrupted Leo's thoughts with her words. I told you earlier that Jim is absolutely the violent type. He escaped from the slaughter on the 8th floor of the labyrinth. He may have learned the most effective survival methods when he was still a child. Or he may belong to those who are naturally gifted in combat. Leo strongly agrees with Claire's statement. However, Claire is troubled at the moment. Yet, she still has to help Jim come up with a story. Because she promised Jim to help cover up his identity as the 12th floor labyrinth baby. This guy really doesn't know how to be discreet. It's hard not to attract attention with just a little bit of a performance. Although Jim appears ordinary on the surface at the moment, his heart is already thrilling. Through the recent battle, he felt that his body had undergone drastic changes at some point. He felt extremely light and agile. The monster's movements appeared extremely slow in his eyes. The power within his body had also increased several times compared to before. In order to appear normal, he was suppressing his power throughout the entire process. These changes were all brought upon him by the parasite. His weakness detection ability has also been strengthened by the parasite. Weakness display is no longer just surface-level dashed lines. It has turned into a perspective. Just like now, the weakness of Ghostface Mandrill suddenly appears before him. It has accurately bypassed his ribs by his swift knife strike, piercing through the heart. The magical abilities displayed by the parasite intrigued Jim, and he couldn't help but become obsessed, deciding to spend some time researching it thoroughly. However, upon second thought, he realized that this parasite seemed to be a double-edged sword. After all, if it doesn't behave, it will turn on the host and try to devour him. The battle had ended before he knew it. At this moment, Claire approached cautiously. "I need you to think for me," she said. "In total, there were only 28 monsters, and you single-handedly killed 20 of them. Take a look at the assault team behind you. Now everyone worships you as an idol. They have even elevated you to the status of a deity. I'm the one who's been working hard to make up stories to justify your abilities." Jim was speechless at the absurd words. If Claire were to find out the truth, would she go crazy? In order to prevent anyone else in the team from continuing to talk about Jim, Claire quickly dispatched the task force to clean up the battlefield and collect the gem. Just then, Leo, looking flustered, ran over. He also brought some bad news. They have been targeted by someone in expedition team twice their size. The team is divided into several groups and is surrounding them. Leo was also too immersed in the battle just now, which is why he didn't notice their tracks. By the time he noticed, the opponents had obviously completed their encirclement of them. Claire was suddenly horrified at the words. She immediately ordered everyone to stay on high alert and prepare for battle. In this underground labyrinth, when found again, they had clearly completed the encirclement of them. Claire was suddenly shocked at the words. She immediately ordered everyone to be on high alert and ready for battle. In this underground labyrinth, potential enemies are not just monsters. It is very common for all kinds of monsters to kill each other in the labyrinth. Just went through a battle. The team members are all exhausted. Moreover, the opponents are not only full of energy, but also have more people. The current situation is very unfavorable for Jim and the others. At this time, Claire looked at Jim with a serious expression. If something goes wrong later, can I leave the decision-making to you? Okay, with me here, you can relax. Immediately, everyone lined up. They wanted to see what tricks the other side was up to. It was not just one guy with a head full of red hair. He swaggered over with a large group of people surrounding him. Claire, we haven't seen each other for a while. I thought you were killed by the infernal spider. After you finish your nonsense, please leave on your own. I didn't expect this person, Claire, to know you. So Jim quietly asked Leo about his identity. He belongs to an organization called Exploration Association. However, it has a very poor reputation. In plain terms, this is just a group that blocks doors and charges fees. They are troublemakers who incite violent incidents. After hearing Leo's description, Jim's favorable impression of the team before him instantly plummeted to the lowest point. His right eye unexpectedly lit up with a red glow on its own, starting to scan and assess the opponent's strength. There are approximately 40 people on the opposite side, including 9 labyrinth babies. His strength is slightly stronger than others. The rest are all around level 6. Moreover, judging from the stern expressions and imposing manner of the opponents, they seem to be a group of battle-hardened warriors accustomed to killing. If the two sides were to really fight, our side would definitely have no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Jim's mood inexplicably became irritable. A strong sense of killing intent cannot help but burst and spread from his body. The man was originally a strong individual in the underground labyrinth, accustomed to killing with his special ability. In his hands, he controls a mysterious Garo labyrinth. Under his rule, he has many brave and skilled Garo people. But managing such a vast labyrinth nearly depleted all his savings. He had to go out to take on some odd jobs to earn extra income. Now he is pretending to be a newcomer, hiding behind others, and acting like a curious baby. But as Jim's mood became more irritable, a strong murderous intent unconsciously permeated through his body. However, this murderous intent made Claire and Leo, who were unaware of it, suddenly feel a chill down their spines as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Under the shroud of this murderous intent, they couldn't muster any feeling of resistance. Their whole bodies froze in place. Claire's face turned instantly pale, with no trace of color. The sudden change in emotions was naturally noticed by Mateo, mistakenly thinking that Claire was afraid of him. I can't stand that innocent look on your face. I can't believe it's only been a short time since we last met. How did I discover that you've become strange? You have become quite lovely. This nearly made Claire draw her sword and fight him to the death. Unexpectedly, she was held back by the wise and mature Leo, indicating to her to stay calm and not start a conflict. But Mateo seemed unappreciative. He continued to talk on and on. We originally discovered that you were being attacked by monsters and intended to come to your aid. However, it seems that you do not welcome us. He then threw a wink at Claire, thinking it was cool. Claire was indeed embarrassed to the point that her face turned green, with bulging veins. Who would have thought that Mateo suddenly turned to look at Jim and said, "You look good. If you are interested in making more money, come and work with me." However, Jim rejected straight away without even thinking about it. You don't have to reject me so decisively. Go back and think about it before giving me an answer. Saying this, he led his troops to withdraw. How does this big brother feel? Is he here to declare sovereignty in a show of force? Mateo tried to steal a march on me in person. Claire almost couldn't control her short fuse. But the situation was stronger than people, plus Leo's dissuasion. She managed to restrain herself again this time. At the same time, Leo, worried about sparking another conflict, quickly changed the subject. He turned and asked Jim, "How can you be so calm? Do you already have a plan?" The Jim who was asked looked dumbfounded at this moment. I just broke out in a cold sweat. I have never felt such a strong desire to kill in my life. Leo's words were immediately endorsed by Claire. I felt the same way at that time. It's like the king of the labyrinth standing right behind me. Their conversation left Nolan and the yellow-haired man puzzled. Leo, seeing this, explained, "You two have experienced too little killing. This invisible killing intent can only be perceived after experiencing life and death multiple times." Suddenly Jim curiously asked about Claire and Mateo's affair. I can't believe the intense gossip fire burning within him. Sure enough, this question has triggered Claire's annoyance again. It turns out Mateo and Claire have known each other since they were young. They were babies living on the same level of the labyrinth. At that time, Mateo was brave and ambitious, embodying leadership qualities. However, after escaping back to the surface, he tasted the sweetness of freedom and money. He changed completely. Some people, once they have changed, can never go back. Claire has many emotions when talking about this. What just happened made Claire realize that they have caught Mateo's attention. Although there hasn't been a conflict yet, based on her understanding of Mateo. This person will definitely engage in some scheming behind our backs. So she decided to give up and continue with a plan to explore the 6th floor. After all, they did gain something along the way. After cleaning up the battlefield here, she ordered a return along the original path. The entire return journey took about a week before they walked out of the labyrinth. After selling the items, everyone joyfully received generous rewards. After bidding farewell to Claire, Jim turned around and immediately went to Swindler Old Man to inquire about Mateo's situation. Swindler is also considered an industry insider. Naturally, he knows some inside information. In fact, there is quite a controversy surrounding Mateo among people in the industry. He uses the name of the Exploration Association to directly restrict and control the underground labyrinth. At the same time, he has set the minimum level requirement for the labyrinth babies. This measure has greatly increased the survival rate of ordinary adventurers. You know, no one used to manage it before. Anyone could come and go from the labyrinth at will. The survival rate of exploration teams was only 20%. So currently, public opinion seems to lean towards Exploration Association taking control of the underground labyrinth. In addition, the swindler has given another piece of information. Recently, there is a group claiming to be human hunters. They are committing murders and atrocities inside the labyrinth. These bastards are all masked and have ground their teeth as sharp as sharks. Some of them may come from the depths of the labyrinth, and their strength should not be underestimated. He warned Jim that it's best to deter if encountering this group of people. Jim inquired about the news and Swindler, and then waved goodbye and left. In the end, he told Swindler that this time, there was no gem to be offered. Swindler felt quite stunned that he had been freeloaded. Inside Garo Labyrinth, behind Domi, a spatial crack opens. Jim walks out slowly from the crack. "Master, you're back just in time. A guest has arrived at the bar. I was just about to go meet him." This makes Jim very puzzled that there are guests visiting again. The visitor is an elf mercenary, whom Domi has contacted before. But she felt that the other party lacks both loyalty and honor. Upon hearing this, Jim couldn't help but furrow his brows. If that's the case, why not send him away? Why keep him in Labyrinth? Domi, on the other hand, was hesitant and stuttered. It took him a long time to finally give the reason. It's because the Garo Labyrinth really lacks someone who is good at investigation. Although Garo Archer has extremely strong vision. However, their muscular build is not suitable for the role of a scout. Therefore, the mapping of the area around the labyrinth was delayed. Understanding the whole story, Jim decided to personally meet the elf, and the two of them walked into the bar together. No need to mention sitting in the corner of the bar, cloaked figure. He is the person they are looking for. The man noticed Jim approaching him and hurriedly got up to bow. She simultaneously pushed off her heavy cloak. She revealed a head full of silver gray hair. The most attractive feature was her pointed elf ears. The man was once the first guest to arrive at the house. The mysterious potion he brought. He then transformed into this terrifying and horrifying appearance. But now, there is another strange guest who has mysteriously arrived at home. What kind of changes will this bring to him again? Jim quietly observes the vigilant elf in front of him. The elf does not hesitate. Her direct gaze was considered by Domi to be an unreasonable offense. He immediately rebuked her angrily. However, Elf's eyes remained indifferent. She calmly glanced at Domi. But the next second, she unexpectedly lowered her head, lowered her eyes, and knelt down. She recited in her mouth, "The only master of the throne, who can see through the dark veil. Please forgive me, this humble underground wanderer. I entered your darkness without permission. Requesting that you grant me this great honor, let me present the name of this worthless wanderer to the great master of the throne." This sentence made Jim's scalp tingle. After tolerating and giving her a response, Elf then continued to speak. "Humble me. I am an elf mercenary named Lisa, wandering in the underground labyrinth." I never expected Jim's eyes to suddenly turn cold and full of killing intent. "Well done, Lisa, but I want to tell you that even though we are so close, you won't be able to stab me with the dagger hidden in your cloak." Domi, who was beside them, was suddenly startled and immediately spoke out in a rebuking tone. Unexpectedly, before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Jim. Domi could only stand helplessly on the side, deeply blaming himself for not leaving the elf behind. The elf exposed by Jim remained unruffled. The great King Garo. "Please forgive me, a humble and worthless person, for rashly questioning your abilities. Stop, stop, stop. Don't pile on your flowery words. If you keep talking like this, I could make you sick. Stand up and speak properly. When Elf stood up, she still looked calm and composed as she explained. The reason for doing this is quite simple. I just want to confirm Jim's abilities and whether he is worthy of my loyalty. After all, for thousands of years, she had never heard of a human becoming the master of an underground labyrinth. Her answer did intrigue Jim. Completely ignoring the gnashing teeth of Domi next to her, she continued speaking with an air of self-importance in that moment just now. I confirm that I am unable to harm you in battle. Jim also said this with interest. Do you already recognize me now? Since the conversation has started, Jim no longer dwells on this matter. Being able to subdue a rebellious subordinate, he also feels a little proud in his heart. In subsequent inquiries, he learned that Lisa's skills are in investigation, searching, and collecting information. It perfectly meets Jim's current needs, so he decisively recruited her. This decision made Domi extremely anxious. In her eyes, Jim's actions were too hasty. Isn't there still you, the big boss, watching on the side? What tricks can an elf like her come up with? He said, and then turned around, taking Lisa to visit the labyrinth. Lisa also gave Domi a sly smile that succeeded in her scheme. This drove Domi crazy. She felt that the chief's position was in jeopardy. She secretly made up her mind. She must expose Lisa's true identity as a spy. But as they walked along, Lisa couldn't help but frown. The core of the labyrinth, left unguarded here, is exposed to the outside. Inadequate management system and haphazard martial arts training. What puzzles Lisa the most is that there is actually a rotating rest day system in place here. At the same time, she also found out that the production capacity of Garo Labyrinth is low. Velvet gem obtained from mines and field outings. Apart from daily expenses, the production capacity is now left with only 3 poor-quality gems. The whole Garo Labyrinth is basically just scraping by to meet basic needs. It's a struggling, declining force. All of this made Lisa speculate. This so-called Garo Labyrinth. It surely won't last long in the underground labyrinth surrounded by strong enemies. After the 3 of them circled around, they returned to the bar. Jim then asked Lisa about her opinion on the labyrinth. After a moment of silence, Lisa spoke up with a surprising statement. Do you know that within a distance of 4 days' journey from you lies a powerful labyrinth ruled by the Flood Dragon King? Rumored to have existed before the Geyser War, and to be the only surviving overlord. Upon hearing this, Jim suddenly realized his Garo labyrinth. They are nothing but ants before such a powerful labyrinth overlord. No need to think, it can be certain. The opponent's army is unmatched in terms of both scale and quality. In terms of quantity, the opponent is undoubtedly overwhelming Garo Labyrinth. And Lisa also pointed out that Flood Dragon King seems to be aware of the existence of Garo Labyrinth. This inevitably made Jim furrow his brows and think. According to the law of the jungle, weak labyrinths are often raided and absorbed by powerful labyrinths. Remembering childhood on the 12th floor, their group of labyrinth babies are always enslaved and used to dig tunnels to attack other labyrinths. It is precisely because of those days of digging tunnels. He witnessed numerous battles of labyrinth monsters with his own eyes. Suddenly he realized greatly the reason Flood Dragon King has not attacked them yet. He must have encountered obstacles on the front line. When they break through the front line, it will be the time when Flood Dragon King launches a massive attack. Jim's deduction suggests. Lisa also recalled that between the Flood Dragon King and the Garo Labyrinth, there is indeed another labyrinth ruled by the Vermilion Panther. While the Flood Dragon King once mobilized forces trying to devour the Vermilion Panther's labyrinth, for some unknown reason, it failed in the end. Based on the information provided by Lisa, Jim became even more certain of his deduction. The Flood Dragon King has not yet obtained the front line to attack the Garo Labyrinth. At the same time, in order to avoid unnecessary complications, he will definitely take a detour to bypass the Vermilion Panther's territory. This back and forth leaves Garo Labyrinth with at least 2 months of preparation time. It doesn't seem too bad for now. But Lisa seems to know more than I had imagined. Lisa did not hide anything about this either. She admitted that she had indeed worked for the Flood Dragon King. Domi finally sees the opportunity. This elf of unknown origin. She must be a spy sent by the other side to gather information. Unexpectedly, Lisa also retorted, stating that she is just a mercenary and is only doing things for money. Now she is employed by the King of Garo, so she will not betray the employer during the employment period. We elves value promises as important as our lives. Jim also timely interrupted their argument and formally assigned Lisa her first task after being hired. Firstly, she will need to apply all that she has learned and experienced in the Flood Dragon King Labyrinth. She needs to describe every detail meticulously. Next, she needs to go out to investigate and make sure to find out the number of enemy troops and their direction of movement. Finally, she can use her identity as a mercenary to infiltrate their ranks. After all, they have hired you before, so their guards will be lower. Don't worry about the issue of payment. The price I offer will definitely satisfy you. An elf with long ears is trying espionage for the first time in 50 years. But even she didn't expect. She was exposed right at the beginning. These days, Domi has already gotten used to reporting Elf Lisa's situation punctually every day. The little elf that Master keeps has left with some food, saying that they are going to investigate intelligence. It was nice to accompany her in acting for a few days. It's time for us to start preparing. Upon hearing this, Domi felt confused but couldn't help but remind again, because she always felt that Elf must be hiding something. The timing of Elf's appearance has already aroused Jim's suspicion. The labyrinth, which is weak and on the verge of war, is not a good place to seek refuge. So he was sure she had ulterior motives at that time. He suspected that she was spying on military information for the Flood Dragon King. So he decided to use a trick within a trick. He took her on a tour of the Garo Labyrinth. He tried his best to show her the fact of our vulnerability to a single blow. Upon hearing this, Domi couldn't help but feel shocked. Master, why is this happening? While she hasn't gone far yet. I immediately send out Berserker to bring her back and chop her. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by Jim. What I want is for her to bring the message back. Remember, wars are fought with financial and military power. At that time, they will make a wrong assessment of our fighting numbers. And they will know that we have no Jim reserves whatsoever. In this upcoming war, we have no choice but to fight in fear and trembling. Domi was even more confused after hearing Jim's explanation. Because as Jim described, this is indeed the truth about the Garo Labyrinth. Indeed. But I also got the information I wanted from Lisa. She mentioned that the Flood Dragon King is powerful enough to be immune to all kinds of attacks. But he is very afraid of humans. Just because he heard that humans have a weapon that can kill him. That's why he has been lurking deep in the labyrinth, avoiding conflicts with humans. Since the Flood Dragon King fears human weapons, I must prepare well in that case. I will await his arrival respectfully. By the way, I told Lisa at the time, we will have 2 months to prepare. It's also to deceive her. These days you must strengthen and expand the patrol range. I guess they should be arriving soon. I will be able to bring back the gift in 3 days. Jim said, then he walked through the space crack, leaving a bewildered Domi behind. The next morning, Claire was awakened by a phone call from Jim. Jim didn't waste any time either. He immediately asked Claire to repay the debt of saving his life on the 2nd floor of the labyrinth. Time passed quickly, and another week went by. As Jim expected, a vanguard team sent by the Flood Dragon King has already reached near the Garo Labyrinth. The enormous and powerful physique makes the Garo Guard look like a child in front of it. After taking out the Garo Guard, the leading yellow dragon made a move. He was gloating on the side, showing off his sharp tongue. His subordinates, on the other hand, were unfazed. They whispered to each other, "Here he goes again!" When passing through the territory of the Vermilion Panther earlier, he didn't dare say a word and ran faster than anyone else. He's just a coward who claims to be a descendant of the Dragon Clan every day. The Yellow Dragon seemed to have heard the whispers of his subordinates. He looked around to locate the source of the sound. Just now, he was scheming behind his subordinates. Suddenly, he put on a flattering expression, praising the boss as mighty and radiating a green aura of power. The praise boosted Yellow Dragon's spirits and motivation greatly. He boasted that he would sit on the throne of the Garo Labyrinth and have a big feast at noon. This scene made the subordinates unable to help but start whispering, "I told you so." Those with fully developed cerebellums do not have this symptom. At this moment, Yellow Dragon made a new discovery. Baby Snake also realized the danger and quickly turned around to escape. Yellow Dragon couldn't let it get away. He was worried that there was no one to show him the way. He immediately called his subordinates to chase after. Just as they cornered Garo Baby Snake with no way out, suddenly a mutation occurred. A figure flashed in front of its eyes. Originally within reach, Garo Baby Snake disappeared on the spot. The sudden change made Yellow Dragon unable to help but exclaim in surprise. At this time, a faint voice came through. The descendants of the Dragon Clan would also be in such a panic. Shouting and screaming, are they? Who is tarnishing the reputation of the Dragon Clan? Quickly reveal your name. Jim's eyes suddenly sharpened as he turned to look. I believe I am the chief of your Garo. Jim's appearance made the Yellow Dragon group somewhat flustered. I suggest that the Yellow Dragon group retreat immediately and report back. Who would have thought that the Yellow Dragon group would start showing off on the spot, in the name of being descendants of the Dragon Clan, clamoring to have a one-on-one fight with Jim. Upon hearing the term, descendants of the Dragon Clan, Jim's brain swelled. It turns out he had been pursuing the Yellow Dragon group all along. He has heard this term no less than 50 times during this period. At this point, he can't bear it anymore. He gave instructions to Domi behind him to take action. In an instant, dozens of small heads emerged from the surrounding cliffs. They are those usually unnoticed Garo baby snakes. What is terrifying is that they are now all equipped with Thunderbolt shield scatterguns in hand. Yellow Dragon realized the danger at this moment, even if he was very foolish. Little did he expect that he would straighten his waist and muster up his courage to shamelessly confront Jim on a moral level. He even let the shaky-handed laborer get involved in the terrifying war. His words completely angered the honorable Domi Garo people. How could this foolish lizard criticize and interfere? She can no longer hold back the Gatling gun in her hand. It's going to fire. The next second, following Domi's command, dozens of guns and cannons were all fired at once, mercilessly venting their anger towards the Yellow Dragon. This is the most stylish descendant of the Dragon Clan in the underground labyrinth. He is gradually lost in the adoring gaze of his subordinates. He remains calm in the face of dozens of spears and guns alone. He fantasizes about using his strong personal charm to make his opponents put down their weapons, kneel down, and sing surrender. Unexpectedly, the opposite happened. He successfully angered the girl holding the Gatling gun. Following Domi's command, Garo's baby snake fired their shotgun in response. In an instant, a relentless barrage of indiscriminate gunfire poured down. Facing the whistling bullets rushing towards it, Monster was in a panic but still unafraid. They naively believed that human weapons could not cause substantial harm to it. However, the next second it was shot in the head. The severe pain in his head and the gushing blood filled him with intense fear. Just as he was about to turn and retreat, he found that his escape route had already been blocked by the Garo guard. They could only huddle, holding their heads in resignation, and endure the hail of bullets. Jim quietly watched the scene before him. Deep in his heart, he silently appreciated Claire's life-saving grace. It was truly generous. It turned out that 2 days ago Jim made a phone call. Claire had a truckload of weapons delivered to him in the afternoon. Jim couldn't help but admire Claire's connections. At the same time, Claire was also puzzled by Jim's actions. Jim just said he was prepared and didn't say much more. From the current situation on the field, it can be seen that firearms do have limited killing power against the monster. But it can make Garo Baby Snake become a true warrior. Join the war. He turned his head and looked at Domi, who was having a great time playing next to him, and felt even more reassured. However, there was always an unexpected occurrence. He found that the bullets were unable to cause any damage to the yellow dragon. Just at that moment, the yellow dragon himself also realized this situation. He thought it was an illusion. He turned his head to look at his subordinates, each one brutally beaten, with cries of agony echoing continuously. He was pleasantly surprised all of a sudden. He then switched to self-appreciation mode, displaying a proud and self-satisfied demeanor. This made Domi grind her teeth in anger. She aimed at the yellow dragon and started firing wildly. On the other hand, the yellow dragon struck a pose amidst the pouring rain of bullets. The appearance of playing with one's hair and striking poses. This made the Garo guard unable to resist drawing his sword and stepping forward to chop him. I never expected that at the moment of touching the yellow dragon, the sword would also be broken. This immediately terrified the Garo guard. This moment of distraction was seized by the yellow dragon. He was knocked flying by a punch. Then he fiercely provoked Domi. Domi, who was already agitated, couldn't bear it. He immediately shouldered the RPG and aimed it towards Yellow Dragon. She was stopped by Jim. Just because he became interested in Yellow Dragon. Without hesitation, he quickly leaped behind Yellow Dragon. Then his figure swiftly moved like a ghost to the front of Yellow Dragon. He swung his knife towards the neck. Unexpectedly, Yellow Dragon bit his waist and avoided it. The sudden turn of events left Jim wide-eyed and incredulous. Unexpectedly, before Jim could steady himself, Yellow Dragon had already borrowed the momentum of straightening up. His arms enveloping the fierce momentum suddenly smashed down. Jim immediately flipped and leaped to the side. He took the opportunity to move around to the back and aimed for the back of the head with a slash. The sound of metal and stone clashing rang out. Yellow Dragon was hit and let out a loud roar. However, Jim was extremely frustrated. If this didn't break through the defense, what was the point in continuing to fight? He suddenly unleashed a powerful dragon tail sweep. Jim immediately blocked it with a horizontal sword. He was still knocked several meters away by the powerful blow. Domi couldn't help but worry about Jim's miserable condition. But fortunately, Jim quickly emerged from the smoke and dust. This guy is tough. His physique probably doesn't give much ground to even the infernal spider. Although his intelligence is not there, his combat awareness is shocking. He always seizes the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack against me. At the thought of this, his right eye unknowingly lit up with a red light, sweeping towards Yellow Dragon. At the same time, he exerted force beneath his feet, vigorously kicked, and wielded his sword to attack. Before Yellow Dragon could react, he only felt several sword lights flashing past. Jim has already performed a set of smooth and quick combo moves. He still failed to leave a single wound on Yellow Dragon's body. Is this guy really without any weaknesses? Even the spy eye enhanced by Parasite couldn't find a weakness. While Jim was distracted, Yellow Dragon's punch full of anger came crashing down. Suddenly, a red light flashed across the area between Yellow Dragon's scapula and neck. This discovery left him no time to dodge. He was solidly hit by Yellow Dragon. Witnessing Jim being injured by Yellow Dragon, Domi was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Suddenly, the dense smoke and dust were shattered by a blast of air wave. Jim is holding a long knife. The momentum swirling around his body, he steps out slowly. His crimson right eye flickers with a bloodthirsty red light. Terrifying scars appear along his right cheek as well. Yellow Dragon seemed to sense Jim's terrifying killing intent as well. The momentum emanating from him surged instantly, causing people to shudder uncontrollably. At the same time, Inside the Flood Dragon King's labyrinth, Elf Lisa cautiously walked through the trap-laden passageway. She indifferently passed by the laborers working themselves to exhaustion along the road in the labyrinth. She held an even greater disdain towards Jim, the leader of the Garo labyrinth, because the cruelty in front of her was the true image that a labyrinth should have. Lisa came before the Flood Dragon King and knelt down, just as Jim had expected. She truthfully reported everything she had seen and heard in the Garo labyrinth to the Flood Dragon King, with the plan to obtain the precious velvet gem as a reward. She went to persuade Jim to attack the territory of the Vermilion Panther a week later. When both sides were weakened, the Flood Dragon King would take advantage of the situation and seize control of the Garo labyrinth in one fell swoop. The Flood Dragon King was very pleased with Lisa's plan and ordered the main forces to set out for the Garo labyrinth tomorrow. He has not initiated a territory war for a long time. His warlike bloodline has made him somewhat impatient at this point. This is a monster with ancient Dragon Clan bloodline. He not only possesses unimaginable combat instincts, his defense is equally astounding. The hard scales are not afraid of swords and axes at all. Even in the face of Gatling sweeping fire, he still exudes charm, like a spring breeze brushing the face. The situation of being passively beaten has thoroughly angered Jim. He maximized the power of Spy Eye. He did find a weakness behind the yellow dragon as expected. Suddenly, electric arcs surrounded him, as he attempted to launch a fatal strike against the yellow dragon. The yellow dragon seemed to sense the approaching overwhelming hostility. The momentum on his body also suddenly surged and churned. His transformation heightened Jim's killing intent. He couldn't hold back and took the initiative to make a move, slashing towards Yellow Dragon like lightning with a knife in hand. Unexpectedly, facing his attack, Yellow Dragon remained motionless. He let the sharp blade chop on his body. At this moment, though he took the hit, but he still couldn't inflict substantial damage on Yellow Dragon. However, Jim's goal had been achieved, because Yellow Dragon's weakness lies on the scapula behind its back. At the same time, he was puzzled by Yellow Dragon's motionless behavior. He couldn't help but suspect that Yellow Dragon deliberately exposed its weakness and set a trap. However, this thought only flashed by momentarily. He would not give up the opportunity for a decisive victory in front of him. He immediately kicked the ground violently to borrow the force of rebound and swiftly shot towards Yellow Dragon. However, what Jim didn't know was that Yellow Dragon had long been scared to the point of sweating profusely. The feeling of being watched when Jim took a step behind him earlier, it made him feel even more that his weaknesses had been exposed. For a moment, he felt a horrifying shiver running through his body. At this moment, he had already sensed Jim's movements behind him. Even though he was scared to the point where his heart was in his throat, he still didn't dare to move. The moment the blade cut through flesh, the pain spread throughout the entire body. Suddenly, it made him extremely scared, with his hair standing on end. The gushing blood made him incredulous. This might be the first time he had ever been injured in his life. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of life and death crisis rose behind him. Instinctively, the survival consciousness made him bow down with his head in his hands instantly, barely avoiding Jim's sudden deadly strike. He begged loudly for mercy, claiming that he was just a mercenary, and was deceived and forced to come by the Flood Dragon King. This cowardly appearance immediately dampened Jim's enthusiasm to kill it. But this created another problem. Originally, killing the Yellow Dragon would resolve everything. However, how should we handle this guy if he begs for mercy? You should know that usual attacks can't even hurt him at all. Since it's so hard to decide, Domi suggests just killing him to make things easier. Jim also seems to think it's a good suggestion. The master and servant echo each other. This terrified Yellow Dragon on the side. He hastened to show his loyalty, and decided to switch allegiances. He wants to pledge allegiance to the Garo Labyrinth. However, such an easy act of betrayal and switching sides. How can Jim easily believe it? Seeing this, The yellow dragon immediately vowed solemnly, swearing in the name of the dragon clan to never betray. With the yellow dragon's vow, a dazzling light suddenly radiated from his body. However, this scene was considered by Jim as a trickery to deceive. He angrily raised his hand to draw his sword, intending to kill him on the spot. Unexpectedly, Domi spoke up to stop him at this moment, because she realized that just now was a genuine oath of the Dragon Clan. Once the oath is broken, the retribution will be the curse of friendship, death, and extreme pain. Even if this guy is just a mixed-blood dragon of impure lineage. But the oath remains valid. The yellow dragon saw Domi speaking for him. The hanging heart was finally put down. Little did they know, Jim had already figured out the perfect way to deal with the yellow dragon. Since this guy has a tough hide, and is as strong as the Flood Dragon King, then it's a good opportunity to test the effectiveness of standard anti-tank shells. So the poor yellow dragon was bound up like this, playing the role of a live target. Before firing, Jim also warned the yellow dragon not to dodge in order to ensure the effectiveness of the test. Otherwise, it would be considered as betrayal. Without waiting for the yellow dragon to react, he fired the cannonball straight away. A violent explosion made the yellow dragon faint on the spot. It seems that this guy is not that strong either. He collapsed with just one shot. Lisa happened to come back at this time and witnessed this horrifying scene. Jim tentatively asked Lisa if she knew the yellow dragon. Lisa actually bluntly admitted it. She then mentioned that they only met a few times because of their different job responsibilities. To avoid arousing suspicion from Lisa, Jim did not delve deeper into this issue. Instead, he asked if Lisa already knew about the Flood Dragon King's itinerary and direction. Lisa lied, saying that the Flood Dragon King had already gathered his forces. He probably won't besiege the city until about a month later. The time left for us to prepare is too short, based on our daily production capacity of 3 low-grade gems. We are unable to recruit enough soldiers to deal with the war. So we need a large number of gems to recruit soldiers. Take advantage of this opportunity. Lisa proposed to Jim a plan to first conquer the Vermilion Panther, emphasizing that this seemingly risky plan is the only way to obtain a large number of gems at the moment. She also kindly reminded Jim, first spend a week collecting gems to recruit more soldiers before conquering the Vermilion Panther. After all, the Vermilion Panther is not easy to deal with. And if this battle fails, not to mention dealing with the army of the Flood Dragon King. To cooperate, Domi also pretended to agree with the plan proposed by Lisa. In that case, Jim suggested that Lisa first sketch out the route to the Vermilion Panther territory. After sending off Lisa, Jim instructed Domi to intensify patrols around the labyrinth. Then, in a hurry, Jim also left a certain location in the Garo Labyrinth underground labyrinth. Jim took out the map of levels 1 to 3 of the labyrinth. He imported all of them into the control system. As the control system scans and captures, he successfully located the gem hidden on the 3rd floor of the labyrinth. He then activated the spy eye enhanced by the parasite. This time he plans to make a big move. He used the spy eye's ability to detect gems, planning to sweep through like a locust plague. He intends to dig out all the gems along floors 1 to 3 on the way. He is really a ruthless person who acts as he says. Instantly transfer the strong energy to the legs. He dashed towards the 3rd floor of the labyrinth. Wherever he passed by, any location hiding a gem, even the most remote corners, were all swiftly collected by him. The man fought for a ray of hope in the underground labyrinth surrounded by powerful enemies. He dug 3 feet underground just to harvest the precious and rare velvet gem. Only such a gem. Only then can he summon the powerful warriors of the Garo tribe, facing the powerful monsters targeting him in war. The suddenly appearing spatial fluctuations let Domi realize that it is Jim's return. Jim walked out of the spatial rift. He immediately asked about the situation in Labyrinth with concern. After receiving Domi's reassuring reply that everything was normal, he then relievedly took off his heavy backpack and started rummaging through it. This inevitably aroused Domi's curiosity, and she was about to step forward to take a closer look. But the next second, she stood there dumbfounded. Hundreds of velvet gems, large and small, were all poured into the central mechanism of the labyrinth by Jim. She suppressed her inner excitement and carefully asked about the origin of the gem. Upon learning that such a large number of gems were merely picked up along the way, she sighed in her heart that she had been deceived by him again. But this time, the deception made her feel so loved. Although most of them are low-grade gemstones, the large quantity can still be considered a small gain. This allows Jim to summon hundreds of level 1 to 2 Garo warriors. However, considering the weak combat effectiveness of low-level soldiers, they will not have much impact on the upcoming war. What they urgently need right now are high-level warriors with strong combat capabilities. At the thought of this, Jim decided to take a gamble. He decisively spent 100 gems to upgrade the labyrinth to level 5 first. At that time, he will be able to summon a level 5 berserker to deal with the war. At the same time, he also considers the weak basic defense of the labyrinth. He then spent gems to summon a level 4 door guardian beast. On the other side, Lisa has already finished the task of drawing the route map for the Vermilion Panther territory. Along the way, Lisa kept replaying the details of this plan in her mind. She recalled the decision made by the Flood Dragon King at that time to cross through, rather than bypass, the Vermilion Panther territory. She deduced that it would definitely use siege beasts to dig a tunnel directly from Vermilion Panther to the Garo Labyrinth. In that case, the battle will break out in 1 week. The strength between the two sides is vastly different. Garo Labyrinth will only end up being slaughtered and swallowed. Suddenly, a terrifying beast roar interrupted her thoughts. A terrifying giant beast is crouching at the entrance of the Garo Labyrinth, about to attack her. At this moment, a stern voice from the side stopped the door guardian beast's movement. Lisa's return surprised Jim as well. She had already explored and drawn the map so quickly. During the interval when Jim was importing the map, Lisa made a surprising discovery. In just 1 day, a lot more Garo warriors unexpectedly appeared. She pondered silently in her heart about the speed at which troops were being recruited. Perhaps in a few days, they would indeed have the power to conquer the Vermilion Panther. Unexpectedly, after Jim imported the map, they were going to set off immediately to conquer the Vermilion Panther. This made Lisa extremely frightened. She immediately spoke out to stop it. Just because she thought they were just a few soldiers in front of her. Going would be just like sending herself to death. But Jim did not listen to her advice and insisted on going his own way. He even asked her to accompany him. She immediately refused. After all, she didn't want to die in vain. Unexpectedly, Jim's face suddenly changed drastically, and a murderous intent emerged. Under the threat of coercion, Lisa had no choice but to lower her head and submit. Time passes quickly. At this point, the team has already entered the territory of the Vermilion Panther. Lisa timely reminded them not to make any more noise. They must remain silent. Although the Vermilion Panther is not strong in defense, it is highly vigilant. It is also skilled in stealth and ambush. So from now on, keep your spirits up and be prepared for ambush battles. However, Lisa's nervousness did not affect Jim. She just boldly walked forward without looking back. He then carefully took 2 steps back. He also gave a signal to the Garo warrior behind him. The Garo warriors immediately stopped in their tracks. Only Jim continued to walk slowly behind Lisa. At this moment, a faint sense of unease arose in Lisa's heart. She could feel the unusually eerie atmosphere around her. A seemingly invisible sense of danger was locking onto her, making her shudder involuntarily. Her heart was filled with a great sense of shock. Could it be that the Vermilion Panther was lurking nearby? Unexpectedly, as soon as this thought arose, she realized something was amiss. Suddenly, she became aware that the chilling murderous intent was coming from behind. She was startled and unconsciously stopped in her tracks. Just at this moment, a sinister and terrifying voice sounded. "Lisa, if you dare to turn around, Blood will splatter on the spot. This moment made her hair stand on end. But soon she calmed herself down. She asked Jim why in a trembling voice, unaware that Jim had secretly used some eerie methods on her. Suddenly, several chilling tentacles emerged from half of his body. Since the moment you appeared, I just found out that you have been quietly observing everything inside the labyrinth. And you seem very disdainful of the way I manage things. I don't care how you judge Garo Labyrinth. I call the shots on my turf. I genuinely defend my friends. If it's an enemy, I won't hesitate to kill them. And we still can't be certain whether we're friends or enemies. At this moment, Jim's hands are crawling with the wriggling tentacles of the parasite. Lisa was convinced in her heart that Jim only had suspicions about her. There was no substantial evidence. So she began to justify herself. Master, I was indeed employed by the Flood Dragon King as a mercenary before. I have never tried to hide this experience. Who would conspire to reveal their past work history? Are you angry because of the attempt to kill you the first time we met? I admit I was indeed rude at that time. Here I sincerely apologize to you. Now I work for you, risking danger to secretly return to the Flood Dragon King to obtain information. However, I am faced with your suspicion and questioning. While Lisa is talking in circles, Jim listens with great interest. Because he has gone to great lengths for Lisa, he is very confused by her actions that triggered the two labyrinth wars. So he straightforwardly questions Lisa about her true intentions. In response, Lisa remains firm in her belief that she has not shown any signs of wrongdoing. Therefore, she strongly denies any accusations. Her response has gradually caused Jim to lose patience. Unconsciously, his tentacles become increasingly restless. The parasite on his body had silently crawled to Lisa's feet. Lisa, I have some bad news to tell you. I don't know if you have heard of this special creature called the parasite. Lisa had naturally heard of it, but had never seen it with her own eyes. I have one on my body. Unfortunately, you have one on your body too. Upon hearing this, Lisa's heart trembled suddenly. Suddenly, an uncomfortable sticky sensation spread up her arm. She turned her head, and was almost scared stiff. The horrifying and terrifying parasite. It was not clear when it had already climbed onto her arm. However, in the blink of an eye, the tentacles of the parasite had spread all over her body. Entity climbed up her face at an extremely fast speed. It seemed like it was going to devour her whole. At this moment, Jim's voice also faintly came through. Since the first time I met you, I secretly placed the parasite fragments on you. So I know everything that has happened to you recently. Is there anything else you want to say now? Things have come to this. Lisa feels like a clown for her previous actions. So she once again pleaded for another chance. I have begun to appreciate you. This shameless and unscrupulous behavior ends now. Jim even withdrew the fragment of the parasite that had attached to Lisa. The Lord of Garo had to admit that I really underestimated you. In fact, I have no connection with the Dragon Labyrinth or the Garo Labyrinth. All I did was seek revenge and become the Elf King. But I haven't finished my story yet. She suddenly felt a surge of imminent death, which made her unable to resist turning around. Just as she turned around, Jim also made a move in an instant. The long sword in his hand stabbed towards me. I told you that you would die if you turned around. Why didn't you listen? The long-eared elf was being held captive by a monstrous creature that seemed neither human nor non-human. He warned that there would be a disaster if she turned around. But rebellion was inherent in her character. Faced with Jim's sudden sword attack, Lisa had no way to avoid it. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, the sword veered off course and spared Lisa. Lisa, who thought she was destined to die, was now heavily knocked down to the ground. She felt the sharp sword energy just pass by her face, leaving her utterly incredulous. However, the scene before her made her hair stand on end even more. She suddenly realized that if it weren't for Jim's interception, she would probably have been torn to shreds by the Vermilion Panther's claw by now. I didn't expect that in just a few breaths, I had already teetered on the brink of life and death twice. At this moment, Jim relied on the potential endowed by Parasite. He dealt with the situation calmly, with a balanced offense and defense, handling it with ease. While Vermilion Panther has a huge body. However, he moves agilely with his body, making it difficult for Jim to gain the upper hand for a while. But as the speed of Vermilion Panther increased, Jim found himself somewhat at a loss. He then flipped over and landed on the ground. He activated Parasite's potential to its peak in an instant. Tentacles crawled all over his body, giving him a terrifying and monstrous appearance. He seized the opportunity and leaped up with swords in both hands. He thrust them towards Vermilion Panther head-on. He succeeded with one strike and sent Vermilion Panther flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground. However, Jim did not expect another attack to follow closely. But the Vermilion Panther swiftly dodged away, leaving Jim empty-handed. Lisa, who had been observing the battle all along, had to admit Jim's strength at this moment. But as a proud elf, she still looked down on humans, even though the person in front of her didn't quite look like a human. Jim's voice sounded from the side at this moment. I will finish counting your bill first before looking for you to settle it slowly. Of course, you can also take this opportunity to sneak away now. But if I run into you again next time, you won't even have a chance to speak. Lisa believed without a doubt upon hearing this, because she had just experienced Jim's ruthlessness. She stood there, unable to make a decision for a moment. The Vermilion Panther, on the other hand, watched the two vigilantly from the side, as if waiting for an opportunity to act. However, Jim was a little apprehensive at this moment. Igniting the potential of Parasite. It brings great expenditure to his physical strength. The current situation is urgent and requires swift and decisive action. Suddenly, Lisa's scream interrupted his thoughts. He looked up. Just behind the Garo warrior, another Vermilion Panther appeared. He didn't have time to warn the mage before fresh blood splattered the scene. In a moment of urgency, Jim immediately exerted force from his feet and shot off quickly. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the Vermilion Panther, who had been waiting on the sidelines for an opportunity to act. He was instantly full of sorrow and indignation, but powerless to act. But what's worse is facing such a dangerous situation. His physical strength is also about to be exhausted. Unfortunately, he can only remove the parasitic state. He confronts the Vermilion Panther with a sword in hand. What he didn't expect was that Lisa drew her sword at this moment, intending to help. However, Jim did not appreciate Lisa's actions. He told her to just watch from the sidelines and not cause trouble by coming over. On the other hand, the individual quality of Garo Berserker is also demonstrated at this moment. The priest being protected within is chanting a spell to heal the mage. Although the injuries are serious, there is no immediate danger to his life after treatment. They all know. Mage holds an extraordinary place in Jim's heart. He has decided to protect him at all costs. So he faced the powerful Vermilion Panther without any fear, swinging his blade. But faced with such a gap in strength, his attacks could not harm the Vermilion Panther. He was nearly injured by a casual swipe from the Vermilion Panther's claw, which almost severed his arm. The gushing blood triggered the Berserker's ferocity. He once again wielded his knives with all his might and slashed at the Vermilion Panther. Unexpectedly, the blade in his hand was shattered by the sharp fangs of the Vermilion Panther. The horrifying scene immediately made him frightened and trembling. Taking advantage of the Horned Berserker's distraction, the Vermilion Panther's tail suddenly lashed out. He was unable to dodge in time, and was instantly whipped several meters away. After the smoke and dust cleared, the Horned Berserker was covered in wounds all over his body. He struggled to prop up half of his body, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. It was a tragic scene where Garo Guard was picked up by Vermilion Panther at the waist. Despite being in such a predicament, Guard's broken sword continued to stab at Vermilion Panther non-stop. But all this effort is in vain, as he still couldn't harm Vermilion Panther in the slightest. He was eventually pinned down by Vermilion Panther's foot on his tail. Immediately, He tightly clenched his teeth and vigorously shook his head. The next second, he was ruthlessly torn apart like a rag. Watching his tribesmen die in front of him made the berserker overwhelmingly sorrowful. He recalled scenes from the past. He wants to live on. He wants to witness with his own eyes the bright future that Jim promised to the Garo tribe. He swears to follow the monarch to resist all foreign enemies to his death. He abruptly sprung up. He tightly wrapped around the huge mouth of the vermilion panther with one hand. But before he could make any move, his body was coiled by the tail of the vermilion panther. He was heavily thrown to the ground, raising dust everywhere, in order to prevent the vermilion panther from taking the opportunity to kill him. Another berserker rushed to the front in a panic. He raised his hand and aimed a slash at Vermilion Panther's jaw, successfully attracting Vermilion Panther's attention. But the berserker was also knocked away by Vermilion Panther's claws. The blade injured his arm. He also opened his blood basin-like mouth, wanting to bite it to death with one bite. At a critical moment, a system pop-up window appeared. The Savior Hall responded to Horned Berserker's wish. The one-armed berserker, who was originally destined to be dismembered, narrowly escaped being bitten by the giant mouth. It turns out that the Horned Berserker pulled the tail of the Vermilion Panther from behind. It was this action that caused the Vermilion Panther to shift its position and save its companion. But at this moment, the Horned Berserker was engulfed in a ball of faint blue flame. The Vermilion Panther also seemed frightened by the scene before its eyes, and for a moment, both forgot to break free from their restraints. The ball of faint blue flame seemed to have a life of its own as it moved and spread on the Horned Berserker, especially terrifying as it burned the flesh underneath the flames. He was originally a berserker with long horns, who only knew how to grab a big club. However, his strength was limited. He could only watch helplessly as his tribespeople were cruelly killed by monsters. He, overwhelmed with grief and anger, unexpectedly awakened his bloodline power. The awakening fire engulfing his body completely transformed his appearance. Along with it surged a fierce and violent power, as if reborn through baptism of fire. However, describing his appearance is a bit difficult. With a roar, the terrifying power erupted, capable of sending the Vermilion Panther flying with a single swing. He was fiercely smashed to the ground. Intense pain instantly ignited the Vermilion Panther's ferocity. The razor-sharp giant claws angrily slammed down. Never expected to be easily subdued by the Horned Berserker this time. He then immediately raised his hand and swung a powerful punch. A crisp sound of flesh breaking and bones cracking. The claws of the Vermilion Panther unexpectedly broke in response. Intense pain that reaches the heart through the fingers, instantly causing the Vermilion Panther to let out a deafening howl. However, the attack of the Horned Berserker came one after another, picking up the broken claw and swinging it backhanded towards the Vermilion Panther's chin, instantly silencing the Vermilion Panther's howl. His figure was directly sent flying, hitting heavily against the rock wall. "I'll smash your teeth so you can't even scream." At this moment, the awakening fire on the body of the Horned Berserker has dissipated, and both the figure and appearance have undergone earth-shattering changes. Lisa, who witnessed everything from the side, had a blank mind. She had an expression of disbelief on her face, murmuring to herself, that guy could actually awaken his bloodline autonomously and evolve into the savior form. Although Jim had emphasized before I came that each of his subordinates had impressive strength. But Lisa knows that the conditions for evolving into a savior are extremely strict. First, one must have a certain level of experience. Then, the conditions can only be triggered through practice or enlightenment. Although transforming into a savior is possible, it is an extremely rare occurrence. And each person's situation is different. There is no set path to follow at all. At this point, she silently gazed at Jim's back. "Garo the Lord, how many scares have you prepared for me?" However, Jim looked confused. He had no idea what had happened. He had just found out about the changes of Horned Berserker from a pop-up window in the system. In that case, he no longer held back. He fully unleashed the potential of Parasite. Countless parasitic tentacles burst out of the body at once. The scene was terrifying and shocking. On the other side, the horned berserker stood facing off against the Vermilion Panther, holding a broken claw in hand. The intense battle earlier made the Vermilion Panther hesitant to attack again. He instead lunged towards the weak and armless berserker. At the critical moment, the speed of the horned berserker suddenly exploded. He darted forward to shield his companion, swinging his broken claws fiercely. However, Vermilion Panther was even faster. The strike only hit its afterimage. A missed strike enraged the horned berserker. He angrily cursed at the scattered enemies around him. "Come out and face me one-on-one." Lisa, who was standing nearby, was speechless. Although the berserker had evolved into a savior, his temperament clearly had not improved. Actually, this is the Vermilion Panther style of fighting. It often hides in the dark to find the right moment to strike. He will replenish the consumed energy. But the current situation on the field is very unfavorable for the horned berserker, because he still needs to protect his injured companions. He can't go all out. At this moment, the mage, dragging his injured body, stood up. But before the horned berserker could speak to stop him, the figure of the Vermilion Panther had already taken the opportunity to flash behind him. The blood-filled mouth full of sharp fangs instantly arrived. Suddenly, the mage's staff in hand moved vigorously, at the same time chanting an incantation from the mouth. Clustered sharp ice cones sprang from the ground, not only blocking the attacks from the Vermilion Panther, but also protecting everyone within. However, with the casting of magic, the once stable injuries worsened once again. But he still weakly uttered, "Go, with this ice wall protecting us, you don't have to worry about us anymore. Unleash your power and go crazy." At this point, he has understood Mage's good intentions. "All right, as you wish. I will bring your intentions to Vermilion Panther." Wait for him to turn around again. Suddenly, a fierce aura surged up. His broken claws fiercely smashed down, causing the ground to crack with tremendous force. The collapse extended all the way to the feet of the Vermilion Panther. Immediately, he raised the broken claw. He aimed in the direction of the Vermilion Panther and threw with all his might. While the Vermilion Panther was dodging the broken claws, he took the opportunity to lift up a huge rock beside him. The sudden huge rock caught Vermilion Panther off guard, making it unable to dodge in time and get hit. Unbeknownstly, this further provokes the ferocity of Vermilion Panther. It endures the intense pain and strikes down with a claw. The berserker with a horn presses forward instead of retreating, using all their strength to resist by meeting the opponent head-on and elbowing fiercely. Then he skillfully repeated the move and once again broke its advantage in claws. Immediately, he planned to stab the broken claw into the eye of the Vermilion Panther with his backhand. This immediately made the Vermilion Panther extremely terrified. It flashed away and disappeared without a trace. Shameless scoundrel, using this trick again. Can't win, just hide. He raised the broken claw, searching for the figure of the Vermilion Panther in the field. But soon, he found out that he had underestimated the shamelessness of the Vermilion Panther. Just because the Vermilion Panther, at this moment, is using the ice cone summoned by the mage to protect itself. But this time, the Vermilion Panther miscalculated. The ice cones, originally lifeless, unexpectedly came to life like a snake, trapping its body within. No need to think, this must be the work of the mage. In the blink of an eye, the horned berserker leaped onto the head of the Vermilion Panther and tightly squeezed the Vermilion Panther's mouth shut. "Let's see how you escape this time." Unexpectedly, his figure was once again entwined by the tail of the Vermilion Panther. A thrilling scene suddenly unfolded. He bit its tail. With the Vermilion Panther's mournful wail, its tail also snapped in two. "Don't cry out so miserably, you're overreacting a bit. This is just the beginning," he said, as he gazed in horror at the self-illuminating Vermilion Panther and raised the severed claw in his hand. the man just found the monster on the roadside's mouth too smelly. He unreasonably rode straight onto the monster's head. Unexpectedly, the monster also fought back by swinging its tail, tightly entangling the man. He didn't hesitate to bite the tea-studded club that was offered to him. The crisp texture made him unable to stop, and he bit it off in one go. He said he would do it, picked up the broken claw, and smashed it towards the head of the vermilion panther. I don't know how long he smashed it for. The vermilion panther finally crashed down in a final howl. This guy is really hard to deal with. But this big guy should be enough to last for 10 days or so. At this moment, the cheers from the side caught his attention. It turned out that Jim had already taken care of the other vermilion panther and was waiting on the side. The berserker immediately bowed down to pay respect to his sovereign upon hearing the horn. Facing Jim's praise did not make him happy. Instead, he fell into deep self-blame due to the sacrifice of his fellow tribesmen. Jim naturally saw through his thoughts. He didn't want the newly awakened savior to be caught up in any post-traumatic stress from the battle. He sternly admonished, "Whether it's a soldier or you, everyone is willing to die for Garo. If you become powerful, you should consider yourself responsible for everyone. Then you are too arrogant." Jim's words instantly woke up the horned berserker. Seeing that his warning had an effect, he immediately seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. He appointed Horned Berserker as the commanding general of the Garo Labyrinth and bestowed the name Bo upon him. He was suddenly filled with tears of excitement. He immediately vowed to be loyal and willing to die for his cause. This scene made Lisa, who was standing aside, no longer doubt Jim's ability to manage the labyrinth. She was also surprised at how well he understood human nature. He ordered Bo to bring the injured mage and vermilion panther back to the labyrinth for treatment. He solemnly reminded to be careful in handling the situation, because the vermilion panther is still alive. I wanted to capture both alive. However, the vermilion panther he fought with was accidentally killed by him. He also obtained a vermilion panther's heart, which contains the fierce power of the vermilion panther. The harvest from this operation was indeed meager. Of course, he was saying this for Lisa behind him to hear. Previously, in order to instigate Jim to march and conquer Vermilion Panther, it was claimed that there were a large number of gems hidden here. Lisa could naturally hear the sarcasm in these words. She hurriedly bowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he let Lisa make one final choice. If she submits to Garo Labyrinth, he can help Lisa seek revenge, eliminate the Elf King, and rescue her family. But he didn't mention the consequences if she doesn't submit. Unexpectedly, Lisa was frank. She wants to wait until the war between Jim and the Flood Dragon King ends before making a decision. However, as soon as the words fell, she was firmly grasped by a large hand around her neck. "So, you intend to join the side that will ultimately win. I guess you still don't understand your situation. You are the first person to survive after betraying me for so long. Don't test my patience anymore. You must make a choice now." The terrifying parasitic tentacles crawled onto Lisa's face again. This is not a multiple-choice question. It's clearly a fatal question. Inside the Garo Labyrinth, Domi is arranging the spoils brought back by Bo. Before long, Jim also returned to the labyrinth. However, surprisingly, Lisa was still following behind him. It seems like Lisa got the multiple-choice questions correct. At this moment, her appearance surprised Domi. She is one of the only two people inside the labyrinth who know that Lisa is a spy. Suddenly, she turned her face into a fierce expression and glared at Lisa, saying, "Don't act like this, Domi. Lisa is now also considered one of us." Then he changed the subject. He asked Lisa to inform everyone about the intelligence of Flood Dragon King. After learning that Flood Dragon King would arrive in 5 days, Jim also immediately made preparations for the upcoming war. He ordered Bo to lead the soldiers to build watchtowers and set traps in front of the labyrinth. At the same time, make sure he trains all the soldiers within 3 days. He plans to go underground himself to get some gems. By the way, he plans to bring back some human weapons from the surface. He agreed to come back in 3 days. By then, we will make a battle plan based on Lisa's intelligence. Meanwhile, Flood Dragon King's army is being cleared a path by Siege Beast. They are advancing mightily towards Garo Labyrinth. The two before us are the generals who are following the Flood Dragon King on this expedition, Zack and Axel. He is a dominant force in the underground labyrinth, using his immense power to slaughter ruthlessly and enslave other weaker factions. He currently leads a team composed entirely of monsters. They are marching mightily towards the direction of the Garo Labyrinth. 5 days later, under Jim's command, the Garo Labyrinth will be managed. They have long been prepared and ready for battle. After Jim's summoning in recent days, they have gathered a large number of troops. Even the scarce mages have increased to 5. Domi also took this opportunity to consolidate the reconnaissance information gathered by Lisa. The total number of enemy troops is 121. Among them are 100 ordinary soldiers and 18 berserkers at the commander level. 2 saviors of enormous size, like the Door Guardian Beast, and the Flood Dragon King personally leading the charge. After hearing the report, Jim was surprised to find that the other side did not have long-range attack capabilities. But the opponent is a long-standing force entrenched underground, labyrinth. He also has to be careful. When he was still pondering countermeasures, Domi's exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw billowing smoke ahead. He could already vaguely make out the figures of the enemy troops. He saw that a big battle was about to break out. Lisa brought up the map. She briefly reviewed the battle deployment with Jim again. Following Jim's gesture, Domi immediately issued the combat orders. The soldiers have been dispatched, but who will lead the vanguard? He looked towards the yellow dragon, who had been skulking around surreptitiously the whole time. I think you must have been very fulfilled these days. No, master, you're really good at joking. I don't want to be treated as a practice target anymore. Since that's the case, then prove that you have other abilities besides being a live target. Yellow Dragon was once again tricked by Jim onto the battlefield. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by the enemy. They were old acquaintances, who had worked together in the Dragon Labyrinth before. Now Yellow Dragon has betrayed and joined the Garo Labyrinth. He naturally attracted their ridicule and sarcasm. Is Garo Labyrinth devoid of anyone else? They actually sent someone like you, who claims to be the descendant of the Dragon Clan, to come out and seek death. In the meantime, Zack was secretly observing the lineup of the Garo Labyrinth. Unexpectedly, this look made him involuntarily tremble inside, becoming cautious. Just because he was in the town of Garo, he noticed that several mages seemed to be brewing magic. He immediately decided to take the initiative. Immediately he raised his arm and called out. The monsters behind him swarmed forward, pouncing towards the Garo camp. He also took the opportunity to retreat to the leader's side, issuing an extermination plan specifically targeting the Garo mage. He then relaxed and confidently went into battle against the Yellow Dragon. He was seen fiercely leaping up with a vigorous kick. With 2 huge blades in hand, he bravely chopped down. However, facing Zack's lethal strike, Yellow Dragon unexpectedly did not dodge or evade. A crisp sound of metal clashing. A familiar scene unfolded once again. Yellow Dragon, struck by the giant blade, miraculously emerged unscathed. Zack was momentarily stunned, then swiftly swung his blade again. Yet still, no harm was done. I refused to believe this. In an instant, his speed surged rapidly. His figure turned into several shadows of people. At the same time, he slashed towards Yellow Dragon. But the more he slashed, the more alarmed he became. Domi, who had been closely monitoring the situation on the field, now also worried about Yellow Dragon. Master Yellow Dragon hasn't moved at all. Could he have been scared silly again? Jim quietly raised his hand, indicating to Domi not to worry. As you know, this guy is deathly afraid. Exactly for this reason, he is very good at assessing the strength of his opponents. The reason he is currently on the defensive and getting hit may be because he is gauging the strength of his opponent. Another explanation made Domi even more confused. The weakness of the yellow dragon is on its back. Yet it didn't seem to dodge. I have to say, Jim is always very patient when facing Domi. He spoke again to clarify. It should also be a slick move. He is testing whether the opponent knows his weakness. Generally speaking, this guy is strong against the strong and weak against the weak. At the same time, Zack, who has achieved nothing, almost had a mental breakdown. He used up his last bit of faith and unleashed his most powerful move. Holding two huge blades imbued with fierce and domineering power, he slashed towards the head of the yellow dragon. The massive collision caused the huge blades to shatter at the moment of contact with the yellow dragon. This time, Zack's mentality really completely collapsed. His face was full of disbelief. Suddenly, Yellow Dragon reached out with both hands and firmly restrained Zack. "You dare to mock me, a lowly dragon, with your kind of trash. You are a weak-blooded lizard. Today, I will show you the basic skills of a descendant of the dragon clan." As soon as the words fell, he spewed out a horrifying dragon breath, and the scorching dragon flames instantly engulfed Zack, burning him to ashes. In the blink of an eye, Zack was burned beyond recognition, crumbling to the ground like mud. Then he was grabbed by the yellow dragon. "Zack, you disappoint me greatly. I originally thought that you flood dragons are also descendants of the dragon clan. You should be immune to fire, right? It seems that your bloodline is not as pure as mine." Another dragon breath sprayed from the yellow dragon's mouth. Directly burned Zack to ashes. Result: Zack casually struck a pose he thought was cool. This guy really hasn't changed at all. I was really impressed by his series of moves. Seeing Zack being killed. At the same time, fearing that the yellow dragon's dragon breath might come again, suddenly caused Zack's subordinates to panic and scatter in all directions. Unexpectedly, these fleeing soldiers were caught by the sudden appearance of a huge claw. It turned out to be a commander-level monster under Zack's command. "You cowards who fled in the face of the enemy. Just let you go and execute the plan to hunt down the Garo mage." With that, he raised the soldier and threw him towards the position of the mage within the Garo camp. Soldiers of the giant dragon labyrinth flew towards the Garo camp like cannonballs, in a bizarre and incredible manner. Is this the long-range attack method of the giant dragon labyrinth? The 600-pound beast grabbed the 200-pound cub and threw it into the air. One by one, these small monsters are like this, regardless of life or death. They are forcibly thrown by the flood giant beast towards the Garo position. Such a sudden and brutal attack method. It makes Domi somewhat panic. She suggested ordering Archer to take down the opponent in advance. However, it was vetoed by Jim. There's no need to waste Archer's energy on these minions and such airborne targets. The effect of arrows is also minimal. It's time to test the strength of the wizard team. He immediately gave the order. 2 wizards were assigned from the wizard team to be responsible for defense. 2 wizards quickly took off their cloaks, revealing their wands, and began chanting spells. In an instant, clusters of icicles shot up from the ground where the monster was about to land. This made it so that the monster had nowhere to avoid them, experiencing a chilling and exhilarating sensation through their hearts. A few fish have slipped through the net. They were then caught by the door guardian beast protecting the mage. Without saying a word, they were immediately given a free return ticket. This move is tantamount to provocation for the giant flood monster. His temples bulged with rage instantly. And Jim was actually inspired by this. He immediately ordered the door guardian beast to continue to act in accordance with the previous plan, in order to lure the flood army into the prearranged ambush area. Domi also reported the situation on the field at this time. Yellow Dragon is holding the line in the middle lane for now. However, after the enemy General Zack was killed, it led to the enemy's central forces dispersing to both sides. They are now launching attacks towards the weak defenses on our left and right flanks. Our defense line is almost at its limit. Should we activate the trap immediately? After a moment of contemplation, Jim ordered Bo to lead troops to defend the right side, and Yellow Dragon was redeployed from the middle lane to the left side. Their intention is to plan to defend the trap at all costs. They will wait for the big fish to take the bait before closing the net. Just at this moment, Lisa, who has been out investigating Flood Dragon King, also returned. From her anxious expression, it is estimated that she did not bring back good news. At the same time, a loud trumpet sounded. Instantly, the previously noisy battlefield fell into silence. They all stopped and looked in amazement. They were deeply moved by the scene before their eyes. "Lisa, this is the news you need to report." "Yes, master." "Our enemy, led by Flood Dragon King, has arrived with his main army. There are 150 monsters, with the rest being commander-level behemoths. Additionally, there are over 30 projectile-type monsters." After listening to Lisa's report, Jim, though he remained calm on the surface, couldn't help but feel a bit nervous inside. This means that the current combat is just against the enemy's vanguard forces. In this way, just based on calculations, the number of commander-level gigantic beasts on the enemy side alone exceeds the total number of soldiers in the Garo Labyrinth. What's worse is that it's only 2 hours away from the labyrinth reaching level 5. Many of his techniques also need to wait until the labyrinth is upgraded before they can be implemented. The key now is that we must endure these 2 hours. On the other side, following the direction pointed by the Flood Dragon King's raised hand, the messenger immediately understood and blew the horn again. Suddenly, the entire army of monsters stopped their advance. Then, one by one, the monsters knelt down and surrendered, allowing the commander-level behemoth to capture them. Shortly after, they were vigorously thrown out by the behemoth again. Countless monsters then appeared in the sky, plummeting towards the Garo camp. Seeing this situation, Jim could no longer sit still. He immediately stood up and ordered to concentrate firepower on the enemy's airborne forces. Make sure Archer holds on, as the time to activate the trap is not yet ripe. At the same time, he also ordered the mage to reinforce the surface of the trap with ice. It seems that he intends to lure more monsters into the trap before taking action. But before long, Domi reported that the mage's magic power was about to run out. This made Jim feel regretful, because the commander-level behemoth that entered the trap area has not yet passed halfway. But at this point, we have no choice but to issue the command to activate the trap. Without the support of magic, the originally hard ground suddenly becomes loose. In an instant, the monster that had just been charging forward also realizes that something is amiss. But before they can react, the next moment, they have already fallen into the trap with countless casualties. Some who were lucky enough to climb up using their companions' bodies encountered Bo, who had been waiting for a long time, resulting in a fierce battle with the monster. This led to a sharp increase in casualties in the Garo Labyrinth. But the battle results were quite fruitful. Just the traps alone killed 20% of the enemy's main forces. The terrain on the battlefield has changed at this point. Due to the 2 deep bottomless pits on both sides, only a narrow passage remains. This passage leads to the Garo Labyrinth. He immediately ordered Yellow Dragon and Bo, 2 saviors, to guard the passage. The rest of the soldiers were rearranged to form a shield and spear formation, in order to reduce the impact of the airdrop troops on the camp. At the same time, she reported all the moves of the entire army. All of them were instructed to target the weak spot under the monster's jaw. Jim's successive deployments and responses have long left Lisa amazed in secret. She couldn't help but ask aloud where Jim had learned these military tactics. This question caught Jim off guard. As a senior internet user, these are just basic operations in online games. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Unexpectedly, his words stirred up huge waves in Lisa's heart. It's too scary. Humans actually treat war as a game. This interpretation is somewhat excessive. She might not even have heard of the term, online game, before. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from below. Then, the right wall of the Garo labyrinth. It seems to be struck by a terrifying force, penetrating from the inside out. With a cry of surprise from Domi, a huge and monstrous monster suddenly leaped out. It roared at them furiously. A terrifying monster with fierce horns suddenly crashed into the city wall. It appeared in front of everyone. Lisa immediately recognized it. It was the siege beast raised by the Flood Dragon King. However, the surprises were far from over. Along with the billowing smoke and dust, another pair of centaurs burst out from the hole that had been smashed open. What is this again? They each wielded long swords with the speed of ghosts. Without any hesitation, they slashed directly towards the Garo camp. Before a few of them could recover from the consecutive changes, they discovered that a siege beast was roaring and charging towards their direction. In the blink of an eye, Jim steadied his mind and ordered in a deep voice. He ordered all of Garo's subordinates to retreat to the second line of defense. At the same time, he instructed the door guardian beast to assist. Bo, who was guarding the right side, blocked the group of people and horses that were rushing in recklessly. But Domi is worried that Bo's strength may not be sufficient to resist. He suggests deploying the yellow dragon directly to battle the enemy. Who would have expected that the left defense line guarded by the yellow dragon is also in a precarious situation at the moment? It can be seen that as soon as its dragon breath stops, the defense line may collapse instantly. At this critical moment, Lisa took the initiative to volunteer for battle. Master, that team is the ace force of the Flood Dragon King. Each of them possesses the strength of elite monsters. And I found Axel in the team. With Bo's strength, he definitely won't be his opponent. So let me go assist Bo. Since she joined, Lisa has still felt that Jim does not trust her. So she made this move to prove herself. Jim hesitated for just a moment before agreeing to Lisa's request. Jim then gave a shocking order to Domi. But with the situation critical, Domi dared not ask any more questions. She immediately conveyed the order to the group of mages. Just as the combined effort of the mages was displayed, a massive ice sculpture rose from the ground. Faintly visible within it, a terrifying red light flashed across the ice sculpture. The ice sculpture, propelled by the mages, shot up like a giant snake. The next moment, it crashed heavily into the enemy's main forces, splintering into pieces of ice. It also harvested a group of monsters in passing. But even more terrifying is the extremely raging murderous aura rising from the smoke and dust, immediately followed by a deafening roar. This moment made the monster present shudder. Master, what should we do if Vermilion Panther jumps at us now? Meanwhile, Jim has activated parasitic form. Don't worry. I have released my aura. If it dares to come over, I don't mind beating it up again. Although we cured it, we also starved it for 5 days. I believe it will make the right choice. The Vermilion Panther actually sensed something behind it a long time ago. That presence made it tremble with fear. It turned back and took a deep look. He launched an attack against the monster beside him, seemingly venting his full of grief and anger. With the Vermilion Panther joining now, they temporarily resisted the main attack of the enemy forces. This will allow Jim to free up some time to deal with the siege beast. Immediately, he turned around and punched the chair into pieces. He reached out and grabbed fiercely. A huge hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. Immediately after, in Domi's astonished gaze, he channels energy around his body. He swings the giant hammer towards the siege beast. The mighty hammer strikes heavily. The siege beast instantly screams in pain as its skin splits open. Unexpectedly, the siege beast, despite being severely injured, does not stop in its tracks. It simply ignores him. Jim was startled and thought to himself, things are not looking good. Is its target really Domi? He immediately shouted out loudly, asking Domi to hide quickly. Domi immediately heard the sound and hid inside the Garo labyrinth. In the blink of an eye, the massive siege beast fiercely rammed into the entrance. However, due to the small size of the opening, the siege beast got stuck halfway through. Jim was extremely anxious at this moment, shouting desperately for Domi outside the cave. At this moment, Domi's voice entered Jim's mind. She was lucky to have survived, and she discovered that the siege beast's target was not her. Its target is the core of the Garo labyrinth. Upon hearing this, Jim immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. On the other side, Yellow Dragon only felt a lightness in his body. He was actually lifted up by Jim with all his strength. Instantly, he was shocked to his core. "Can Master please speak gently? I have a fear of heights. Go stop the siege beast from entering Labyrinth Jim, and then I can't be bothered to talk to him anymore. Just throw him out directly." "Master, don't go. You must be joking, right?" Jim's voice came from behind. "You are a true-blooded dragon. What are you afraid of?" This sentence seems to possess a magical power. It makes the yellow dragon's divine light shine brightly and doubles his confidence. No matter what means you use, even if you have to hug its thighs or pull its tail, you must stop it at all costs. I never thought that the yellow dragon would really resort to hugging thighs. Meanwhile, the battle is intensifying and getting tense. Thanks to the Vermilion Panther, Garo's soldiers have safely retreated to the second line of defense. However, there is still a continuous influx of paratroopers being deployed into the defense line. However, the elite force that infiltrated caused 20% of the Garo camp's soldiers to be injured or killed. On the other side, Bo and Lisa are besieging the elite Captain Axel. But even in a 2-on-1 situation, they are still in dire straits. They are both injured. The only one who seems to feel fortunate is Vermilion Panther here. He relies on his agile speed and powerful claws. He steadily holds the mid lane. Now he has even charged into the Flood army, singing loudly all the way, enjoying eating, killing, and having a great time. The monsters of Flood army have been terrified by him. The Vermilion Panther pounced again at a monster. Unexpectedly, he was smashed in the mouth full of fangs by a sudden punch. Immediately, a huge hand lifted him high into the air. "Little thing, who knows what flavor you will be after being roasted?" As soon as the words fell, an extremely terrifying dragon breath erupted with a bang, blasting several tens of meters away. Wherever it passed, everything turned into ashes and smoke. Along with the destruction, half of the soldiers from the left flank of the Garo camp were also annihilated. This horrifying scene happened to be witnessed by Domi, who managed to escape from the labyrinth. She hurriedly shouted to Jim that the Master Flood Dragon King was coming down to the battlefield personally. The ferocious monster was merely a piece of meat in the eyes of the Vermilion Panther. Just as the Vermilion Panther was killing recklessly, it was suddenly hit by a punch that shattered all its sharp teeth. Strangely, the heavily wounded Vermilion Panther showed no sign of resistance. And just like that, it obediently got picked up by the giant hand. In full view of everyone, he was burned to ashes by dragon breath, the tremendous impact caused by the terrifying dragon breath. The stunning crowd on the battlefield couldn't help but stop and watch, the huge figure exuding a fierce aura all over its body. This made Lisa realize the appearance of the Flood Dragon King. This must also be when its monsters launch a full-scale attack. The upcoming battle will be even more fierce. Currently, what she and Bo need to do is to delay Axel as much as possible, waiting for Jim to defeat the Flood Dragon King. And Jim has already dodged and blocked the Flood Dragon King's advancing steps. I thought it was going to be a high-stakes battle between kings that would erupt at any moment. Didn't expect that the Flood Dragon King would start trying to recruit allies at this moment. However, he responded to him. Jim angrily struck him without saying a word. As expected, his powerful blow didn't cause any harm at all. Instead, he almost lost his grip on the huge hammer due to the strong impact. He activated Spy Eye to scan Flood Dragon King while his body was falling. Although he was mentally prepared, the result still caught him off guard because he couldn't find any weaknesses at all. Even the joints or scales, and even parts like the eyes, are extremely tough. On the other hand, it seems that the Flood Dragon King did not immediately get angry or attack Jim. I originally wanted to find you a reason to survive. After all, I am also very curious. How did a human become the Lord of Garo? Unexpectedly, Jim did not want to chat with him. Instead, he directly made sarcastic remarks. He is just trying to bluff and bluster. He is only trying to cover up the fact that he is afraid of human weapons. As soon as these words were spoken, the Flood Dragon King seemed to be hit in a sore spot. He immediately roared in anger and fiercely threw a punch. The violent and overbearing force exploded, shattering countless pieces of rock in all directions. Jim, who narrowly escaped unharmed, shot out from the smoke and dust. He felt a lingering fear and sighed in the dark. It was terrifying how such a huge figure could move at such a speed. Suddenly, a giant claw appeared seemingly out of thin air and moved closer. He realized there was no way to escape, and his mind flashed for an instant. Terrifying tentacles instantly covered his body. He stubbornly withstood the Flood Dragon King. The sudden heavy blow scattered the smoke and dust. Just as he was about to fight back, he suddenly felt a wave of scorching heat, which was just a stone's throw away, was coming straight towards him. It was the terrifying dragon breath flame sprayed by the Flood Dragon King that engulfed Jim's figure in an instant. Domi, who had been paying attention to the battle on the field, watched as Master fell into such a dangerous situation. Unable to contain the fear in his heart, he could only turn to the yellow dragon beside him and speak sternly. "You were just hugging the thigh. Why did you come back to hug the tail again? Are you capable or not? It's not easy to hug the thick thigh of the siege beast. The size at the end of the tail is just right for hugging." He was just pretending and acting very busy and diligent. This scene made Domi even more furious. Between sentences, two strange figures moved as fast as ghosts, flashing out from the smoke. Flood Dragon King immediately reached out to try to grab the two figures, only to find that he had caught only slimy tentacles. The two ghostly figures. They have now leaped high behind the Flood Dragon King, only to see the two figures, with eerie movements, converge together. Immediately, he grabbed the giant hammer and aimed it at the back of the Flood Dragon King's head, smashing down with a bang. The deafening sound reverberated all around, like a bolt from the blue on a sunny day. The Flood Dragon King also seemed to be severely wounded by this strike. He endured the intense pain and swung back with all his might. He knocked the huge hammer out of Jim's hand. However, a bizarre scene occurred again. Jim's right hand unexpectedly transformed into tentacles, wrapping around and pulling back the fallen huge hammer. At the same time, his left hand also transformed into tentacles, wrapping around Flood Dragon King's arm. He used his momentum to swing and reappeared behind Flood Dragon King. He then grabbed the giant hammer and delivered a powerful and forceful blow. He intended to use the hammer to smash the Flood Dragon King's brain. And this close-quarters combat style also renders Dragon Breath useless. He then replicated it with equal skill, relying on his mysterious methods. He moved swiftly around the massive body of the Flood Dragon King, succeeding time and time again. At that moment, the Flood Dragon King suddenly generated a powerful wave of energy throughout his entire body. Next, a dark purple pillar of light shot up into the sky. Jim, who had fallen to the side, was now full of shock. However, the monsters belonging to the Flood army on the battlefield were not excited to see the scene. Instead, they were all extremely terrified. They turned around and ran as if they wished they had two more legs. Their actions naturally caught Lisa's attention. She thought it was Jim who defeated the Flood Dragon King, resulting in the current situation. She turned her head to look at Axel, who was confronting them. "Your army is already in disarray. Are you still going to stubbornly resist?" But she did not expect to be met with Axel's mockery. "In fact, it should be you who should flee. At the same time, I should also thank your Garo Lord. Let me see the Flood Dragon King going all out once again. He is a dominant power entrenched in the depths of the earth, possessing formidable strength comparable to that of gods. He still retained some dragon clan bloodline, making every part of his body incredibly sturdy. However, after being beaten by Jim, his head was a mess of cuts and bruises. The Flood Dragon King had no choice but to activate its second stage transformation in anger. Seeing this, Jim immediately activated Spy Eye in his parasitic form. He was surprised to find that after the transformation, the defense was no longer impeccable as before. It showed multiple weaknesses, obviously in order to gain stronger offensive capabilities. Giving up some defense. Since he discovered the opponent's weaknesses, Jim started planning his own strategy. Suddenly, the system pop-up issued a warning of a lethal threat. Without waiting for his reaction, the fatal blow from the Flood Dragon King had already landed. In a moment of life and death, he instinctively raised his hand to block. However, he was still sent flying by the sudden heavy blow, crashing heavily into the rock wall. However, just as Jim appeared with his injured arm dragging behind him, the attack of the Flood Dragon King came again in quick succession. He hurriedly exerted force on his feet and leaped to the side. He took advantage of the situation and kicked the Flood Dragon King in the face. This kick didn't cause much physical harm, but was extremely insulting. Flood Dragon King was immediately annoyed. He turned his head and unleashed a strong 100-year dragon breath. Facing life and death once again made him break out in a cold sweat. No time to think. His left arm instantly transformed into tentacles and pierced the ground. He used his inertia to pull himself, causing his body to plummet. This narrowly saved him from a disaster. Jim dared not be careless anymore. The moment he landed, he immediately took up a defensive posture. The Flood Dragon King's successive attacks seemed to indicate that he had no intention of giving him any chance to catch his breath. He originally planned to use close-range combat to prevent the Flood Dragon King from using Dragon Breath. But after transforming, the Flood Dragon King's speed has also increased significantly, leaving him with no solution at the moment. In the meantime, the Flood Dragon King unleashed another powerful move. Numerous energy-infused orbs exuding terrifying energy were spewed out from its mouth, rushing towards him to attack. At this moment, Jim found himself trapped in an unavoidable deadly situation. The parasite also seems to sense that the host's life is being threatened. Automatically unlock the skill, Cognitive Speed, for him. However, this skill, it actually consumes a large amount of parasite's health. But he can't afford to delay using the skill at the moment. A subtle sense of observation immediately swept through the body. Everything around seemed to become extremely slow. It's as if time has slowed down several times. At the same time, he also felt his body being emptied and becoming increasingly heavy. If this symptom persists for about 10 days to half a month, it may not recover. It seems like this is quite a dangerous life-saving skill. We shouldn't delay. Hurry and escape. But this guy is also bad. He fled to the army of the Flood Dragon King. Sure enough, under his leadership. Of course, there is also the tacit cooperation of the Flood Dragon King. He successfully caused countless deaths and injuries to the innocent Flood army. Now it is finally understood when the Flood Dragon King transforms. They understand the reason why the monsters of the Flood army have to retreat and flee. Suddenly several breaking sounds came from the smoke and dust, accompanied by strong winds. Unexpectedly, the Flood Dragon King merely swept it away with a casual motion, shattering the long spear. But Jim's posture at this moment made the Flood Dragon King feel deeply insulted. He, a top big shot, was actually being provoked by someone with a toothpick. This is intolerable. With a loud shout, his figure swiftly approached, and a fierce claw struck down. But Jim quickly dodged the attack. At the same time, he took the opportunity to control his tentacles, and fiercely swung the spear out. Flood Dragon King was unable to dodge, and was hit one by one. He was humiliated by being slapped in the face again. Flood Dragon King was immediately filled with uncontrollable anger. The right claw, engulfed in a fierce aura, suddenly thrusts out. It is determined to crush Jim with one claw. Jim did not dare delay even at such a close distance. He immediately triggered his high-speed skill. At the same time, his arms transformed into tentacles and grabbed the huge hammer back. Immediately, his figure did not retreat, but instead surged under the Flood Dragon King. Following that, he leaped up. He heavily smashed down on the knee joint. This heavy blow made the huge body of the Flood Dragon King tremble. He immediately couldn't bear the damage, and he knelt down on all fours in front of Jim. It seems that you, this dragon, still have some innate talent to become a lizard. 3 or 4 times, I was insulted by the humans in front of me. The accumulated anger of the Flood Dragon King has reached its peak. But he is actually waiting for a chance to make a deadly blow. The current moment is a perfect opportunity. He suddenly raised his head and breathed out the dragon breath that had been brewing for a long time. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, several boxes were delivered to his mouth by tentacles. Those boxes were high-explosive bombs specially prepared by Jim in advance. At the moment when the scorching dragon breath came into contact with the bomb, it exploded. The effect of the bomb completely surprised Jim. He guessed in his heart that the Flood Dragon King would either be dead or severely injured this time. Suddenly, a drastic change occurred as a giant mouth broke through the smoke and dust, attacking fiercely. Between the lightning speed, Jim immediately triggered the extreme speed skill. However, this time the skill did not respond. It turns out that after the previous use, Parasite's stamina was depleted. It has fallen into hibernation. In a moment of distraction, he was actually swallowed by the Flood Dragon King. At present, he is truly at his wit's end. He can only raise his hand to resist with all his might. The strong desire to survive in his heart makes him unwilling to die like this. But without the blessing of Parasite, he simply cannot move the Flood Dragon King with his own strength. Watching Master being devoured left Domi's mind blank in an instant. She collapsed to the ground, as if losing her backbone. Seeing Master in such a state, the Flood Dragon King's face was filled with a victorious expression, unaware that the situation was far from over. With the end of the last 3 seconds, Garo Labyrinth successfully leveled up to level 5. A series of system pop-up prompts followed closely. Repair all damage to Garo's body. Restore Parasite stamina. Parasite has awakened from dormancy. In the darkness, Jim seemed to be taken over by Parasite. Protected by a vertical eye canopy, he slowly emerged. In order to survive, he held on in the mouth of the monster for a full 3 seconds. Only by doing so could he turn the tables and be reborn. Just when the Flood Dragon King was complacent, thinking that Jim was eliminated, suddenly, a drastic mutation occurred. In a violent tremor, the Garo Labyrinth expanded several tens of meters. Unexpectedly, the entrance widened as well, giving the siege beast an opportunity to charge in, penetrating several meters into the interior. The yellow dragon was unable to stop it at all. The anomaly in the Garo Labyrinth caused an inexplicable sense of unease to rise in the heart of the Flood Dragon King. The next moment, an irresistible force pushed open its huge mouth. Jim's figure suddenly appeared between the sharp fangs. Taking advantage of the Flood Dragon King's momentary shock, he swiftly escaped from the giant mouth. But how could the Flood Dragon King be willing to let him go so easily? The food that was supposed to be in the mouth of the Flood Dragon King had escaped like that. It flailed its claws and roared, pouncing towards him again. But how could Jim just sit and wait for death? He seized the opportunity and forcefully swung his arm. He once again accurately threw the explosive into its mouth. A violent explosion rang through the world. The fallen Jim hurriedly reopened Spy Eye. Because he knew that even if the bomb exploded in the mouth of the Flood Dragon King, it wouldn't cause much harm to it. But the brief experience of being swallowed by the Flood Dragon King earlier gave him a vague hint about the deadly weakness of the Flood Dragon King. The current actions are to confirm his conjecture. The reality before his eyes indeed matched his expectations. He immediately made up his mind. Axel's arm holding the sword was broken by Jim's sudden attack. Next, he manipulated the tentacles to coil around Axel's sword. It seemed like this sudden move was only to snatch away the long sword. Unexpectedly, Axel, who had lost an arm in pain, endured the intense pain and fiercely threw a punch. However, Jim swiftly turned around and slashed down with a sword, instantly cutting Axel into two halves. With such ease, Axel was killed. This refreshed Lisa's perception of his strength to an unimaginable level. On the other side, Axel's subordinates had already discovered the situation where their leader was killed. They immediately rushed towards Jim from all directions to attack. But they didn't expect to give Jim a perfect opportunity to turn the tables. This bizarre and shocking scene left Lisa and Bo stunned. What's even more chilling and frightening is tentacles actually sprouted little ugly heads. It stretched out a huge mouth and devoured all of Axel's subordinates. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jim signaled for Bo to hand over the long sword in his hand. Just as Jim reached for the sword, Lisa seemed to have discovered something terrifying. She screamed in alarm. Jim immediately realized the danger. He decisively activated his high-speed skills. Suddenly, everything around him slowed down immediately. At this moment, the claws of the Flood Dragon King were within reach, but they were falling down at an incredibly slow speed. Jim immediately sank his waist and stood up, and the energy around his body instantly circulated. The surging power suddenly soared. Lightning danced all over his body. In the next moment, he moved as fast as lightning and attacked the weak point on the neck of the Flood Dragon King. He raised the big knife in his hand and aimed at the neck of the Flood Dragon King, fiercely striking upwards. The tremendous impact force caused the Flood Dragon King to involuntarily lift its head. The direction in which the dragon breath was about to spew from its mouth suddenly veered off. Right after, his body turned, leveraging the inertia to swing the large knife in his hand in a circle, slashing towards the neck of the Flood Dragon King. Although this blow did not sever the neck of the Flood Dragon King, it made the dragon breath abruptly stop. At this moment, the tentacles on Jim's body are also not idle. They wield several long swords towards the Flood Dragon King. At this moment, they stab at the neck, slicing flesh and breaking bones. The Flood Dragon King, in pain from the relentless attacks, continues to howl. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jim leaps up high once again with his knife. In the blink of an eye, the Flood Dragon King's head flies off as Jim's knife falls. There is still an incredulous expression lingering on his face. Just at this moment, a system pop-up window popped up. Parasite is initiating a request to devour the Flood Dragon King. After pondering for a moment, he unexpectedly agreed to Parasite's request. Isn't he afraid that Parasite will retaliate against the host after becoming powerful? In an instant, a head several times larger than Flood Dragon King's head appeared out of Jim's body and devoured Flood Dragon King's head. The dominant force in the underground labyrinth thus fell into silence. For a moment, each belonging to the Garo labyrinth surges with excitement, cheers and jubilation. But at this moment, no one noticed the changes happening quietly on Jim's body. Tentacles attached to it. They have turned into a set of rock-solid scales. This is a defense skill gained after Parasite devours the core of the Flood Dragon King. It's effective, but not very appealing to look at. At the same time, there is still a big problem unresolved. The siege beast is now less than 3 meters away from the core of the labyrinth. The Garo and Baby Snake are fearlessly blocking around the core. Unexpectedly, a system prompt sounded. The massive body of the siege beast disintegrated and dissipated amid wails. This doesn't seem to be Jim's doing. It seems to be the autonomous defensive ability possessed after Garo Labyrinth reached level 5. On the other hand, the monsters of the Flood army may have lost their courage due to the lack of suppression from the Flood Dragon King. One by one, they have fallen into madness, engaging in self-mutilation and cannibalism. Jim coldly watched the scene in front of him. It was time to put an end to everything before him. The center of the heart moved at will, and the central hub of the labyrinth immediately lit up with a dazzling light. In an instant, dozens of level 5 Garo defenders emerged from the light, in the direction pointed by Jim's blade. The members of the Garo labyrinth suddenly became excited. They wanted to avenge their fallen comrades, slaughtering all the invaders. The man that the monster just swallowed turned out to be stickier than chewing gum on teeth. Who would have thought that in the end, the man would be beheaded by the man? His own men were also killed. After the battle, the control system quickly compiled data. Over 400 enemies were annihilated in this battle. The captured spoils of war were countless. Except for Mage Garo, there were no casualties. The number of deaths and injuries among other troops was as many as 50. Almost half of the total casualties, which made Jim deeply saddened. He proposed to build a cemetery. May the sacrificed warriors receive eternal honor. His actions greatly shocked Lisa. No wonder the soldiers of Garo Labyrinth, even when facing enemies 5 times their number, they still fight fearlessly. They fight to the death to defend their position. Just as Lisa was lost in thought, Jim asked about her injury. She then moved her arm that had been healed by the priest, indicating that it was fine now. And she suggested that the most urgent thing for Jim now was to set off immediately. You go take over the Flood Dragon King's giant dragon labyrinth to prevent other monsters from getting there first. Upon hearing this, Jim immediately decided to lead the troops there. This is a shortcut dug by the Flood Dragon King earlier to attack them. It only takes half a day to reach the giant dragon labyrinth. Just as they were about to set off, they saw Bo carrying a sinister-looking creature. Isn't this the underground black market merchant to whom he sold the parasite before? This guy is really well informed. At the same time, he is also curious about the purpose of his appearance. Unexpectedly, the black market merchant didn't waste any words this time. He actually spoke directly, wanting to purchase the body of the Flood Dragon King at a high price. That's great because Jim still has a lot of spoils of war to sell here. But this is not actually the real purpose of the black market merchant's visit here. Only to see the black market merchant fumbling in his pocket and producing a box. He immediately flipped it open. But the item inside surprised Domi greatly. It is an exquisitely crafted ring. Then a series of system prompts sounded. Jim was appointed as the Underground Baron. Garo Labyrinth belongs to its legitimate territory. Intelligent creatures in the Underground Labyrinth cannot penetrate into Garo Labyrinth. Jim Baron is qualified to establish the Order of Knights, and enjoys the authority of lesser nobility. Intelligent creatures in the Underground Labyrinth. Unable to penetrate the Garo Labyrinth. Jim Baron qualifies to establish the Order of Knights, and enjoys the authority of lesser nobility. The series of unlocked privileges and treatment before his eyes shocked Jim immensely. At the same time, he was filled with confusion. Although he had long known that the terrifying forces behind the black market merchant were formidable. But at this moment, he couldn't help but subtly inquire to find out more. Unexpectedly, the black market merchant evaded the topic and claimed to be only a delivery person. Seeing this, Jim could only give up. However, it was strange that the black market merchant ended up following them to the giant dragon labyrinth, and they didn't bother to ask further. Bringing the group into the labyrinth, they found it ownerless, with the labyrinth core exposed. At a towering 7 levels high, the labyrinth core shimmered with greed in the eyes of the black market merchant. So he pretended to kindly mention that in the previous great battle, it was indeed Garo Labyrinth that emerged victorious. That was just a lucky victory. At present, you do not have the capability to take over the giant dragon labyrinth. He is willing to pay a high price to acquire the giant dragon labyrinth to relieve Jim of his worries. Who would have thought that Jim simply ignored his proposal? He responded directly with actions. With a command from Jim, the subordinates of Garo Labyrinth began to search everywhere like wolves and tigers. At the same time, he ordered the door guardian beast to destroy everything that couldn't be taken away. Jim's actions shocked the black market merchant. He quickly spoke up to stop him. Simply because his actions could lead this area to lose its foundation, preventing the appearance of a new labyrinth. Little do they know that this is exactly the result that Jim wants. Then he ignored the black market merchant's dissuasion and directly took out the core of the giant dragon labyrinth. He didn't want another labyrinth power like the Flood Dragon King to appear near his home. The black market merchant was furious when he saw the situation. Of course, Jim is not completely heartless. In order to mollify the black market merchant, the pile of miscellaneous armor scraps in the corner is precisely what Jim purposely left for the black market merchant. This immediately made the black market merchant explode with anger. Each of his facial features had their own thoughts. But then he thought to himself, even broken copper and iron can be turned into money, better than nothing. But just as the black market merchant was about to step forward to pick them up, he was engulfed by the falling boulders. Jim felt a little sorry for the black market merchant. It was really unfortunate. At this moment, Lisa's voice sounded from behind. He turned around and saw a large group of small figures following behind Lisa. They turned out to be horned rats long enslaved by the Flood Dragon King. At this moment, the horned rats are filled with anxiety and unease, waiting for the decree of their new master. It looks like Jim has already figured out how to arrange them. In the meantime, this battle has long attracted the attention of various underworld forces. What they could never have imagined is that the Garo Labyrinth could defeat the giant dragon labyrinth with a small force. The news here quickly spread to the ears of various big shots. Different opinions abound among the big shots regarding the defeat of the Flood Dragon King, the two lords who are obsessed with weapon forging all day long. Their focus is curiosity. What kind of weapon can kill the Flood Dragon King? And the owner of the Dream Palace, with a lovely disguise, has an indifferent attitude as if it's none of their business. The usually low-key and cautious Lord of the Swamp became even more cautious upon hearing the news. He warned his subordinates not to lose their lives due to arrogance. On the other hand, the Lord of Gluttony is worried. Without the deterrence of the Flood Dragon King, he believes that the long-dormant Spirit King will soon come out to cause trouble. The Master of the Undead, who commands a large cemetery, also disappeared after hearing the news. It seems like even the dormant ones want to take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. The man led a group of monsters to commit robbery. He also recruited a large group of horned rats to take back as laborers. Jim is willing to take in this group of horned rats. Lisa is very astute in front of the horned rat. She preached about Jim's feat of slaying the Flood Dragon King. And she also mentioned that Jim has been recognized by the underworld and bestowed with a noble title, causing the horned rats to tremble in fear instantaneously. They all knelt down willingly to submit. At this moment, the ring in Jim's hand that represents the Baron's identity is also flickering. Since the horned rat has chosen to submit to Jim, rules must be established. He picked up a horned rat and examined it carefully. He found that this horned rat was thin and listless. He looked at the horned rats behind him, and they were all the same. Jim also harbored the idea of hiding his intentions in his heart. He promised on the spot that he would ensure they have 3 meals a day, 8 hours of sleep, and 5 hours of entertainment. And there will be weekends off every week. This is practically heavenly treatment. The horned rat doesn't seem to be happy. Instead, it looks more panicked. They all thought that Jim's move was just an attempt to keep them captive, merely as food. Jim grabbed Garo, the baby snake playing nearby. He then repeated that his words were not false. Follow him well, and you will have meat every meal. After all, they had just killed a few hundred flood dragons. This made Horned Rat let go of his guard and decide to follow to the death. 2 days later, inside the Garo labyrinth. After careful consideration, Jim decided to place both cores inside the Garo labyrinth. Even though no one had ever done it before, he still wanted to give it a try. With the insertion of the giant dragon labyrinth 7-level core, the central hub of the labyrinth instantly lit up with dazzling light, causing Jim to feel a bit flustered. He worried about whether it was an energy overload that would lead to a detonation. But the next second, a system pop-up message appeared, stating that in order to adapt to the main core of the 5 level, lower the core of the 7 level to match the use of the 5 level. By then, the efficiency of the labyrinth will be greatly improved. However, the synchronous operation of the 2 cores requires a 6-day data matching process. At present, the effect of merging the cores seems very promising. During this free time, Jim inquired about the placement of the horned rat to Domi. Domi found it hard to express himself when talking about this matter, all because of indulging in good food and drink in recent days. This makes horned rat very uncomfortable. There are rumors circulating internally in the Garo labyrinth that they will be confined and used as meat. Jim is speechless about this too. He instructed Domi to pick a few troublemakers at the right time to make an example of them. Domi could only execute Jim's decision resolutely, tears in her eyes. She looked sulky and resentful. Jim finds it hard not to doubt. She said this probably because she wanted to taste the flavor of horned rat. Maybe she noticed that Jim's expression was off. Domi quickly changed the subject and reported on the progress of post-war work. After several days of sorting, they have completed the extraction of gems from the flood dragon corpses. They harvested a total of over 400 velvet gems of various grades. The most precious gem among them is the heart of the vermilion panther. Such a huge gain. Enough to make up for all the losses in this battle. But the happy time was short-lived. Domi soon pulled Jim back to reality. Because Labyrinth ascended to level 5, the territory expanded significantly. And they also incorporated a large number of horned rats. Domi proposed to conduct a major layout and planning of the entire Garo labyrinth. This makes Jim, who only wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper, very distressed. He immediately instructed Domi to go find Bo and Lisa to discuss and come up with a plan together. He will leave enough gems for them to splurge. Meanwhile, somewhere in the underground labyrinth, a human exploration team is being attacked by a powerful monster covered in patterns. This guy doesn't look like a normal human no matter how you look at it. He rules over a large group of monsters and thrives in the underground labyrinth. But he often reverts to his human form and operates in the human world. Today Jim has returned to his human form again. It's the day to find Swindler to sell gems. The two are already old acquaintances. They quickly completed the payment and delivery of the goods. Jim returned to the underground Garo labyrinth. Jim followed convention and inquired about the recent operation status of the labyrinth. In fact, the day-to-day operation of the labyrinth has been well managed by Domi. But when faced with inquiries from the master, Domi naturally finds something to report even if there is nothing wrong. So she had already integrated the horned rat group into various tasks in the labyrinth. And they get along very well with the Garo people, etc. The situation was reported to Jim. But Domi also complained about a situation. That is the efficiency of horned rat's work. Much lower than Garo baby snakes. For this, Domi has specifically asked Lisa according to Lisa's explanation. It's because of the differences between species. So after Domi understands, according to horned rat's proficiency in digging holes, she reassigned most of the positions at horned rat to digging tunnels and widening ditches. It can also be considered as optimizing resource allocation. It must be said that Domi is very good at reporting work. She first raised the difficulties encountered at work. Then she remained calm and composed. She expressed her methods for solving the difficulties to demonstrate her professional competence. At this moment, Domi finally remembered something important to report. She ordered Garo Baby Snake to bring the 2 processed vermilion panther hearts. The one on the left was identified by the laboratory, while the one on the right was polished in the smelting workshop. Little did Jim know that as soon as he picked up the gem identified by the laboratory, the control system prompted that Parasite was sending out a devour request. Just a few days ago, it swallowed the gem from the Flood Dragon King's brain. Now it's using the same trick again. Looks like this bug is a bit confused. Can't distinguish between priorities. Just as Jim hesitated whether to feed the gem to Parasite, Domi suggested offering the gem to Parasite to devour, and the reason was simple. That way, after the gem is swallowed, it can provide Jim with new skills as a reward. And unlike other parasites, it does not need to rely on consuming the host's blood to strengthen itself. Jim was very surprised by Domi's suggestion. His complexion also became rather poor. Notice Jim's sudden change in complexion. Domi was suddenly scared and quickly turned around, avoiding making eye contact. However, Jim soon realized that what Domi said was true. If it weren't for Parasite, he would not have been able to defeat the Flood Dragon King. He agreed to Parasite's devouring request in a firm manner at that moment. His arm instantly transformed into the appearance of Parasite. He swallowed the gem in one gulp. The next second, a prompt came from the control system. He obtained the new skill, Disguise. After activating this skill, if the enemy does not have special reconnaissance skills, they will not be able to see through the host's body. Jim immediately activated the Disguise skill. In an instant, his arm miraculously disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, he deactivated the skill and his arm reappeared once again. Unexpectedly, a control system pop-up window appeared again, indicating that the parasite had reached its growth limit after consuming the gem. It needs to sleep for a week to break through its own growth limits. The evolution of Parasite for Jim, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, remains to be seen. Anyway, he doesn't think of himself as a normal human being. He didn't care and picked up another gem. The system prompt he received was to embed the gem into the weapon. That way, you can obtain a special function. But the system did not mention what specific function it is. This made Jim come up with the idea of making an exclusive weapon. After this incident, Jim instructed Domi to take good care of the house. He is going to leave for a few days, this time to visit the 7th floor of the underground. Domi is very worried about this. After all, Parasite has fallen into a deep sleep. What if Jim encounters a powerful monster? But Jim reassures Domi not to worry. He is the man who can single-handedly take on the infernal spider. He was simply commissioned to investigate the whereabouts of the werewolf on the 7th floor. Simply because there is a trend in the human world to domesticate and enslave underground intelligent beings. But due to the dangers underground, Swindler was quite in a difficult situation when he reluctantly asked Jim for help. Upon understanding the reason behind the situation, Jim immediately flew into a rage and refused. But in fact, Swindler also has his own difficulties. He really can't afford to offend the client's identity. Fortunately, Swindler's values remain relatively upright. He explained that Jim only needs to go to the 7th floor to send a location to complete the task. Jim reluctantly agreed to help. But when he arrived at the 7th floor, he found that there was already an expedition team there. It looks like they are here to investigate the whereabouts of the werewolf as well. To avoid drawing attention, he did not show up to join the expedition team. He quickened his pace and searched around. Soon he found a human exploration team's corpse in a wide open area. Jim inferred from the fact that the corpse on site showed no signs of being eaten, and that the equipment was not stolen, among other indicators, that the killer was not a social predator. Because most predators that come out to hunt do not leave behind corpses. It is estimated to be a powerful species that hunts alone, and because of its presence, even if other predators smell blood, they dare not come over to gnaw on the corpses. It seems that this species should still be nearby. Just as the thought arose in Jim's mind, a figure leaped from the side, wielding powerful blows, pouncing towards him. In order to determine the cause of death of the deceased, the man searched through the pile of bodies. As a result, he actually found 2 hairs. Just then, Jim suddenly felt a strong gust of wind hitting him from behind the head. At the same time as he turned his head, his body subconsciously shifted sideways by half a body width. But the backpack behind him was torn open by sharp claws. However, the crisis has not been resolved. Monster swiftly lunged at him again. Jim quickly drew his sword and blocked the swiping claws. Seeing the first attack miss, Monster suddenly flipped its other claw and struck down. Unexpectedly, Jim exerted force with his foot and dodged the attack in advance. A brief exchange allowed Jim to see the appearance of the monster clearly. He realized that the monster in front of him should be the werewolf mentioned by the swindler. And inferring from the claws, it can be deduced that the expedition team was wiped out by it. In the midst of contemplation, the werewolf launched another attack towards him. This time Jim did not dodge or evade. With a casual stroke, he blocked the werewolf's claws with a long knife in his hand. He discovered that the werewolf was not good at attacking, just relying on the speed advantage in battle. He felt like he was battling a miniature version of Vermilion Panther, with a similar strength level to Bo, just average. But no matter how you look at her, she doesn't look like a werewolf. Clearly more like a tiger with stripes. And she's female too. Jim immediately lost interest in continuing to fight. He quickly raised the knife in a threatening manner, prompting her to quickly withdraw and evade. She exposed a huge vulnerability, leaving herself wide open. Next, a punch struck her in the abdomen. The powerful force immediately sent her flying, crashing brutally into the rock wall. Jim immediately reprimanded her loudly to stop. He didn't expect that his punch just now would arouse the fierceness in her blood, and she attacked him again. Indeed, it's hard to reason with a stubborn ghost. Jim didn't hesitate and immediately redirected his energy, intending to send it away. Unexpectedly, with a gunshot, she was instantly covered by a large net shot out from the side. The sudden dramatic change left both of them stunned. As she came to her senses, she was firmly bound by the trapping net, struggling in vain. She could only let out a deep growl of defiance. It turned out that it was the adventure team they had encountered on the road that intervened and intercepted Hu. The man who appeared to be the leader of the team also ignored Jim's presence. He directly signaled to his teammates to hurry up, tidy her up, and take her away. Jim was slightly irritated by this unreasonable behavior. He immediately demanded an explanation from them. The team captain was dumbfounded by this. It turned out that the other party actually thought Jim is the survivor of the team that was wiped out. He just made a move in an attempt to save Jim. Seeing the other person saying so, Jim didn't want to take advantage of the situation. He turned around without saying a word and was about to leave. Little did they know that this turn revealed his wealth. The backpack that was torn by her earlier was constantly dropping gems. This scene made the captain suddenly have wicked thoughts. He immediately stopped Jim and started a casual conversation. Taking the opportunity to scratch his head, he signaled to the yellow-haired man behind him. The yellow-haired man immediately understood and started to make arrangements. At the same time, it quietly triggered his special ability, and his eyes lit up with a faint green light. At the same time, he started a countdown of 4 seconds. The men arranged by the yellow-haired man were already in position, preparing to act in 3 seconds. When there was only 1 second left in the countdown, a teammate ambushed from behind immediately lunged towards Jim with a knife. At the same time, in the yellow-haired man's eyes, a scene appeared of Jim being stabbed to death 1 second later. He couldn't help but relax a bit, thinking it was over. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred in the last 0.18 seconds. In his eyes, however, there appeared a scene of Jim wielding a knife and killing his teammate. Sure enough, before he could even speak up to warn them, 2 sprays of blood mist exploded in front of his eyes. Seeing that the situation was exposed, the captain did not immediately take action against Jim. Instead, he turned around and blamed the incompetence of the yellow-haired man. He did not even know to sound the alarm in the face of danger. Obviously, the captain did not think much of Jim with all his impractical equipment. Little did the yellow-haired man know that he was now stricken with extreme fear, because he possessed the special ability to foresee the future 2 seconds ahead. He had already seen the scene where Jim would be killed by them 1.3 seconds later. As he foresaw, Jim became furious after uncovering their treacherous act of killing. Between the spark of electricity and the flint, He was like a demon from the abyss. He unleashed a one-sided massacre upon them. The successive gruesome deaths of teammates left the two who were binding the werewolf petrified with fear. Their minds were momentarily unable to turn the corner, still discussing whether to assist in the fight or escape on their own. Their bodies were instantly pierced by the sudden appearance of sharp spikes. The body heavily smashed against the rock wall. The sudden change made her very surprised. She stared blankly at the scene where corpses were already scattered all over the place. When her eyes met Jim's, she saw him waving his hand, gesturing for her to leave quickly. At this moment, a burst of angry cursing sounded from the side. It turned out to be the captain. At this moment, he was seriously injured with one arm completely severed. The heart-wrenching pain opened up his mind. In an instant, he understood everything. He stands on a moral high ground, blaming Jim for his despicable behavior. Jim killed his own expedition team in order to monopolize the gem and claim it as his own. Jim was instantly filled with anger upon hearing those words. Jim immediately started a fight with the captain. The captain, with a dark heart, eventually reaped what he had sown. The other team members on the other side were scared and fled in a panic. Jim would not let this group of conniving individuals off the hook. He instantly turned into a flash of lightning, disappearing in front of the yellow-haired man's eyes. At this point, the yellow-haired man had already foreseen the outcome of his teammates 2 seconds later. This made him feel desperate. He realized the huge difference in strength, and thus could not summon the will to resist. So he changed the target of the skill to himself. He wanted to see how he would die in the next 2 seconds. Sure enough, after 2 seconds, he saw himself turning into a headless corpse falling to the ground. In the moment of shock, Jim's figure suddenly appeared. He slashed at his neck. At the moment of his life ending. Seeing the armband on Jim's arm representing the 12th level. After this venting session, Jim's violent aura was finally dispelled. He began to regret letting the gems from his broken backpack scatter everywhere. He also realized that she, who was behind him, did not take the opportunity to escape. At this moment, she was slowly approaching him, making him feel helpless. He pulled out his knife and turned around to face her. But as he turned around, he was shocked to his core. Her eyes and expression were filled with admiration. This situation seemed a bit off. When the man was killing people while wandering the streets in the underworld, he accidentally picked up a cat. He, however, did not expect this harmless little cat. She wants to eat a whole dragon in one meal. The family is barely making ends meet. He had to bring home such a big eater. Recently, Domi has been worrying about the fast consumption of food. It's because Garo Labyrinth's development is too fast. The carnivores in the ranch haven't had time to reproduce before being taken to the kitchen. If it weren't for Domi's foresight at the time, instructing Mage to turn the flood dragon into frozen meat, they might have really had to relocate their entire clan and start a nomadic life. Bo proposed that food should be prioritized for the Horned Red Garo people, while the Velvet Gem could be used to sustain their survival. This extravagant idea sounds good. Just don't know if when Jim returns, he will be hung up and beaten. The yellow dragon on the side heard that there are gems to eat. Such a great deal, how could he miss out on it? He immediately licked his face and signed up. Bo naturally knew his tricks and pushed him away. Only the Summon Garo people can absorb gems and convert them into energy. A cost-saving solution is in place now, but we still need to come up with an open-source solution quickly. At this time, Lisa, who has been responsible for intelligence investigation all along, brought good news. She found that after the destruction of the Vermilion Panther and Giant Dragon Labyrinth, many fierce beasts have appeared in their territories. These two areas are perfect for being enclosed as hunting grounds. With this plan in place, the food issue for the next few months is considered resolved. Other matters related to the labyrinth are being carried out in an orderly manner under Domi's supervision. Domi suddenly realized that something seemed to have happened inside the labyrinth. She immediately dropped what she was doing and sprinted into the labyrinth, while Minion, who had just been chatting leisurely a second ago, also followed suit. The next moment, a pair of sharp claws launched a surprise attack towards them. They were about to be slain on the spot. A reprimand sounded from the side, forcibly stopping her actions. Jim also took the opportunity to set rules for her. Warn her that the creatures in the labyrinth are the ones she must protect. If hungry, ask Domi for food. Do not prey on the creatures in the labyrinth. He also informed Domi at this time that this was picked up on the 7th floor. The name is Tia. To Domi's surprise, Tia's identity. Because she knew that the orc tribe has always been serving the deep noble in the underground. They usually don't leave the territory of the noble. How did they end up on the 7th level? Moreover, it can be seen from her dress and behavior that she has not served noble before. Domi's words made Jim think of the anomalies in the underground labyrinth in recent times. For example, the wolf ape that should be on the 6th floor will appear on the 2nd floor of the labyrinth. Even fierce beasts like the infernal spider, which should be on the 8th floor, come down to the 3rd floor to search for food. It seems that there has been a major change in the territory of the noble at the depths of the labyrinth. Thinking about it, he felt a sense of urgency rising inexplicably in his heart. Developing and strengthening the Garo labyrinth as soon as possible is necessary to cope with the potential upcoming war. He entrusted Tia to Domi for care. He planned to go back to the surface first to deal with some matters, because he will be staying in the underground labyrinth for a long time. Upon returning to the surface, he first completed the task by meeting with the swindler. Then he went home to be embraced by his foster parents. A whole day of familial love ensued. For Domi, these days were torturous. Tia was too restless. She either tears apart the house every day or is on her way to do so. Half a month passed quickly. When Jim returned to Labyrinth again, he saw the desolate yellow dragon in the corner, and from this guy's hopeless look, it was easy to tell. Obviously, there is no hope in sight. Domi was also in a mess at this time, dirty, and appeared behind him. Jim is very troubled and speechless. It seems that this little guy is living a very comfortable life. He is adapting well to life in the labyrinth. Domi is very tactful in diverting the topic to relieve Master's embarrassment. The two arrived in front of the synchronized labyrinth core that had already been completed. After merging with the 7-level core of the giant dragon labyrinth, 2 new types of units were born. One is the 6th-level Garo cavalry, which possesses long-range raiding capabilities. But because the level of the main core and the alloy refinery has not reached the requirements, cavalry cannot be summoned yet. Another option is to have a 7-level siege beast that can be used as a mobile fortress. But the daily maintenance cost of the siege beast is too huge. This is not the case at present. Only the Garo labyrinth that supports the basic necessities can afford it. He can only watch drooling with envy right now. Finally, under Domi's suggestion, he summoned the Garo Pathfinder, skilled in reconnaissance and hunting, as well as capable of buffing teammates. At the same time, he also brought out the Garo Wizard, who can cast spells to weaken the enemy's status. He then granted Domi permission to access the energy stored in the labyrinth core. Then Jim summoned Lisa. He handed over the newly summoned Pathfinder to Lisa for deployment. Bo continued to be responsible for training soldiers and patrolling duties. As for Yellow Dragon, he seems to be good at taking care of children, so he will continue to do so. A month later, the Garo labyrinth has undergone a tremendous change. Thanks to the spreading news of Garo's master being ennobled as a noble, intelligent creatures dare not approach the territory of the Garo labyrinth. And through this month of adjustment, Jim pleasantly discovered that now, when encountering problems, they can be resolved internally. He didn't need to step in at all. He, who once wanted to make a big impact, was forced to become a bystander again. In addition, under Lisa's command, she really takes the Horned Rat's love of digging holes to the extreme. They are underground, with the Garo labyrinth at the center, establishing a network of tunnels that lead in all directions. Jim arranged for soldiers to take turns scouting and standing guard, which means that as soon as enemies appear, Jim can receive intelligence half a day in advance. On this day, Lisa urgently knocked on Jim's door and reported that a group of about 30 people was approaching the Garo labyrinth, with 2 of them belonging to the savior level. Domi also received the information and hurried over. After all, there might be a force present on the 9th floor of the labyrinth. In terms of strength, it is definitely unquestionable. However, Jim doesn't seem to care about the other side's small numbers. Given Garo labyrinth's current strength, it can easily crush. So he led the crowd to set up a formation at the city gate. Soon, they saw billowing dust not far away. Despite the small number of people, the formation they set up appeared quite impressive. As he approached for a closer look, he found that the equipment of the other party was indeed quite sophisticated. The 2 leaders of the Savior were arrogant and clamored loudly. They demanded to see the leader of Garo. They were the Lord Hammer of Exos and the Lord Andy. Jim looked at them with indifference. Seeing Jim unmoved, the King of Hammers was immediately furious. He took a step forward, pointing his big hammer at Jim angrily while shouting, "Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of the way!" Although his voice was as loud as thunder, his imposing manner was obviously lacking. As a dwarf standing out from the crowd, he was very arrogant. He dared to hold a big hammer, and shouted that he wanted to have a one-on-one battle with this seemingly human man. Who would have thought that Jim was actually the leader of Garo? The 2 savior who were just arrogant were frightened and knelt down. Then, they expressed their purpose with extreme respect and tone, congratulating the newly appointed leader of Garo on obtaining the noble title. Jim was full of doubts about the words of these 2 people. It is unreasonable for someone to bring a fully armed military force to offer congratulations. Jim's complexion was naturally noticed by the 2 dwarfs. Hammer gave a meaningful glance to his subordinate behind him. Soon, 2 gasping goblins carried out a large crate. However, what was inside the crate immediately amazed Jim. Only to see Hammer supporting the crate, indicating that he was acting on behalf of the Exos ruler. He specially presented 500 velvet gems as a gift. And he subtly expressed that in order to ensure the safety of the gift, he dispatched an elite team to escort it into the Garo labyrinth territory. They did not intend to offend the dignity of the Lord of Garo. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. The situation has come to this point. Only then did Jim relax his guard against them slightly. The 2 of them pretended to be familiar and started a conversation. But Jim's change in attitude made Hammer seem to realize something. So he asked tentatively if they were the first to come to worship at Labyrinth. This question caught Jim off guard. Andy saw Jim's expression and knew that he had guessed correctly. He immediately began his plan to sow discord. He angrily rebuked the other Labyrinth factions for their despicable behavior of not coming to pay respects upon learning that Garo had been promoted to noble. To his surprise, Jim was suddenly shocked by his words. He realized that with the destruction of the giant dragon labyrinth, the Garo labyrinth had attracted strong attention from various factions. Its location had also been exposed. At this moment, Hammer also noticed that his words seemed to have an effect on Jim. He began to enlighten Jim about the situation of the major labyrinth forces on the 9th floor underground. Before the giant dragon labyrinth was destroyed, the 9th floor of the labyrinth was still occupied by 6 major labyrinths: Undead Labyrinth, Swamp Labyrinth, Dream Labyrinth, and Goblin Labyrinth. For a long time, the various labyrinths have been mutually constraining and balancing each other. Among them, the Gluttony Labyrinth and the Undead Labyrinth are particularly prominent. The strength of the Giant Dragon Labyrinth, these 3 are the most powerful. It has formed a situation where the 3 are evenly matched. When Hammer mentioned this, Jim also realized the rise of Garo Labyrinth, breaking the balance of the 9th floor world. Seeing this situation, Hammer also revealed his true purpose of this journey at this moment. It is when his sovereign, Exos, learned of the destruction of the giant dragon labyrinth. He predicted that the 9th floor would soon plunge into a bloody battle. He then sent 2 people to present a generous gift under the pretext of congratulations, in order to seek the protection of the Garo labyrinth. Upon hearing this, Jim also expressed his doubts, because the destruction of the giant dragon labyrinth happened some time ago. Why haven't we seen any activity from the gluttony labyrinth and undead labyrinth either? Hammer did not conceal this either. In fact, the theory of a 3-legged balance is just a hypothesis for the giant dragon labyrinth and the undead labyrinth. The gluttony labyrinth is actually not interested in conquering territories. Their ruler only thinks about how to expand their own body every day. It is said that his body has become uncontrollably massive and possesses immeasurable power. After listening to Hammer's account, Jim also felt a headache coming on, because from the map, Gluttony Labyrinth is very close to Garo Labyrinth. It is estimated that a battle will happen sooner or later. After going through this understanding, Jim has a rough idea of the 9th floor world. After he asked Hammer to convey his gratitude to the Monarch of Exos, he then invited Hammer and his group to rest inside the labyrinth. However, Hammer was unwilling to stay longer. The reason was that there might be others from different labyrinths visiting Garo Labyrinth recently. In order to avoid conflicts, they decided to return immediately. Seeing this, Jim did not insist. He instructed Bo to see them off. So Bo led a team to see off Hammer and the others. After the others left, Jim inquired about whether Lisa's response corresponded to what Hammer had said. After all, she has been mingling on the 9th floor as a mercenary for many years. After obtaining confirmation from Lisa, he immediately ordered to strengthen the defense around the labyrinth and dispatch personnel to gather intelligence on these major labyrinths. Sure enough, in the following days, there were reports coming from the swamp. Wanderer and the messengers from Dream Labyrinth came to visit. Importantly, they also brought gifts. Dream Labyrinth sent these 2 seductive fallen elves, who look like they are trying to infiltrate Garo Labyrinth as spies. Swamp Labyrinth sent several fish-like creatures, hoping to reach a non-aggression agreement with Garo Labyrinth. Finally, Wanderer sent a few aggressive centaurs as gifts to each labyrinth. But Jim still likes the straightforward gifts from the Goblin Labyrinth. So far, except for the Undead Labyrinth and Gluttony Labyrinth, all the other labyrinths have been visited. Suddenly, the control system popped up an alert, warning of an invasive species entering the labyrinth. Jim immediately stood up calmly without saying a word. He also activated the spy eye at the same time. In an instant, except for the Undead Labyrinth and Gluttony Labyrinth, his arms transformed into tentacles and shot out rapidly. In a crevice in the rocky wall, he pulled out a sticky creature with several eyes. Looking at the disgusting creature in front of him, Jim immediately became furious. This should be the Lord of Gluttony sent to monitor them. This provocative behavior is seen as a declaration of war in Jim's eyes. As soon as the words fell, Jim received a message from Domi, informing him that the Gluttony clan possesses collective wisdom. What they see and hear will be directly conveyed to the Lord of Gluttony. This made Jim secretly feel apprehensive. He had just declared war on them. This is a bit rash. Suddenly he felt a little embarrassed and couldn't step down. But Domi suggested why not make the best of a bad situation and directly send troops to destroy the Gluttony Labyrinth. Jim was immediately taken aback by Domi's proposal. Has Domi become so extreme? How come I never noticed before? Just then, Domi also laid out her plan. Jim's face turned serious at once. He started an impromptu performance facing that slime puddle. His loud declaration indicated that he had already found the fatal weakness of the Lord of Gluttony. Also, he knew where the labyrinth is located. After 1 week, he will personally lead the mage team to fight in the Gluttony Labyrinth. At that time, the Gluttony Labyrinth will be frozen by the endless ice and snow summoned by Garo Mage. The slimy Lord of Gluttony was frozen into the shape of an ice sculpture. This vivid and impressive performance immediately terrified the Lord of Gluttony. Just when he was in panic and despair, Jim changed the subject again, indicating that things were not beyond redemption. As long as he apologizes in person before next week, there might still be room for negotiation. After saying that, Jim burst the blob of slimy creature in his hand. On the other hand, it fell silent on the side of the Lord of Gluttony. But there seemed to be a few blobs of slime gathering around. They seemed to be discussing something. In no time, several days had passed. On that day, Domi rushed to report in a panic. The news was that the Lord of Gluttony had already arrived outside the Garo Labyrinth gate. Who would have thought that Jim stood up instead, letting Domi hide behind him? Just when Domi was puzzled, Jim walked slowly to the front of the hall door. He angrily shouted, "Lord of Gluttony! I see you're not here to apologize for visiting me. So, I guess you must be here to die." As soon as Jim finished speaking, a huge slimy pile filled with eyeballs emerged. How this monster with 800 eyes all over its body got tricked by humans. A few minutes ago, with Jim's rebuke, a sticky creature covered in eyeballs suddenly appeared. The Lord of Gluttony's unreasonable behavior this time clearly indicated his attitude for this journey. Since the other party has already torn off the mask and come knocking on the door, Jim will no longer be polite. He waved his big hand. The mage who had been lurking for a long time suddenly appeared. He cast a freezing spell. The temperature in the hall plummeted instantly. Several giant serpents made of ice spikes suddenly rose from the ground, facing off against the Lord of Gluttony at a distance. During this time, Jim has been secretly observing the Lord of Gluttony on the side. He couldn't help but murmur in his heart, because he could feel it. The Lord of Gluttony seems not to be afraid of ice magic. He even became more excited after seeing the ice snake. He appeared more like he couldn't wait to launch an attack. Is the weakness of the Lord of Gluttony not as Domi had described? At this moment, he couldn't help but feel annoyed at his carelessness for attracting such a troublesome opponent. But right now, he can't care about much. After all, the labyrinth core is right behind him. He made a decision in his heart to believe in Domi and decided to take a chance. He ordered the mage team to increase the output of magic power. At the same time, he triggered the parasitic form and activated the harden skill. Feeling unsatisfied, he immediately instructed the mage to enchant his tentacles, transforming them into a shape resembling sharp and tough blades. At the same time, the Lord of Gluttony also took action. Just as a moment ago, its splayed-out body suddenly contracted into a ball, as if preparing to tighten its core and unleash its power. It seems like it has encountered a tough opponent today. Jim immediately changed his strategy. He ordered the mage team to cooperate and use their combined skills. He plans to deliver a fatal blow to the Lord of Gluttony. The magic attack is about to hit the Lord of Gluttony. In the twinkling of an eye, the Lord of Gluttony, who had already transformed into a human form, angrily slammed his knees to the ground. The terrifying power instantly shattered the ground, sending countless flying debris into the air. They shot towards the ice snake rushing towards him. In an instant, the flying debris smashed the ice snake into scattered fragments. Accompanying this was an apology of, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." What kind of game is this? Jim was quite startled for a moment, his face full of disbelief. Watching the scene before him, tears welled up in his eyes. The person in front of him kept apologizing non-stop. This divine-level plot twist left Jim stunned for a few seconds before he regained his composure. This situation is so awkward. It feels like I'm leading a group of adults, making a little kid cry because of being bullied. After a description by the Lord of Gluttony, Jim also had a general understanding of the whole story. His name is indeed Joseph, the Lord of Gluttony. After receiving Jim's threat, he immediately rushed over to apologize. I don't know how he understood it at that time. He even thought he was being invited into the hall by Domi. Unexpectedly, Jim started yelling and scolding at him as soon as he arrived, which scared him so much that his liver and gallbladder almost burst. Although he immediately begged for mercy and apologized at that time. However, due to the panic, he forgot that in his mucus form, he had no vocal cords. So all the apologies just now were actually just his inner monologue. When he tried to curl up and escape, the whole corridor was already frozen by magic. Fortunately, he turned into human form in that moment of life and death. He cried out the words, "I'm sorry." When it comes to this, Jim still has doubts about him. Jim questioned him about sending gluttony troops to monitor the Garo Labyrinth's movements. How should he explain this? Unexpectedly, this event has become even more confusing. The Lord of Gluttony's original intention was indeed to congratulate the leader of Garo on becoming a noble. But he has never had any experience in giving gifts, and he has never interacted with other labyrinths before. He then ordered the Gluttony soldier to go and find out Jim's preferences. Who would have thought that his clever plan almost backfired and nearly brought disaster upon him? The bizarre reason behind all this is also what leaves Jim speechless. The kid in front of us is basically a clueless homebody who knows nothing about the world. He teased him with a suggestion: why not change the title of Gluttony to Otaku? Unexpectedly, this Lord of Gluttony couldn't make out the joke, and even said thank you instead. He then continued on his own, talking about the difficulties he had experienced along the way. It turns out that as long as he left the Gluttony Labyrinth, he had to rely on his own energy to sustain himself. He had to consume several dozen Gluttony tribe members every minute. Jim was also very curious and puzzled about this. Logically speaking, a person whose body is slowly dying should not be so calm. Lord of Gluttony sadly explained that these low-level Gluttony tribe members actually lack self-awareness. So for this visit, he brought 1 million Gluttony tribe members, which can sustain him for a month. If he had really been frozen by ice magic just now, he would have died in a very short time. This kid really is immature, revealing such deadly information. In fact, Jim is secretly relieved. He is indeed very afraid of freezing. This was evident from the brief altercation earlier. Even if the entire mage group acted at the same time, they would not be able to freeze him at once. During this time, he only needs to use his body parts that can move. By hitting the ground or the ceiling, he can unleash the overwhelming power within his body to neutralize the magic. He can then seize the opportunity to attack the labyrinth core or escape. At present, the misunderstanding between both sides can be considered resolved. Lord of Gluttony Joseph asked Jim, in a somewhat aggrieved manner, if he could release him. But Jim wanted to play tricks on him. He immediately stated that he would not accept an insincere apology from someone who came empty-handed. Jim's words instantly filled Joseph with extreme fear. He wanted to open his mouth to explain himself, but felt guilty. Just as he felt at a loss, Jim's words took a sudden turn. He promised that, as long as Joseph was willing to become his first knight and serve him, he would always be there. He would then accept the apology and forgive his mistakes. Joseph was stunned at the words, his face full of disbelief. This made Jim, who originally thought he would have to argue a lot, overjoyed. He immediately exaggerated the benefits of becoming a knight. At least, he didn't have to worry about dying from ice magic. And becoming the first knight of the nobles would be a revered figure. Jim's move made Domi a little disapproving. However, listening to his description, Joseph got even more excited. His mind couldn't help but imagine himself wearing armor, appearing mighty and awe-inspiring. He immediately agreed, afraid that Jim might change his mind. And thus, the two of them signed the master-servant contract in front of everyone's witnesses. The contract requires Joseph to unconditionally protect Jim and his Garo labyrinth. And he is required to regularly hand over half of the total income of the Gluttony Labyrinth to Jim in the form of gems. And Jim does not need to pay anything. In this way, the terrifying Lord of Gluttony on the underground 9th floor has become Jim's top henchman. At the same time, in a certain secret chamber deep within the underground labyrinth, the black market merchants from various levels are holding a regular board meeting. But it seems that the black market merchants in charge of the first, second, and third levels are all absent. I heard they are busy joining forces with the 4th level black market merchants to resist the invasion of humans. The black market merchant in charge of managing Jim's level is now promoted to a noble. He was arranged by the organization to deliver a VIP auction ticket to Jim. The ticket in his hand caught the attention of other black market merchants because everyone knew the 9th floor is the most difficult level in the new labyrinth to survive. How can a human rise in such an environment? The 9th floor black market merchant just smiled and remained silent, because it was he who followed the requirements of the black market merchant organization. He sold Parasite to Jim. This enabled Jim to leverage the power of Parasite, allowing Garo Labyrinth to establish a foothold on the 9th floor. Looking at the ticket in his hand, he was already looking forward to this auction. Jim will do some interesting things. And this is the first auction in history to invite human noble to appear. These monsters with horns on their heads control the economic lifeline of the entire underground world. At the meeting, the black market merchant on the 9th floor received a commission from the organization. He needs to invite Rising Underworld King Jim to attend the annual auction 1 week later. Unexpectedly, the black market merchant is determined to complete the task. He boasted wildly without restraint. This time it is the grandest ever in history. Each item for sale is rarely seen in the underground world. Rare items. Compared to the broken and useless items he brought here before, it is like night and day. And the number of people invited to participate this time exceeded 100. They are all powerful figures in the underground world. This suddenly aroused Jim's interest, which was originally lacking. I can't believe that after the chaos of the geyser battle, so many labyrinth forces survived. Jim really wants to broaden his horizons, but he also has concerns. After all, Garo Labyrinth has just established a foothold on the 9th floor, and its foundation is still very weak. If other labyrinths take advantage of his absence to come and loot, it would be a case of losing more than gaining. Regarding this, the black market merchant made him less worried. He only saw him pull out a flag from somewhere unknown, introducing it with a proud look. As long as Jim leaves the Garo Labyrinth, he should hang this black market merchant flag. This means they will receive protection from the black market merchant organization. If there are any foolish labyrinth that start a war during this time, he will be blacklisted for restricted trading. And the black market merchant may even send troops. They will destroy the labyrinth faction that provokes war. Upon hearing this, Jim also felt secretly shocked, although he had long known the strength of the black market merchant organization in his heart. I didn't expect them to have such confidence to make such a commitment. Jim then tentatively asked a question. With just a group of businessmen like you can also make such grandiose statements. But black market merchant was able to dispel Jim's doubts with just a sentence. Even though I know you find it hard to believe. But our black market merchant organization has indeed been operating in the underground world for hundreds of years. At this moment, Joseph also spoke up from the side, confirming that what the black market merchant said was true. He had sought refuge in the auction house to escape the destruction of the labyrinth in his earlier years. It was at this time that the black market merchant noticed the petite figure of Joseph. He was immediately frightened, surprised that this 9th floor otaku could appear in the Garo Labyrinth. He then noticed the spatial rift behind Joseph. It actually leads straight to Gluttony Labyrinth. He couldn't hide his shock on his face immediately. Unable to help himself, he asked what was going on. Jim had no intention to hide it either. He informed that the black market merchant lord of gluttony had become one of his knights. He thus gained the ability to open a portal between the two labyrinths. This information is truly shocking. The Gluttony Labyrinth was swallowed up by the Garo Labyrinth. This will create a powerful force in the world of the 9th floor. It will inevitably raise the vigilance of the surrounding labyrinths. However, Jim was indifferent. But the words of the black market merchant gave him inspiration. He immediately opened the page about Lord of Gluttony Joseph in the control system. However, he could only see the 5-level Gluttony Labyrinth under Joseph's control, but he did not have the authority to control the Gluttony Labyrinth. This result disappointed him somewhat. It seems that the master-servant contract can only constrain the individual Joseph. After the black market merchant recovers from the information in front of him, He once again steered the conversation back to the upcoming auction, indicating that if Jim was willing to attend the auction, with this VIP ticket, he would enjoy a private and undisturbed box. Inside, you can enjoy complimentary food suitable for a noble taste. And there are dedicated staff to provide suitable services for the auction. Speaking of this, Jim has actually already made up his mind to attend. But then, he suddenly thought of the biggest potential threat in his mind at the moment. He then asked if the black market merchant master of the undead would also be invited to go. The black market merchant naturally understood the meaning behind Jim's words. But he simply said that the master of the undead attends every year. And he always makes a move, buying a few living creatures to take back for experiments. The black market merchant, however, did not say a word about any other personal information regarding the master of the undead. Unable to obtain the information he wanted, Jim lost interest in dealing with the black market merchant and accepted the ticket, indicating that he would keep the appointment as scheduled. Considering that Jim was a first-time participant, the black market merchant did not forget to explain how to use the ticket before leaving. That means as long as you tear open the ticket, a portal straight to the auction will appear. 1 week later, today is the day the auction will be held. Jim instructed Bo to hang up the black market merchant flag at the gatehouse first. Jim arranged for him to strengthen the patrol around the labyrinth. Pay attention to preventing the intrusion of ferocious beasts, because the master of the undead also attended the auction. The only threat to them is the fierce beasts. Domi was also asked to stay behind to ensure the smooth operation of various affairs in the labyrinth. He himself then took Lisa and Joseph with him to the auction. He tore open the ticket shining with golden light in his hand. In an instant, they arrived at the bustling auction venue. During this time, he noticed many owners of the labyrinth, who usually didn't get along well, arguing heatedly on the platform. But they were just shouting at each other to let off steam. None of them dared to cause trouble at the auction. The bunny girl by his side is his private assistant specially serving him this time. Joseph suddenly stopped Jim. Following the direction pointed by Joseph, he gazed at a solitary figure on the platform. Is this guy the master of the undead? Yes, I heard the guy emits a scent of rotting corpses. So you see, no one is willing to sit next to him. When Joseph continues to criticize the master of the undead. The auction is also kicking off at this moment. The auctioneer with long horns walked out from the back and, as usual, said some meaningless nonsense. After he set the atmosphere, he then immediately invited the first item to be auctioned off. As the auctioneer lifted the curtain, the item also revealed its true appearance. However, the originally indifferent Jim's face changed after seeing the item on the stage. He first had an expression of disbelief. To his surprise, the next second Jim's whole body was in a state of extreme agitation and disorder. At the same time, the auctioneer on the stage was trying to fetch a high price. He was eloquently introducing the auction items. The item being locked in a cage seems to be a humanoid creature. Human children are actually being bought and sold as livestock by the monsters in the underground labyrinth. Decades ago, humans carried with them thermal weapons. They waged a long and enduring war against the monsters in the underground labyrinth. And the labyrinth babies. They are the children born to the humans who entered the underground labyrinth to participate in the war. The girl who is currently locked in a cage. She is one of the labyrinth babies born in the underground labyrinth. After being captured by a monster, she was brought to an auction house to be sold at auction. But as this item appeared, there was a chorus of boos from the monsters in the audience. They seemed to have no interest in bidding on this item. The auctioneer on the stage, however, remained completely calm in this situation, because he knew that for the monsters living in the shallow layer of the labyrinth scene on the platform, humans were nothing special. So his potential clients are the monsters living in the deep layers of the labyrinth, who have never seen humans before, and the labyrinth nobles, who like to use humans as servants. The auctioneer is still on stage eloquently introducing the items up for bid. He finally stated that this labyrinth baby will start bidding at $0 because it can't speak. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly heated up as soon as he finished speaking. After all, it's not just humans who like to find bargains. Monsters are the same. The price quickly rose to 200 gems. Meanwhile, inside one of the VIP suites on the second floor, if it were not for the persuasion of Lisa and Joseph, Jim, who was extremely angry, he might have already rushed to the stage to save people. This is the territory of the black market merchant. Moreover, there are dozens of terrifying labyrinth masters on the scene. If they really start fighting, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. But Jim still couldn't let it go. Pointing to the girl on the stage, he asked, "Did Lisa say she wanted to avenge her people?" Simply because they all died from the master of the undead's live experiments. However, the girl on the stage now is of my kind. Yet you advise me to sit back and do nothing. These words left Lisa stunned on the spot. She shamefully turned her head away. At this time, the bunny girl, who had been silently watching everything on the side, spoke up to awaken them. Several people immediately realized bidding participation may indeed be a good idea. But what is unexpected is after several rounds of bidding, the price has already risen to 1,200 gems. Sure enough, the highest bid was called out by the master of the undead. Jim immediately bid 1,300 gems to participate in the auction. Because of this bid, it was shouted out from the second floor noble box. Immediately caught the attention of the auctioneer. He immediately used a provocative tone, teasing that the master of the undead on the stage was having bad luck. There was even a venerable noble who was interested in this labyrinth baby. The master of the undead seems to have been angered by his words. He arrogantly extended his withered 5 fingers, indicating the price is 1,500 gems. This refusal to compromise made the monsters watching the scene think he must have been sleeping in the coffin for too long and gone crazy. He dared to touch the items coveted by the nobles. He is already undead. It seems like he wants to die again. As expected, as everyone guessed, a terrifying and violent pressure gushed out from the second floor compartment and swept through the whole place. Immediately scared all the bystanders into a cold sweat. However, this pressure quickly dissipated without a trace. It seems its appearance only serves as a warning to those who dare to underestimate the authority of the nobles. In the calm second floor private room, a faint bid of 1,600 gems was heard. The auctioneer immediately became excited and began bidding again. It's unclear whether it was intentional or unintentional during the process. He reminded that once the item is auctioned off, he will not be responsible for what happens afterwards. At this point, the master of the undead was trembling all over. It was unclear whether he was scared or holding back. He did not continue to bid or compete. After 3 rounds of bidding, the final price for 1,600 gems was successfully bid and won by Jim. At this moment, Jim's box was in a mess. In order to create an intimidating atmosphere after just dominating the venue, Jim and Joseph burst out with full momentum, almost destroying the box with their combined energy. Of course, the most speechless thing is that Bunny Girl has decided to charge Jim an additional service fee after checking out. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Jim presented her with another challenge. He wanted to see the girl immediately. Bunny Girl, however, said she was unable to help with this. The soonest would be after the auction, which would last a week, was over. Only then could the item be taken away. But she can use her authority to allow Jim to privately view the items after today's auction ends. Seeing this, Jim had no choice but to wait patiently. The following items up for auction are indeed some rather rare pieces. Creatures collected by elves during their decline. There are also some velvet gem and luxury items imbued with special abilities. There are even human weapons left behind in the underground labyrinth. The final highlight of the auction is even more unusual: a vampire. The vampire is rare because it has always been controlled by the nobles in the deep underground layers. The vampire in front of us is extremely rare because of the thinness of the true blood within its body. He was only taken out for auction by a noble. Despite that, this auction item still has a special additional condition. That is, if the person who wins the bid is not recognized by this vampire, it means the transaction is invalid. The auction house will give a full refund and take back the item, and then put it up for auction again the next day. It is because the original master of the vampire is a noble whom even the auction house is unwilling to offend, so they made a special exception for this item open for him. The additional condition immediately caused dissatisfaction among the monsters in the audience. They criticized the auction house for imposing unreasonable additional conditions one after another. But the auctioneer subtly pointed out that the item was sent by a noble from the deepest level of the underground labyrinth. If anyone has any objections, they can go directly to the black market merchant. But if your actions offend the noble, it won't be good. As soon as this statement was made, the audience below immediately quieted down. Everyone sat still as if they were obedient like babies. And the appearance of the vampire made Jim recall a past event. He then described to Lisa about his encounter with a group of creatures in the depths of the labyrinth that would knock people down and suck their blood. But how come they look different from the vampire on the stage? Lisa really lives up to her reputation as a knowledgeable mercenary. She immediately guessed what Jim encountered at that time. A common undead. Most of those undead are creatures without self-awareness. Vampires on stage are much more advanced compared to the undead. It is said that vampires can even bestow eternal life upon their masters. So the nobles in the deep underground are extremely interested in vampires. Despite listening to Lisa's recount, Jim remains uninterested. Firstly, just heard that the blood of this vampire has been diluted. It is estimated that it no longer has the ability to bestow eternal life upon its master. Secondly, since he currently has no shortage of a savior by his side, he has once again become a bystander. Of course, there are many monsters who don't see it that way. Who can resist the temptation of eternal life? Even weak-blooded vampires. But there are still many monsters willing to spend money to buy them back and give it a try. Soon, the vampire on the stage was auctioned off at a price of 23,000 gems. However, a dramatic scene unfolded. The vampire actually looked down on the buyer, waving his hand to refuse becoming their servant. Unexpectedly, the identity of the buyer was also extraordinary. He was the overlord ruling the 6th level of the labyrinth. Feeling offended by the unreasonable rejection, he immediately made a move. Just as he raised his hand, a ball of energy had already formed and was about to be thrown out. Who would have thought that the auctioneer's movement was faster with a casual wave of his hand? In an instant, a terrifying blaze engulfed and incinerated the Dominion Lord on the 6th floor. No one would have expected that the auctioneer from the Black Market Merchant Organization also possessed such terrifying power. The incinerated overlord only left behind this top-grade gem. This immediately made the auctioneer ecstatic, who announced on the spot that this gem will participate in tomorrow's auction. Several hours later, Jim was finally taken to the room where the girl was being held. This was their first meeting. The man is at the auction of monster. He spent a fortune to buy a speechless girl. Afterward, accompanied by Bunny Girl, he arrived at the room where the girl was detained. At the moment the door opened. In the light of the corridor, Jim saw the small figure huddled in the darkness. To avoid startling her, Jim quickly crouched down. He then asked the girl's name in the gentlest tone possible. The girl just stared blankly at him without uttering a word. Seeing this, Jim asked the girl softly once again, "Which lord do you serve in the labyrinth you come from?" The girl remained silent as before. Although her eyes were on him, her gaze was unfocused. After thinking for a moment, Jim sternly informed the girl in a commanding tone that he is her new master and she must now serve him. As soon as the words fell, the girl's body first froze. Then she slowly bent down and knelt, which made Jim's heart skip a beat. It seems that the girl's situation is far worse than he had expected. She must have been suffering for a long time, degraded into a thoughtless puppet. He originally intended to take the girl back to Garo Labyrinth to be taken care of by Domi. Of course, Jim also considered taking her back to the human world. But the girl neither speaks nor has self-awareness. She could easily be taken advantage of by families only looking to receive adoption subsidies, and she may end up being abused or abandoned. He immediately decided to personally take care of the girl from then on. Immediately, he used a commanding tone and ordered the girl to stay in the room and behave herself. He will come back in a week to take her away. Jim immediately walked out with a gloomy face and confronted Bunny Girl. He criticized the services provided by the black market merchant organization that he was very dissatisfied with. He took the opportunity to request them to provide a girl with a clean room and sufficient food. And they have to heal the girl's wounds. However, his request seemed unreasonable in Bunny Girl's eyes. He didn't need to go to such great lengths for a labyrinth baby. Little did she know that her words had touched Jim's sore spot. He turned around and sternly reprimanded Bunny Girl to take back her words, because he too was a labyrinth baby. At this moment, the uncontrollable parasitic mode climbed all over his body, preparing for battle. Bunny Girl then realized her mistake. She immediately apologized and promised to do her best to arrange things according to his requests, which finally calmed Jim's anger. But he was also worried that Bunny Girl might go back on her word afterwards. As he left, he dropped a hint to Bunny Girl through words. Ask her to take good care. He will come regularly to check on the girl's situation. In the blink of an eye, Jim has been in the auction house for 7 days. Except for the first day, when he attended the auction, he spent most of the rest of the time in the room. Fortunately, the food and accommodation provided by the black market merchant organization are good. This makes the whole group feel very comfortable and at ease. During their leisure time, Jim chatted with Lisa. He learned a lot about Elf. After the fall of the Elf tribe, Lisa gathered the remaining tribe members and formed a mercenary guild. They quickly gained a reputation in the underground world for their strength as elves, rising in fame with their formidable combat abilities. Their actions also caught the attention of the Master of the Undead. This guy is obsessed with conducting crazy live experiments on various creatures. And elves themselves are delicate and rare species. This set a trap to catch the elf tribe. Lisa is the only elf who escaped the trap. Therefore, over these years, she has always wanted to seek revenge for her people. But she also knows that revenge is impossible by herself alone. Therefore, she attached herself to the giant dragon labyrinth, waiting for an opportunity to provoke a war between the Flood Dragon King and the Master of the Undead. Having understood the ins and outs of the matter, Jim also expressed his intention to keep his promise to help her seek revenge. Upon hearing this, Lisa was immediately filled with gratitude. Actually, even without this matter involving Lisa, solely based on the Master of the Undead's indiscriminate killing, Jim wouldn't let him off either. Later, Jim asked Joseph about the girl's situation. Joseph immediately pretended to start exerting force. He shared Gluttony's perspective by staying on the girl's side. He could see the girl still the same as before. She knelt in the corner with a blank expression on her face. Even when food was brought to her, she remained indifferent. Instructions must be given in a commanding tone. Only then will she make a move. Jim could only helplessly scratch his head at the words. Fortunately, after today they can return home. At this moment, the intercom in the room made a sound. It's a message from the Black Market Merchant Organization asking all guests to gather at the auction venue. I estimate that they are going to hold a closing ceremony or something. So a few people came to the auction venue with a sense of boredom. Returning to the auction venue again, they were once again introduced to many good items. But Jim only brought a total of 8,000 gems, which is really too few. Because as long as it's a good thing, the price will quickly rise to tens of thousands of gems. This is also the reason why he has been staying in the room and not going out these days. I stayed to watch the final highlight of today's Still the Female Vampire. Jim couldn't help but be surprised. He then curiously asked Bunny Girl before finding out. Female vampire has been consistently bought by buyers at high prices in these few days. But she keeps refusing to become the buyer's servant. Why does this female vampire feel like she's deliberately on stage to mock these participants who are bidding? At this moment, the auctioneer is still awkwardly and enthusiastically introducing the female vampire. The audience below obediently listens. The scene is both strange and funny. But this time, it seems there is a change. I saw female vampire holding her breath and concentrating. She shattered the shackles on her body with a single blow. Immediately, a bloody mist appeared out of thin air and enveloped her. After the blood mist dissipated, there emerged a woman with golden waves of hair. Her coquettish appearance, hiding behind the fan, is indeed desirable and sweet. The auctioneer then emerged from the side, claiming that this time, the master will be chosen by female vampire herself. As long as you are selected, the price is arbitrary. Even if you don't pay, it's okay. As soon as the words fell, female vampire couldn't wait to spread her wings and fly up. As she flew in that direction, the audience in the stands couldn't help but let out a gasp. The location where the female vampire stopped was the VIP box that had previously emanated a terrifying aura. If they could see her at this moment, they would be even more shocked by the female vampire's expression. Just saw female vampire's cheeks flushed with excitement. At the same time, saliva kept overflowing. It seems that she was still murmuring about a very sweet taste in her mouth. The woman appeared in front of the glass in gorgeous attire. She was only there to clean the glass, with saliva flowing as she wiped. This scene left Jim feeling a little confused. He had never seen a woman drool over him like that before, despite having grown up so big. He asked Lisa next to him in confusion, "Is this female vampire a bit sick in the head?" Lisa also looked embarrassed. She hesitantly agreed with this view. The auctioneer on stage also realized it. The female vampire had made her decision. He immediately announced the result to the whole audience. The monster on the platform looked disdainful, as if he had already guessed that there was a black curtain behind the scenes. The precious vampire must have been arranged to be recruited by the noble long ago. The auction house unexpectedly put on a show and delayed them for a week. At this point, the auctioneer signaled for everyone to be quiet. It's now time for the buyers to evaluate and bid. As agreed beforehand, only the buyer chosen by female vampire. The transaction will be completed no matter how much the buyer offers. The female vampire also timely appears in front of the mirror, showing her charming figure, so that the noble behind the mirror can accurately offer a good price. Unexpectedly, a low-grade gem's price was quoted in the private room, causing the female vampire to petrify on the spot. The monsters on the stage were also in an uproar. The female vampire, hailed as a treasure of the underground labyrinth, is about to be sold for the price of a low-grade gem. The auctioneer also couldn't believe it would be such a bid. He immediately spoke up to stabilize the situation, asking the monsters not to jump to conclusions. Perhaps what Lord Noble said is about a top-quality velvet gem. As soon as the words fell, the female vampire immediately exposed it. It was confirmed to be a quote for a low-quality gem. At the same time, Lisa seemed to have predicted this embarrassing situation a long time ago. But she did not expect Jim to make such a low offer. Feeling the gaze of the whole audience, Jim remained indifferent. In his view, since the rule is to allow buyers to bid freely, only a fool would offer a high price. Besides, he has zero interest in this female vampire. There was no more movement coming from the VIP box. The auctioneer had no choice but to announce reluctantly that female vampire was sold for a low-grade gem. On the other hand, female vampire was somewhat annoyed at being sold at a low price. But she didn't mind. She kept urging the auctioneer to finish the auction. She couldn't wait to meet this new master. The auctioneer had to conclude the auction. He announced the successful completion of this auction. Before long, the ninth-floor black market merchant brought 2 items to find Jim. But as soon as they met, Jim went straight to the point and asked directly, Who is the mastermind behind all this operation? And what is the purpose behind it? Faced with questioning, the black market merchant couldn't help but feel stunned. However, quickly his expression returned to normal. He continued to play dumb as always. Jim also didn't hold back and immediately spoke frankly. He first beat up a neighbor who came to cause trouble. He was then ennobled as a baron and became a noble. After that, I received your invitation to attend the auction. Here, they forcefully thrust this precious female vampire upon me. I believe there is nothing more bizarre than this. The black market merchant's words made Jim relieved. Perhaps good luck is also a manifestation of one's strength. He advised Jim not to dwell on it. Just enjoy the rewards you have received. Jim may not believe his nonsense, but he also knows he won't get any answers. At this time, the black market merchant changed the subject, indicating that this female vampire indeed requires him to pay some price. Just because her original master was too fond of her. So if anything unexpected were to happen to the female vampire, the blame might fall on Jim. This remark suddenly startled Jim. He thought he had struck gold, but it turned out to be a hot potato. Since the original master likes her so much, it's a perfect opportunity to send her back. With that, he turned to leave. Now it's the turn for the black market merchant and the female vampire to be dumbfounded. The female vampire's face immediately turned purple with anger. She shouted to stop Jim and scolded him for not knowing good merchandise. It can be known that keeping her by their side is the dream of every noble in the underground world. Jim is showing no mercy at this moment. The human girl standing in the corner in his eyes is much more precious than female vampire. The female vampire saw the look of his determination and sighed helplessly. She also knew that her mysterious background made Jim wary. So she decided to tell him the truth, hoping that Jim would change his mind. Her name is Angela, and before Master, she was the Iron Giant Tory Count on the 11th floor of the underground labyrinth. The reason why she was betrayed is somewhat surprising. It is well known that vampires rely on blood and sign contracts with their masters. But Tory Count's blood is iron. So this is quite awkward, isn't it? So much so that female vampire has been starving for months. After speaking, she looked at Jim pitifully, saliva dripping from her mouth. I didn't expect that it would be such a funny and ridiculous reason. She also admitted that she had originally intended to pose as a vampire. She was looking for a new master at the auction, but those powerful noble entities turned out to be monsters themselves. The smell of blood is nowhere near as sweet as Jim's. She emphasized that she meant no harm. She was just too hungry. After saying that, she recklessly threw herself at Jim, as if ready to bite. The appearance of this seemingly gentle lady pouncing for food really scared Jim. The more Jim resisted, the more excited she seemed to get. Suddenly, the black market merchant emerged from behind, comforting Jim to just go along with her. It would definitely provoke Tori if she were to get angry. This statement instantly ignited Jim's anger, causing him to angrily hit her on the head. Only then did the resentment in his heart subside a little. But he also had to face reality. With his current strength, he couldn't compete with Count on the 11th floor. He had no choice but to agree to provide the blood he requested. Upon hearing this, female vampire Angela immediately ecstatically rushed over. Unexpectedly, an abnormal change occurred and Jim instantly activated his parasitic form. Several tentacles shot out from behind him, seemingly attempting to bind and devour Angela. Did Jim change his mind at the last minute? A man bought a female vampire at the auction of Monster, and a girl who cannot speak. When Jim led a large group of people back to Garo Labyrinth. This made Domi, who was there to greet them, slightly surprised. She instantly noticed the two women in the crowd. She shifted her gaze to Angela, who posed the greatest threat to her, and inquired about her background. Following that, Jim was introduced. Both of them were purchased at the auction. The little girl is named Labyrinth, and the baby is named Mila. This name was given to her just now. The blonde woman is named Angela, and she is apparently quite powerful as a vampire. Because Jim found out from the control system. She is a legendary savior. At these words, Domi cried bitterly with a troubled expression. Labyrinth is now both penniless and without provisions. Jim can't help but understand her little scheming. He said straightforwardly that Angela's eating habits don't consume food. She drinks blood. And the items she buys at auction are just bonuses given to her. She doesn't spend money. As soon as this statement came out, Angela immediately became displeased. She rushed forward to prove that she was purchased by Jim with a low-grade gem. Unexpectedly, no one responded. Only she was left standing there feeling sad and disappointed. Later, Jim asked Domi to arrange accommodation for Angela. However, Mila, feeling unwell, he decided to stay by her side to take care of her. Surprisingly, Domi was shocked by this decision. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. If he knew what Domi was thinking at the moment, he would probably want to give him a piece of his mind. In order to help Mila adapt to the new environment, Jim squatted down, his expression calm. However, he still used a commanding tone to talk to her. If there is anything going on in the labyrinth, besides looking for him, you could also find Domi, the manager. She is the second in command at Garo Labyrinth. Domi on the side naturally overheard their conversation. She immediately took on the role of the second in command and warmly picked up Mila, calling her a good daughter. Angela on the side had long seen Domi's extraordinary abilities. She was surprised to find out that Jim had a servant with a savior-level capability. To know that a servant with savior-level abilities is quite precious in the underworld. The difference between them and ordinary servants is that they can level up along with the strength of the labyrinth. Jim naturally understands the situation with Domi. Without Domi's management, Labyrinth would definitely be in chaos. He also can't be a laid-back absentee boss. Everyone is tired from the rush in these days. He instructed Joseph and Lisa to go downstairs and rest first. Suddenly, the black market merchant called out to him from behind. Jim simply told him to go find Domi for the money and then leave, not to think about anything else. In fact, Jim was deliberately leaving him aside. It's just that this black market merchant is too ambitious, even wanting him to expand the business into the human world. He naturally understands the benefits and risks involved. If this really happens, if the black market merchant organization sells the bizarre items from the underworld to the human world, it will inevitably cause a disaster at that time. So when the black market merchant proposed this idea, he was firmly rejected by Jim. However, after being rebuffed by Jim, the black market merchant turned to Angela instead. He asked Angela to take the opportunity to accompany Jim into the human world, and then gather information about the human world to report back to him. Just as they were secretly planning, Jim approached to send off the black market merchant to leave quickly. Then he planned to take Angela along to get familiar with Garo Labyrinth on the way. After a tour, Angela was secretly surprised. The labyrinth was clean and tidy, with everything in good order. And there were heartwarming scenes of orcs and dragonkin frolicking and playing. It was unlike any labyrinth she had seen before. She couldn't help but open up and say, "Although your labyrinth is small, it is managed very well, and it has everything that a noble should have. It's not like what is rumored in the noble circle." Upon hearing this, Jim also became interested and gestured for her to continue. "You became a noble in less than a year. So many traditional nobles instinctively reject you. They all say that you have disrupted the peace of the 9th floor. Of course, some nobles are very interested in you. This includes my former master Tori Count, because the situation on the 11th floor, where Tori Count is located, is now at a standstill. He hopes that someone like Jim will come forward to break the peace on the 11th floor." Here Angela is also candid. She talked about her secret agreement with Tori Count, in order to be able to leave Tori Count and achieve vampire freedom. Angela promised Tori Count that she would lure her new master to defeat Tori Count's enemy on the 11th floor. Jim, who knows the truth, doesn't seem surprised at all. Perhaps he had already guessed that there's no free lunch. he is still pondering Angela's words in his mind. If Garo Labyrinth develops too quickly, the surrounding labyrinths will definitely feel threatened. It is very likely that they will form an alliance to counterbalance it. It must be quite difficult to dominate a floor with just one labyrinth. Seeing him staring blankly, Angela thought he was unwilling to participate in the conflicts of the 11th floor. She slowly approached, planning to lean against Jim. Jim immediately came to his senses and pushed her away. He admitted that he was still busy dealing with the master of the undead on the 9th floor. It is estimated that it will take a long time before he can reach the 11th floor. Angela was not in a hurry either, actually. Anyway, there was no deadline specified in her agreement with Tory Count. The two of them made their way to the door of the room while chatting. Unexpectedly, as soon as Angela entered the room, she started to act up. She complained that the room was small and dirty, saying it was just like a prison cell. But there's nothing a cup of master's blood can't solve. At this, Jim simply didn't want to deal with her anymore. He didn't care about Angela Vampire's identity in the first place. But Garo Labyrinth doesn't keep idle people. He warned Angela to prove her worth quickly. Then he left without looking back. The next day, Jim returned to the surface. He asked Swindler about some recent news. Unexpectedly, Swindler dropped a big piece of news on him as soon as they met. A month ago, a famous explorer inherited a labyrinth on the 4th underground level unexpectedly. This immediately startled Jim. At the same time, he wondered about the reliability of this news. Because only a fool would boast about inheriting a labyrinth everywhere. Swindler gave Jim a disdainful look in response to his confusion, and explained impatiently that not everyone has the ability to explore the labyrinth alone with a 12-level strength like him. The explorer was with a team. So his inheritance was witnessed by his teammates throughout the whole process. And that explorer, he also does not have the ability to kill the entire exploration team. So when the team came back, the news quickly spread. Then Swindler revealed another piece of news to him, that is, the monsters in the underground labyrinth have formed a community. And they also held an auction recently. A captive underground baby and ordinary firearms. They can both be sold for thousands of velvet gems. This news greatly shocked Jim. Recalling the time at the auction, he didn't see any other humans. It seems that someone has already made contact with the black market merchant organization like him. But what he is more concerned about now is the movements of the adventurers inheriting the labyrinth on the 4th floor. Jim, however, was informed by the swindler that the guy had been killed yesterday. It is said that the labyrinth can earn a lot of money. He was killed by his jealous teammate in an attempt to seize that labyrinth. To their surprise, the murderer did not gain ownership of the labyrinth. As a result, the labyrinth reverted back to being ownerless. Speaking of this, Swindler suggested that Jim should also give it a try. He can provide all the relevant information for free. Fantasizing about if Jim could become a labyrinth master, as Jim's assessor, Swindler could also benefit from it. To show sincerity, he immediately provided Jim with another important piece of news. But this news came from the Exploration Association, not from his personal connections. According to reports, they discovered a potentially huge labyrinth on the 7th floor. And they sent people to explore it 2 weeks ago. You also know the leader of the team. It's that red-haired Mateo. Then he continued to persuasively coax and influence Jim. Instead of aimlessly wandering in the underground labyrinth, it's better to go straight to the 7th floor and test your luck there. Actually, even if he doesn't say it, Jim has also decided to go and explore. But at this moment, Jim was actually planning to trick Swindler first. He immediately stated that he could set off now. But this time is expected to be a tough battle. Swindler is expected to provide the necessary weapons for free. The man is trying to inherit the labyrinth of the underworld. He decided to brave the dangers alone and go to the 7th underground floor to find the gateway. A spatial rift suddenly appeared beside Domi. When she saw Jim dressed in hunting gear coming out of it, she knew he had received another commission and was planning to go far away. As the right-hand woman of Labyrinth, she must stay informed in real time about Jim's movements, who is known for his casual manner. After inquiring, it was found out that Jim plans to explore an empty labyrinth on the 7th floor, and he may have conflicts with the people from the Exploration Association. Domi suggested that Jim bring along a few more people for mutual support. Domi's reminder made Jim recall that Mateo does indeed have several formidable experts under him. But Domi and Bo are staying behind to maintain the daily operations of the labyrinth. Yellow Dragon is unreliable and not very dependable. Tia is still young and has great malice towards humans. Jim pondered for a moment. I can only trouble his first night. Joseph accompanies him on the journey. At this time, Angela, who was eavesdropping on the side, stepped forward and volunteered herself. She shouted that she wanted to go together. Then she started talking to herself. I have the ability to detect living things in the surrounding area. This can help Jim avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. And she also has the ability to sneak and disguise herself. She can conceal her own aura and traces, making it impossible for others to detect. Jim remained silent, full of doubt on his face. She immediately activated her skill. Her blood-red shawl instantly turned into a blood mist. In the blink of an eye, her figure disappeared into Jim's shadow. Seeing that she indeed had a way, Jim had to agree. But he still warned her not to take the opportunity to suck blood. He would sit her flat in the shadow with one, but... At this time, Lisa called out to Jim from behind, thinking that she also wanted to go together. However, she actually suggested that Jim bring Mila along with him. Just because of these few days of getting along, she unexpectedly discovered that Mila has the ability to create maps. She can record everything she sees on the map. But this special ability seems trivial to Jim, who already has a systematic map. Suddenly, Mila seemed to understand the meaning of their conversation. She grabbed his cloak, and immediately Jim received a prompt from the control system. Mila is sharing her sight with you. Jim focused and discovered Mila's map. It can be permanently synchronized with the system map, and it can be used to pinpoint the location based on her. This is simply a high-precision human GPS. In that case, let's go together. With him taking care by her side, Mila will definitely not suffer any harm again. But Mila's outings make Domi, who has already entered the role of a mother, very uneasy. She is unwilling to go against Jim's decision. She could only worryingly step forward and advise Mila to be careful on the way with a motherly tone. Make sure to take good care of yourself. A group of 4 people set off from the Garo labyrinth like this. They headed towards the entrance to the 8th floor. They had been on the road for 2 days. They really haven't encountered a single monster. But it's not surprising, as their team consists of 2 major labyrinth lords and a high-level vampire. The aura they emit must have long since scared off any monsters from approaching. But Joseph Knight, who led the way with a heavy heart, was filled with great resentment along the way. Jim couldn't help but speak up to inquire about his grievances when he saw his frustrated appearance. Joseph seemed to have found an outlet and turned around to point fingers at Angela, accusing, "She's not a good person. She never knocks before entering his room." The situation is a bit awkward now. He doesn't know how to resolve it either. Immediately, Joseph turned around, feeling wronged and muttering. This is the 3rd time in a row he has been on an external mission. It's been a long time since he had a good rest. Jim was puzzled. Hasn't he rested for a day after the auction ended? But how would he know? Joseph, this otaku, used to rest for at least a year after each adventure. As a qualified boss, he immediately stated that after this adventure is over, he would approve a long vacation for him. Of course, the prerequisite is that the master of the undead can obediently stay at home and not cause any trouble. This is what calmed down the indignant Joseph. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance to the 8th level. In order to avoid being caught by the entrance guards, the few of them exerted all their strength and quickly climbed to the 8th level. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the 8th floor, Joseph's condition became downtrodden. Jim thought he was still in a bad mood, But it didn't seem like an act either. It wasn't until I asked that I found out Joseph had never been to different floors. But how does this look of exhaustion relate to different floors? Angela, on the other hand, took it in stride. She explained that some species become weaker the farther they are from their place of birth. So many lords of the labyrinth never leave the floor they were born on. Joseph is obviously one of them. It looks like his physical strength may be weakened by about 20% every other floor. It is precisely for this reason that humans eventually won the war. Upon hearing this, Jim also recalled what Angela had said when the war between humans and the underground labyrinth broke out. The main force of the labyrinth is composed mainly of middle to high-level monsters. You basically won't see any intelligent monsters coming from the deep underground. Angela then didn't forget to taunt Joseph as well. The higher up, the more useless he became. This made Joseph angry but unable to retort. His face turned green with anger, gaining a few pounds. Seeing the two of them starting to fight again, Jim quickly spoke up to stop them, urging them to leave quickly and not attract the entrance guards. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Angela's words almost took Jim's breath away, as she had already noticed that about 50 monsters were surrounding them. Sure enough, Angela must have done it on purpose. She only mentioned the urgency of time when people were almost there. Jim immediately instructed Joseph to hide Mila. Joseph immediately turned into a pool of slime and enveloped Mila. However, the scene before Jim instantly drove him crazy. Mila, wrapped in slime, was almost suffocated inside. Jim quickly reminded Joseph to leave a breathing hole before Joseph reacted. But this guy disguised himself as a green stone. What does that mean? Is he afraid that he doesn't stand out enough? It's too late to beat him up now. He immediately had Angela sneak into his shadow and instantly activated the disguise skill. In an instant, Jim's figure miraculously disappeared on the spot. It turned out that Angela shared her stealth skill with him, enhancing Jim's disguise skill to invisibility. The stack buff skills transformed to concealment aura, erasing all traces. A few seconds later, a large group of dim-witted monsters rushed over. The lead pig-headed monster extended its nose, sniffing around the area where Jim and others were standing. He then let out a deafening roar and gave orders to his subordinates to search the vicinity. He was very sure that someone had just been here. Now they must be hiding somewhere nearby. When Jim saw a group of intelligent pig monsters coming, he began to figure out how to make them lead the way obediently. Become a guide for the 8th level. To avoid the danger, the female vampire purified into a mist of blood, sinking into the man's shadow. The other companions revealed their true forms, transforming into a conspicuous green boulder. Jim then disappeared, hiding behind the boulder until he vanished. He silently observed the movements of this group of pig monsters. At this moment, Angela's voice echoed in his mind. It was strange that he had the same ability as Domi, being able to communicate with him telepathically. Only after one inquiry did he find out that Angela could only communicate with him telepathically when she was immersed in his shadow. At the same time, the dozens of pigs below were only busy sniffing the residual scents in the air with their noses. They still didn't notice the green rock that Joseph had transformed into. This group of pig monsters is indeed a bit foolish. But the two leaders have a wise look on their faces. Obviously, they belong to the category of monsters with a certain level of intelligence. Jim suspects that they belong to a certain labyrinth faction on the 8th floor. He then calculated how to subdue them. As a guide on the 8th floor. After all, it was their first time on the 8th floor. They had no idea how to get to the 7th floor. After he informed Angela of his thoughts, he was asked if he had the noble seal on him. Because the noble seal can release noble pressure. It has a strong deterrent effect on ordinary monsters, and can compel them to do things for you. Upon hearing this, Jim immediately had an idea. His figure then disappeared in an instant, and the next second he appeared behind the seemingly commanding pig like a ghost. His sudden appearance frightened the pig out of its wits. Seeing that the newcomer was just a weak human, He quickly regained his composure. He immediately made a move, and with a strong lift of his hands, 2 huge rocks rose from the ground. Immediately after, he executed a move with a turn of his hand. The stones crashed towards the spot where Jim was standing. The smooth and flowing movements earned cheers from his companions. However, Ben only saw the human figure in the smoke and dust still unmoved. Jim stomped his foot heavily, dispersing the smoke and dust around. He walked slowly toward Pig, who was already frightened and paralyzed on the ground. At the critical moment, Pig became even more fierce. He forcibly toughened up and planned to use the same old trick again. He unleashed his signature move, earth-shattering split. However, this time Jim did not intend to give him another chance. He leaped up and delivered a Thai-style flying knee straight to his face. Pig, who fell to the ground, was then stepped on by Jim's foot. And Jim quietly activated the emblem on his hand, the barren ring representing the noble seal. As a dazzling starlight flashed across, a faint golden light radiated from the ring, symbolizing the terrifying pressure of the noble. This pressure quickly permeated the entire venue, causing the pig monsters to feel an irresistible sense of intimidation. In the end, they all knelt down, one by one. At this point, one cannot help but admire Jim's plan. Originally, he could have shown the ring first to reveal his identity. But in order to better control the herd of pigs and take the initiative. Just now, Jim deliberately revealed his unbeatable strength. The desired effect has now been achieved. He has finally shown his intention to need a guide. After understanding Noble's needs, 2 of the pigs immediately transformed into left and right guardians. They loudly cleared a path through the pig herd. Of course, it was also Joseph's most glorious moment as a knight, walking proudly at the forefront of the group. But as Angela walked on, she noticed something was wrong. The pigs were casting greasy glances at her, intentionally or unintentionally. This feeling made her extremely uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but speak out in annoyance. Who would have thought that things would not be as she had imagined? Faced with her angry reprimand, the pigs were all in a state of panic, begging not to have their blood sucked. This scene aroused Jim's suspicion. He looked at Angela with a meaningful and indescribable look in his eyes. Angela immediately disdainfully spat at Jim. It also reminded her of a few years ago. It was indeed heard that a group of vampires once came to the 8th floor and carried out a massacre of pigs. It is estimated that it's because pigs' blood tastes better compared to other monsters. She also suggested Jim to catch a few to bring back for domestication. Not to mention, her suggestion actually made Jim very excited. He started to seriously consider it. Their conversation was naturally overheard by the pigs around them. They were all suddenly scared out of their wits. Just then, there came an angry roar from up ahead. Looking up, they saw several pigs shooting out from the smoke and dust. Angela immediately spoke up to remind Jim to be on guard. It seems that something is happening up ahead. Just as she finished speaking, a massive and enraged pig monster charged towards them, leading a herd of pigs. In an instant, it reached them. 2 guide pigs immediately stepped forward. They explained anxiously about the identities and intentions of Jim and his companions. Jim also timely released a noble pressure. However, this powerful pig monster is the chief of the Fong wild boar tribe, possessing the strength to resist noble sealer. However, it was not able to completely resist the pressure released by the noble seal. At this moment, a sense of awe rose in his heart, because he also knew that possessing the noble power of a vampire was not to be underestimated. He then saw him respectfully inquiring about the intentions of Jim and his companions. After a conversation, he learned that Jim and several others wanted to borrow a way through his tribe to get to the entrance of the 7th floor. He immediately spoke out to stop them. As soon as he finished speaking, Jim immediately drew his sword and assumed a fighting posture. He was so frightened that he hurriedly spoke up to explain that it was because of the war. War. Upon seeing this, Jim also calmed down and signaled him to continue speaking. The original 8th floor is now in a state of chaotic war. If Jim and his group break through forcibly, they may get trapped between various factions. Even a powerful noble would have a hard time passing through. Can't believe things have gotten so complicated. This is giving Jim a headache. If he's late, the seventh floor of the labyrinth might fall into Mateo's hands. At this moment, the Boar King seems to sense Jim's distress. He then spoke up. He can send troops to divert the attention of the other 8 layers of the labyrinth and clear a path for Jim and his group. His words immediately caught Jim's interest. He raised his head slightly and looked at the Boar King with keen interest. He wouldn't believe that the Boar King would go to such great lengths just to please a noble he had never met before. Indeed, the next second, the Boar King stated his purpose. He needed Jim to finish up on the 7th floor and then come back to the 8th floor to help him with a small favor. Judging from his expression, this small favor is definitely not a small task. Can we really trust what this Boar King is saying? How should Jim make a decision about this? In order to avoid the attack of the monster, the man actually asked a pig for help. Their plan is for the Boar King to lead the monster away. And Jim promised to do a small favor for Boar King once the matter is settled. After reaching a consensus, Jim and a few others were left in the tribe to rest for a while. Boar King then took his subordinates to patrol the territory and make preparations for their journey. After all, he needs to attract the attention of various powers from the 8 layers on this trip. Fight for at least 3 days of travel time for Jim. He instructed his subordinates to increase manpower to patrol the surroundings during his absence. In case of enemy attacks, just hold the defense and wait for his return. Because the 7th floor's Crimson Lion always comes down to the 8th floor from time to time. Wild Boar Tribe's Boar King, who arranged everything quietly, withdrew his subordinates when attacked. He then took a deep breath. Immediately after, his limbs pressed against the ground as he circulated the energy throughout his body. His subordinates, who hadn't walked far, suddenly felt a surging energy wave coming from behind. Before they could turn around, Boar King's figure had already pierced through the rock wall, disappearing without a trace. They turned around and only saw a deep, bottomless corridor. These 2 big tusks of the Boar King have surely grown for a reason. Cooperating with this terrifying energy, it definitely serves as a vanguard to punch holes through. Shortly after, Jim and his group arrived. Before them was the passage cleared by the Boar King. According to the plan, the Boar King will make a big commotion on the 8th level. He will attract monsters from a 3-day journey away as well as nearby monsters. Ensure sufficient safety for Jim's group and arrive at the entrance to the 7th floor in time. After Jim summons the map to confirm the direction and route, they then began to hurry along the road. 3 days later, they arrived at the entrance of the underground labyrinth's 7th floor. Although Jim and his group arrived smoothly at the 7th floor, once they entered, they were unfortunately caught in the midst of a battle between various factions on the 7th floor. The original 3-way battle suddenly turned into a situation where the 3 factions united to attack the 4 of them. The situation was extremely dangerous and full of risks. However, they were helpless because there were simply too many monsters. Even though Jim and Joseph tried their best to protect Mila with all their might, there were still inevitable oversights. Seeing monsters' claws reaching towards Mila. But Mila suddenly changed dramatically. She immediately lowered her head to dodge the swinging claws. Then, she punched through the monster's body in one swift motion. After doing all of this, unexpectedly, she quickly reverted back to her original silly appearance. The movement behind him naturally caught Jim's attention. He was shocked to the core. He never expected Mila to hide so much. He is also grateful that Mila is resourceful, but he still feels it is necessary to double-check. He immediately moved to Mila's side and asked if she possessed combat skills. Mila obediently nodded upon hearing this. So Jim then handed the big knife in his hand to her. Mila, who took the knife, suddenly changed her demeanor once again. In an instant, she easily took down an opponent with a backhand knife strike. Mila swiftly lunged towards other monsters with smooth and fluid movements. It seemed like killing was her inborn talent.